Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ye Guan accompanied White Skirt Destiny to the ancestral demon world. He immediately sensed the presence of numerous powerful demonic beasts upon their arrival. Surveying the surroundings, he observed endless mountain ranges concealing ominous auras. Many demonic beasts lie dormant in slumber here, White Skirt Destiny softly remarked. To extend their lives? Ye Guan inquired. Yes. Demonic beasts possess longer lifespans than humans, but they are not eternal. After enduring countless ages, these creatures must resort to special methods to delay the inevitable passage of time. Who should we seek help from, then? Let's go find the ancestral phoenix. White Skirt Destiny flew away with Ye Guan, eventually finding themselves in a scorching magma pool. The heat was so intense that Ye Guan only felt better when he fused with Qian. Feeling the searing power of the magma, White Skirt Destiny whispered, "The ancestral phoenix is still here." Leading Ye Guan deeper into the magma, they eventually reached the heart of the fiery flames. However, as they entered, a powerful aura immediately seized them. With a wave of her hand, White Skirt Destiny swiftly dispersed the oppressive aura. Shortly after, a voice rang out. Grasped the Dao. White Skirt Destiny turned to Ye Guan. Do you still have an ancestral origin with you? As Ye Guan revealed an ancestral origin in his palm, an illusory phoenix swiftly materialized before them. The ancestral phoenix fixed her gaze on the ancestral origin, her fiery eyes showing her hunger for power. One ancestral origin in exchange for a drop of your blood, White Skirt Destiny proposed. However, the ancestral phoenix outright refused. No. White Skirt Destiny's brows furrowed in surprise. Just as she was about to renegotiate, Ye Guan decided to leave, prompting a sudden change of heart from the ancestral phoenix. Aren't you going to try to convince me? Stopping them in their tracks, she finally shouted, one ancestral origin in exchange for a drop of phoenix blood. Ye Guan's brow furrowed. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? With a firm tug, he led White Skirt Destiny away. The ancestral phoenix's gaze followed them as they departed. A chilling aura soon surged toward the two. She was the ancestral phoenix? How could anyone dare look down on her? As she moved to strike, Ye Guan's gaze intensified. In a swift motion, White Skirt Destiny transformed into a streak of light, launching a counterattack. Instantly shattering the ancestral phoenix's oppressive aura, White Skirt Destiny's strike sent her flying back hundreds of meters. The powerful sword energy also stirred the magma around them. The ancestral phoenix looked back at White Skirt Destiny, a hint of fear in her eyes. One ancestral origin for your blood. A fair trade, Ye Guan said. Fair? The ancestral phoenix's anger erupted. Ye Guan frowned. Are you trading or not? Otherwise, I'll just look for another demonic beast. You're too greedy, human. This ancestral origin can extend your lifespan. Decide. Trade or not. After glancing at him, she presented 3 white jade bottles of phoenix blood. The ancestral phoenix stared at Ye Guan. That's all I have to offer. Frowning, Ye Guan turned to White Skirt Destiny. Give us 2 more, White Skirt Destiny demanded. The ancestral phoenix glanced at White Skirt Destiny, then produced 2 additional bottles. Handing over the ancestral origin, Ye Guan sighed softly. What a loss. A loss? The ancestral phoenix's flames burst outward. Human, those bottles contain my blood, the most precious blood in this world. How dare you call this trade a loss? With a flick of his finger, Ye Guan sent a drop of essence blood flying toward her. She soon froze, sensing the power of 3 distinct bloodlines from it. The most precious blood in this world? He asked. The two left immediately after, leaving the ancestral phoenix deep in thought. Ye Guan and White Skirt Destiny stopped in an isolated starry space. They then entered the Little Pagoda to cultivate. White Skirt Destiny led Ye Guan to a glacier with biting winds that chilled them to the bone. White Skirt Destiny handed him a bottle of ancestral phoenix. Drink it, she instructed. Ye Guan nodded and swallowed without hesitation. With 3 different bloodlines already inside him, what was there to fear? The ancestral phoenix's blood coursed through him, causing a fiery sensation to surge within him. Smoke wafted around him as his clothes were burned to ashes. Activate all 3 bloodlines, White Skirt Destiny said. Ye Guan complied, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the surroundings. Boom! While closely watching him, White Skirt Destiny quickly stabilized space-time around them. Try controlling the mortal bloodline, she instructed. Ye Guan nodded. Truth be told, ever since his mortal bloodline awakened, he had been struggling to gain true control over it. Much like his mad demon bloodline, it seemed to have a mind of its own, operating independently of his will. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Guan's expression darkened. White Skirt Destiny asked, no luck. Ye Guan vigorously shook his head. Controlling these 2 bloodlines seemed beyond his grasp. Among the 3 bloodlines, the Phoenix Emperor bloodline was a bit more cooperative, even occasionally lending its power to him. However, it refused to intervene to help subdue the 2 other bloodlines. Crafty as it was, it never made enemies with the others. As for Ye Guan, he was still far too weak for it to consider him a threat. After a brief silence, White Skirt Destiny suggested, fully activate the Mad Demon bloodline. Ye Guan was taken aback. White Skirt Destiny locked eyes with him. I will fight you with your Mad Demon bloodline fully activated. Fight fire with fire, so to speak. Was combat the only way forward now? Yet Ye Guan hesitated. If I unleash the Mad Demon bloodline completely, I might lose control. White Skirt Destiny chuckled. Are you worried that you'd hurt me? She asked. At Ye Guan's lack of response, she urged, let's give it a try. After a brief pause, Ye Guan conceded. All right. He then stopped suppressing the Mad Demon bloodline. Boom! Bloodline energy surged and erupted out of Ye Guan, painting the sky red with its intensity. Fully awakened, the Mad Demon bloodline took control. Ye Guan transformed into a streak of crimson light and attacked White Skirt Destiny. She countered with a swift sword strike. Bam! The clash sent Ye Guan hurtling hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he flew back toward her, sword in hand. The sole thought dominating his mind was slaughtering her. As the Mad Demon bloodline took full hold of him, his mortal bloodline sensed the impending danger and reacted with its own frenzy. Along with the ancestral phoenix blood he had consumed, the three bloodlines converged within him, making Ye Guan feel as if he would explode at any moment. He had to release all of the bloodline's pent-up desires to fight. As Ye Guan plunged into the frenzy of combat, the patterns on his body began to gradually resurface. Observing this development, White Skirt Destiny felt satisfied. Their strategy seemed to be proving effective. For the mortal bloodline to thrive, it required the stimulus of combat. Hence, White Skirt Destiny continued to fight Ye Guan, unfazed by his escalating madness. She remained resolute and unafraid. After all, she had lived far longer than him and could afford a certain confidence. Although her innate talent paled in comparison to Plain Skirt Destiny, she was still a force to be reckoned with. Ye Guan found himself constantly suppressed by White Skirt Destiny, which only further fueled his madness and amplified the strength of his bloodlines. In the face of external threats, these two bloodlines set aside their differences, joining forces against a common enemy. As Ye Guan's mad fighting intensified, the patterns adorning his body multiplied and deepened, a testament to the power escalating within him. At the Temple of the Gods, an elderly man briskly walked quickly into the main hall, finding the Temple Master and Bishop Yuan the only ones inside. The elder bowed deeply. Afterward, he began his report. Temple Master, we've located two of the swordsmen. One is clad in blue robes while the other is in a robe with cloud patterns. Our investigations reveal that the one in blue is Ye Guan's grandfather and key backer. Setting aside the holy scriptures in his hands, the Temple Master fixed his gaze on the elder. Two swordsmen. The elder confirmed, yes, Temple Master. Through the insights bestowed by the Divine Eye, we've traced their locations along the Time River. Where are they now? In the Divine Ruins. The Divine Ruins. The Temple Master's expression flickered with concern. To think they would venture into such territory. The elder added, however, it appears they are already preparing to depart. A smile graced the Temple Master's lips. With both targets together, we have a golden opportunity to get them in one fell swoop. The Temple Master rose from his seat, his benevolent expression hardening. Begin the Divine War. The Divine War? The elder's demeanor darkened. The Divine War meant unleashing divine power. Within the Temple of the Gods, divine power, bestowed by the gods to safeguard humanity, reigned supreme. Its use was restricted to moments of dire need. Initiating the Divine War meant tapping into that sacred power. Stepping toward the divine statues, the Temple Master bowed respectfully, his expression devout. May the gods watch over us. The Divine War. The Temple of the Gods had attempted it twice before, but both times ended in defeat. This would mark their third attempt. As the saying goes, the third time's the charm. The Temple Master truly believed this time would be a success. Once Ye Guan and those behind him had been eliminated, the entire universe would finally belong to the Temple of the Gods. The past clan's clan leader had promised them so. Now, he intended to make good on that promise and usher in an era where divine light illuminated the universe. From within the Temple of the Gods, a powerful army led by the Temple Master himself soon set forth for the Divine Ruins. This pivotal mission demanded his personal leadership. After all, it could secure his place in history. In an empty void, a woman took deliberate steps. Clad in white robes and wearing a half-mask, she exuded an aura of tranquility. The past clan's clan leader? As she continued forth, she traversed the void and reached a vast expanse of starry space. In front of her stood a bronze coffin. Beside it was a hunched old man bound by layers of iron chains, one end of which was tied to the coffin. The old pallbearer. The elder slowly opened his dull and lifeless eyes. You still can't let go? The woman asked. Raising his head, the elder's gaze grew firm. Why should I? The old era has passed. Some gods have perished, others have fled, the woman calmly replied. What purpose does your resistance serve? The elder's resolve hardened. The old era is not yet over. The gods and ancient arts will return to this world. The woman shook her head. As you wish. As she continued her journey into the distance, the elder said, Sifanjing, the gods are always present. Sifanjing stopped and contemplated for a moment. She then answered, among the gods, only the first god truly commands respect in my eyes. As for the rest, she faintly shook her head. They deserve to die. The old pallbearer slowly knelt down. Clan leader Jing, you're the only mortal since ancient times to rival the gods. Your power knows no bounds. Can you perhaps open the divine Dao and allow the first god? Sifan Jing shook her head. Elder, the old era has passed. The elder fell into a somber silence. Sifan Jing continued, go beyond. There are many out there beyond your imagination. She then resumed walking. The old pallbearer's expression dimmed as he sighed softly. Not long after, a figure materialized beside Sifan Jing. As she received a few whispered words, her brows furrowed. Courting death. She turned back. Two men, one clad in a blue robe and the other in a robe with cloud patterns, strolled across the divine ruins. At the far end of their gaze lay an expanse of endless ruins. At its heart stood two towering stone pillars, soaring thousands of meters high. There's something peculiar about this place, Brother Xiao, the blue-robed man remarked. The unfettered swordsman subtly nodded. I sense it too. The blue-robed man chuckled. I wonder what those so-called gods were really made of back then. Do you truly believe in their existence? It matters not. All that does is the sword. You're becoming quite the master of pretense. The unfettered swordsman smiled. No pretense, just stating facts. You're at it again with the pretense. Taking in the view of the ruins, he softly added, I've often pondered about how this universe and its myriad beings came into existence. The origin of life. His eyes narrowed slightly. Despite already becoming quite powerful, he still hadn't found the answer to that. Who was the first being? How did the universe come to be? Surely, there was a purpose behind it all. This was mere curiosity, however. Such matters held little importance to him. With their current might, they had nothing to fear. Even if they one day discovered that they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well, they'd likely welcome it with open arms. They were on a constant quest for greater challenges even if it meant having to fight gods or other beings. They yearned to be mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Anything else would simply be too boring. The unfettered swordsman looked at the vast sky. Brother Yang, I want to face my end, he whispered. Yang just quietly listened. He understood his friend's sentiment all too well. Over the years, Xiao had truly been seeking death. His travels with the unfettered swordsman were an attempt to alleviate the latter's loneliness, but it seemed to have little effect. His sole desire was the embrace of death. Unlike him and plain skirt Destiny, who had attachments and aspirations, the unfettered swordsman had none. His only obsession was his own end, which naturally led to profound loneliness. The Qingshan sword master's ties to his family prevented him from asking for death. Plain skirt Destiny's fixation on her brother had the same effect. For as long as he was around, she wouldn't entertain thoughts of ending her life. However, the unfettered swordsman was different. His one and only obsession was to draw his final breath. Brother Xiao, why don't you find yourself a wife? The unfettered swordsman shook his head. Women slow me down when I draw my sword. The blue-robed man chuckled in response. While others would only utter such words in jest, he knew that his companion was serious. Besides his sword, the unfettered swordsman had no interest in anything else. Destiny. The unfettered swordsman muttered. Do you think she can let go of her obsession? He couldn't answer. No one knew for sure if Destiny could really let go of her obsession. He truly hoped that she could, since that would undoubtedly lead to earth-shattering changes, but would she truly let go? The unfettered swordsman sighed softly. If it were anyone else, Destiny might be able to, but that little man had quite a lot on his mind. He was truly capable of handling Destiny, even though that was only because Destiny willingly allowed herself to be handled. The unfettered swordsman sighed again. Eventually, the two arrived at the center of the ruins. Not far ahead of them stood a grand hall, its gates towering 1,000 meters high. Inside the hall were several broken statues and a colossal, blood-stained altar. After carefully inspecting the altar, the blue-robed man remarked, this thing might come in handy for my grandson in the future. With a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped the altar in a mysterious force. However, just as he was about to take it away, a furious roar erupted from within the altar. How dare you touch a sacred artifact? A terrifying aura surged forth and bore down on him. As his brows furrowed, he flicked his sleeve. Boom! The terrifying aura was instantly shattered. You, the voice inside the altar exclaimed in horror. The blue-robed man chuckled. My grandson is a great guy. Follow him, and you'll live a comfortable life, understand? He then proceeded to retrieve the altar. The unfettered swordsman shook his head as he laughed. Brother Yang, why is there such a big difference in how you treat your son and your grandson? Back then, the blue-robed man had truly left Ye Xian to his own devices. Destiny spoiled him when she was with him. If I were to spoil him too, wouldn't he think he's invincible? After a deep sigh, he continued, my grandson is the really unfortunate one. He was left alone from a really young age. He didn't have anyone by his side. If I don't lend him a helping hand, how is he supposed to survive? Rendered speechless, the unfettered swordsman simply smiled. No wonder your son holds such a grudge against you? The two stepped into the grand hall. The statues lined up inside were in horrible condition, some even missing limbs. Glancing at the statues, the blue-robed man exclaimed, these must be some of the gods that people worshipped in the past. The unfettered swordsman nodded in agreement. He extended his divine sense toward the statues but found nothing, no souls, no consciousness. They seemed to be mere lifeless objects. Disappointment flickered in the unfettered swordsman's eyes at the sight. What a futile trip it had been! The man in the blue robe shook his head, sharing the sentiment. They had hoped for something divine, but all they found were lifeless statues. With his interest waning, the unfettered swordsman suggested, let's move on. Brother Yang nodded. However, just as they were about to depart, he turned toward a specific spot in the hall, seemingly noticing something. With a casual flick of his sleeve, an ancient book materialized in his hand. This will come in handy for my grandson. As he stowed the book away, the unfettered swordsman shook his head in amusement. Upon exiting the temple, they were met by a group of elites led by none other than the temple master. With a faint smile, the leader said, "Gentlemen, you've been surrounded." Surrounded? The two men froze in place at the temple master's remark. What was happening? They exchanged a puzzled glance, confusion evident in their eyes. What was all this about? The temple master smiled lightly upon seeing their confused faces. Then, he turned to the man in the blue robe and asked, "You're Ye Guan's grandfather?" The man in blue nodded slightly. "That's right." "Then, we've found the right person." The man in blue blinked. "Has my grandson done something wrong?" The temple master stared deeply at the man in blue. "Yes, and it was quite serious." The man in blue laughed heartily. "Whatever my grandson has done, I'll take full responsibility for it." "Do you know who we are?" asked the temple master. Shaking his head, the man in blue admitted, "I don't." Before the temple master could speak, the man in blue added, "But it doesn't matter who you are." A cold glint flashed in the temple master's narrowed eyes. Such arrogance. The temple master suddenly stepped forward and flipped his palm. A blazing divine light surged toward the man in blue. "Is that all?" asked the man in blue with furrowed brows. Then, he flicked his sleeve, shattering the blazing divine light. The temple master was stunned. "Not bad," the temple master remarked after a while. The man in blue was silent, and the temple master dared not underestimate him any longer. His figure trembled, and he took to the sky before chanting an ancient incantation in a low voice. Boom! A divine light erupted from within the temple master, piercing the deep void and opening a golden pathway. The golden pathway was emanating an ancient aura. The elites of the Temple of the Gods knelt down before the ancient aura. "We welcome the divine power." Divine power? The man in blue and the unfettered swordsman looked up at the sky. Streams of golden light rushed out of the golden pathway, and they converged at one point, transforming into a golden giant under everyone's gaze. The golden giant stood hundreds of meters tall, and it was wielding a golden colossal sword. It emanated a devastating aura that was seemingly capable of destroying the vast expanse. The temple master was thrilled to see the golden giant, and he bowed deeply toward it. Naturally, he genuinely respected the gods, as his current strength and status had all been bestowed upon him by the gods. The kneeling members of the Temple of the Gods were thrilled as well. After many years, they were witnessing the legendary divine power once again. Although they had entered the Temple of the Gods long ago, they had never really seen a real god before. The gods were like vague concepts to them until now. At times, they couldn't help but question, were there truly gods in this world? Upon clapping their eyes on the golden giant, however, they knew without a doubt that gods did exist. The golden giant's appearance was a profound affirmation of their faith, and their belief had gotten even stronger than before. From afar, the two men observed the towering figure in the sky with a mix of calmness and disappointment in their eyes. The unfettered swordsman also shook his head slightly in displeasure. The golden giant lowered its gaze and swung its colossal sword downward. Bam! The starry sky split open, and the vast expanse trembled. The colossal sword carried with it an unstoppable force that rendered everything insignificant. However, the man in blue remained composed, and he casually lifted his sword, thrusting it toward the oncoming colossal sword. A resounding hum echoed, and the man in blue's sword shattered the giant's colossal sword. No, even the towering giant itself shattered into pieces. The divine giant was vanquished in just a single move. The temple master and the members of the Temple of the Gods stood dumbfounded. The giant died just like that? Didn't that giant contain the power of the gods? How come it died with a mere sword thrust? Their bewilderment was so thick that it was palpable. Meanwhile, the man in blue turned to the temple master and calmly asked, "Why not summon your god to face us?" The temple master, shaken to his core, couldn't comprehend how the divine power he had invoked had been dispelled so effortlessly. Doubt and disbelief consumed him. Were the gods truly omnipotent? His faith wavered, and the inner conflict made him feel anguished. The man in blue glanced at the golden pathway before directing his attention to the temple behind them. "Are your gods the same as those worshipped in this ruin?" The temple master hesitated before responding, "Not exactly." Sensing the ambiguity, the man in blue robes pressed on. "So what are they?" With a heavy sigh, the temple master confessed, "I'm not well versed in ancient history, but I know one thing for sure. There were once numerous gods being worshipped in the Temple of the Gods, and there were perhaps over 100 of them. However, an internal strife among them led to the downfall of many. Our Temple of the Gods is worshipping the gods that had survived that." The man in blue furrowed his brow in confusion. Internal strife. The temple master nodded solemnly in response. "Yes." The man in blue asked, "Do you know where to find those surviving gods?" The temple master shook his head and replied, "No, we've never had the means to reach out to the gods. It's always been the other way around." The man in blue nodded in understanding. "I see," the man in blue acknowledged before turning to the unfettered swordsman with a determined grin. "Time to make a move," the man in blue declared. The unfettered swordsman nodded. "Let's go." The unique aura that they had sensed here had lured them to this place, and the divine power that the temple master had used not too long ago felt the same as that unique aura. The gods of the ancient era? The two were intrigued by the ancient era's gods. Meanwhile, the temple master chose to flee. He turned around and ran away, entering a rift in space-time in a hurry. However, the man in blue and the unfettered swordsman intercepted him in no time. The temple master froze, and he realized that he had been cornered. The man in blue stared at the temple master with a wry smile. I'm not interested in you, but you're targeting my grandson, so I cannot let you. The man in blue stopped mid-sentence upon sensing a presence. He whipped around along with the unfettered swordsman. There was a space-time rift in the distance, and a woman clad in white robes had walked out of it. The woman was none other than Sifan Jing. The man in blue and the unfettered swordsman were taken aback by her sudden appearance. Sifan Jing approached them slowly, and her gaze landed on the man in blue. The man in blue smirked, asking, "Are you here to protect him?" Sifan Jing glanced at the temple master, who hurriedly bowed. "Clan leader Jing," the temple master said. Sifan Jing then turned to the man in blue and commanded, "Draw your sword." "Draw your swords? All right." The man in blue burst out into laughter and flicked his sleeve, sending a streak of sword light flying toward clan leader Jing. Clan leader Jing remained calm. The next moment, her lips parted. "Immobilize." Boom! The man in blue's sword curved in midair and unexpectedly pinned itself to the ground. It happened the moment clan leader Jing's words echoed through the air. "Shatter!" Clan leader Jing exclaimed. Boom! The sword precursor trembled violently and cracked. The man in blue laughed boisterously. His figure blurred as he transformed into a streak of sword light that rushed toward clan leader Jing. Clan leader Jing narrowed her eyes. Annihilate. Boom! The time river was set ablaze. No, it wasn't just the time river. Thousands of great daos were burning as well. Meanwhile, the temple master had already decided to run away the moment the battle erupted. If he hadn't run earlier, he wouldn't have been unable to run away forever. A streak of sword light shattered thousands of great daos, making a beeline for clan leader Jing. The man in blue's sword light remained unstoppable amidst the sea of flames created by the burning of great daos. Clan leader Jing's eyes, one black and one white, narrowed into slits. She clenched her right hand behind her and exclaimed, "Tribulation." Boom! A vast sea of tribulations manifested, and every single tribulation contained a terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying star fields. To make matters worse, the tribulations didn't belong to this vast expanse. However, the man in blue's streak of sword remained unstoppable. When the streak of sword light was just half a meter away from clan leader Jing, she closed her eyes abruptly and exclaimed, "Dao." Rumble! An illusory hand manifested and grabbed the sword light. The illusory hand contained an inscrutable power that made even time come to a screeching halt. Sifan Jing opened her eyes slowly and muttered, "I hereby open a Dao of my own, a Dao beyond the 3,000 great Daos. This Dao, I ask you to break it." The temple master escaped the time river with a group of divine knights. They fled non-stop until they finally made it back to the temple of the gods. Upon returning to the temple master entered a secret chamber. He sat in front of 5 divine statues for several days without uttering a peep. Divine power? The temple master had initiated 3 divine wars since taking over the temple of the gods, and they all ended in failure. The temple master couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. How come he had failed every time so far? Was it because the gods were too weak to ensure success, or had the gods never exerted their full power? To be honest, his faith in the gods was beginning to waver. Were the gods truly invincible and omnipotent? Were the gods truly the creators of the universes throughout the vast expanse? If that were the case, how could those 2 swordsmen shatter their divine power? And what about the former clan leader of the past clan leader Jing? The temple master felt somewhat lost as he stared at the statues of the gods before him. Temple master. Bishop Yuan's voice abruptly echoed from the outside. Snapping out of his thoughts, the temple master glanced at the 5 statues of gods before turning around to leave the chamber. Bishop Yuan bowed slightly and said, "The divine war." The temple master calmly replied, "They managed to escape." Escaped? Bishop Yuan was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend it. The temple master nodded slightly and said, "They were extremely fast, and we couldn't catch up. The truth of their defeat couldn't be revealed. Some matters needed to be handled discreetly. Otherwise, the faith system of the realm of the gods would collapse, which would be a disaster for the temple of the gods." Bishop Yuan's face darkened. He didn't expect that the 2 swordsmen would actually be able to escape the temple master's pursuit. The temple master stared at Bishop Yuan and said, "I will seclude myself for a period of time. You will have full authority over the temple of the gods while I am in seclusion." With that, the temple master turned around and left. The temple master had many burning questions that needed answers. The old era that even the divine book had no records about was especially concerning. Most importantly, the temple master had to know the reason behind the gods' disappearance. The temple master had to reaffirm his faith. He had never considered betraying his gods, as they had helped him in his most desperate times. He wouldn't betray the gods, but he wanted to know the truth. Bishop Yuan froze in place, wanting to ask something, but the temple master had already left. Bishop Yuan frowned. His intuition was telling him that something was amiss. What exactly had happened during the recent divine war? Just as Bishop Yuan was about to fall into deep contemplation, an old man suddenly appeared behind him. The old man bowed respectfully and said, "Bishop, there's a report. 2 extremely talented students have emerged from the Divine Academy." Bishop Yuan was curious. Extremely talented? Yes. How talented are they again? Extremely talented. Train them well, Bishop Yuan said with a nod. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and asked once again, Have they found the whereabouts of that lady in white and the sword master? We are still investigating. Bishop Yuan's eyes narrowed. Tell them to pick up the pace and keep a close eye on Ye Guan. The old man bowed and left. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was still locked in a fierce battle against White Skirt Destiny in the world inside the tiny pagoda. The two had been battling for months. More and more mortal veins had been appearing on Ye Guan's fleshly body. His mortal bloodline had also become stronger to the point that even the mad demon bloodline could no longer suppress it completely. Ye Guan's combat prowess was off the charts, and it was all due to the fact that he had been fighting while mad. It was his first time maintaining such a state of mind for such a long time. It had to be known that the madness of the mad demon bloodline had the special characteristic of strengthening him endlessly. Moreover, Ye Guan also had the mortal bloodline and the Phoenix Emperor bloodline, which provided him with strength. Ye Guan's strength had reached a terrifying level, but White Skirt Destiny was still fighting him as if she were an adult fighting a baby. She seemed to be growing stronger alongside Ye Guan, and she didn't allow Ye Guan to surpass her at all. Just then, White Skirt Destiny forced Ye Guan to retreat with a sword strike. Ye Guan flew backward, and White Skirt Destiny swiftly closed the distance between them, appearing right in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan attempted to attack, but a terrifying sword intent enveloped him. Boom! Ye Guan was instantly suppressed. White Skirt Destiny placed her right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder and pressed down. The three bloodlines within Ye Guan were instantly suppressed, but shockingly, the three bloodlines actually fought back, forcing back White Skirt Destiny's sword intent. A hint of astonishment flashed in White Skirt Destiny's eyes. Ye Guan's strength had brought her many surprises, and his bloodlines had astounded her the most, as they seemed capable of providing Ye Guan with an endless stream of power. White Skirt Destiny reckoned that Ye Guan would become even stronger until the battle was over. In the end, White Skirt Destiny had no choice but to take Ye Guan seriously. It was worth noting that Ye Guan wasn't merged with Ao Qian. Once the two were merged, Ye Guan's prowess would skyrocket once again. White Skirt Destiny suppressed the three bloodlines within Ye Guan. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Guan's demeanor returned to normal. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly and stood up straight upon seeing White Skirt Destiny. He looked down at himself and saw that he was covered with many different strange patterns. Ye Guan looked up at White Skirt Destiny and asked, "And, what happened to me?" White Skirt Destiny replied, "It's 90% complete." Ye Guan was stunned. 90% complete. White Skirt Destiny nodded and stared at the patterns on Ye Guan. "Feel it for yourself." Ye Guan closed his eyes and clenched his right hand into a fist. Boom! Ye Guan instantly felt the existence of extreme power inside him. It surged from within him, billowing out like the wind. The power seemed endless, and he felt like he had just activated the mad demon bloodline, even though it was currently inactive. Mortal power? Ye Guan exclaimed. "And, is this the legendary mortal power?" White Skirt Destiny nodded. "Yeah, kinda." Ye Guan sensed something amiss in White Skirt Destiny's words. "Kinda." White Skirt Destiny smiled. "Your mortal bloodline is inherited, you were not enlightened to it yourself. In other words, it's an acquired mortal bloodline, not an innate mortal bloodline. There's a huge difference between your mortal bloodline and her mortal bloodline." Ye Guan fell silent. He had never really thought about that. His aunt had risen to fight the heavens, and her efforts had resulted in her obtaining the mortal bloodline and a mortal physique. In contrast, he hadn't done anything extraordinary, but he still ended up with a mortal bloodline. Ye Guan couldn't help but think that his mortal bloodline was a watered-down version of his aunt's mortal bloodline. Mortal bloodline. At first, it was just an assumption, but White Skirt Destiny's words convinced Ye Guan that there was a huge difference between his mortal bloodline and his plain skirt aunt's mortal bloodline. White Skirt Destiny added, "The reason your mortal physique hasn't truly reached its peak is that it's still lacking something, but I don't know exactly what it needs to reach the peak. It's just a feeling, but fighting won't allow us to take that final step." "What if I need enlightenment to take that step?" Ye Guan asked. Enlightenment. White Skirt Destiny was stunned. "I can also feel that my physique and bloodline have encountered a bottleneck. I think fighting and cultivating isn't enough to squeeze through that bottleneck. I think it's similar to my mad demon bloodline. I need to become mad for the bloodline to unleash its true power. Perhaps this mortal bloodline needs something like that as well," Ye Guan said. White Skirt Destiny smiled. "Well, it's all on you to find out. Back when I met Aunt Plain Skirt Destiny, I really regret not asking her for advice," Ye Guan remarked, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Plain Skirt Destiny? Ye Guan wondered whether she had managed to escape from the clutches of the evil Dao or not, and an inexplicable pressure bore down on Ye Guan at the thought. Seeing the concern in Ye Guan's eyes, White Skirt Destiny smiled and pointed out, "Are you worried about Plain Skirt Destiny?" Ye Guan nodded. "The evil Dao is just too terrifying that I don't worry about her. She can't defeat her, but she'll definitely have no issues escaping with how fast her sword flight is." White Skirt Destiny muttered, but she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Fleeing. Ye Guan still found it hard to believe that his plain skirt aunt couldn't defeat the evil Dao. In fact, he was suspicious of it. His instincts were telling him that something was wrong here. Ye Guan's days as a greenhorn were long over. His strength still wasn't on par with top-tier supreme elites like the evil Dao, but he wasn't considered weak. Plus, he had seen quite a bit of the world as well, which meant his horizons had been broadened. The evil Dao was strong? However, Ye Guan felt that plain skirt destiny was stronger than the evil Dao. Could it be that plain skirt destiny was in cahoots with white skirt destiny to deceive him? Ye Guan thought about it, but he felt that it was unlikely. After all, top-tier supreme elites like his plain skirt aunt were unlikely to deceive people, and white skirt destiny seemed honest and upright. She didn't seem like the type to deceive others. Seeing Ye Guan lost in thought, white skirt destiny feared he might be overthinking and quickly said, "Don't dwell on it. The priority is to improve your strength. You know, your sister Zhen only has less than 10 years left." Sister Zhen? Ye Guan instantly sobered up. That's right. Despite Sister Zhen's strength, she only had less than 10 years left. 10 years? Ye Guan clenched his fists. Could he become invincible in just 10 years? It wasn't a matter of possibilities, he had to do it. He had to become invincible in just 10 years. Otherwise, who would be able to oppose the evil Dao once she had broken free and assimilated the virtuous Dao? "Aunt, let's return to the Dark Emperor world," Ye Guan urged. He needed to go back and discuss with his mother how to become even stronger in a short period of time. White skirt destiny was about to speak when a figure in black suddenly appeared not too far away from Ye Guan. The person in black bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, the pavilion master has told you to return to the Dark Emperor world immediately." Ye Guan's heart tightened. What happened? The pavilion master is planning to attack the past clan. Attack the past clan? Ye Guan and white skirt destiny exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. They had not expected Qin Guan to plan an attack against the past clan. Without further thought, Ye Guan said, "Let's go." The three of them disappeared on the spot. Dark Emperor world. Ye Guan saw many familiar faces in the Dark Emperor world. A Nanjing, the maidens of the Nether Palace, people from Ye Xian's father's era, people from the Ying clan, and even people from the True Universe. These top-tier supreme elites had all gathered in the Dark Emperor world. Obviously, it was Qin Guan's doing. Was the Ying clan easy to bully? Certainly not. The past clan mobilized all its forces and called upon countless powerful individuals from the Time River just to kill Ye Guan. The past clan's actions had forced Ye Guan into dire states, and there were a few times when he almost died. They couldn't let the past clan go. A lady in green stood next to Qin Guan, and her name was Sukingxi. Ye Guan sat beneath them, feeling a bit pathetic. He was the weakest in the entire hall. His older sister, Yan, was standing next to him. In terms of seniority, the two siblings were at rock bottom. Even Arya and Little White often referred to them as their grandchildren. Ye Guan glanced at Yan beside him. Yan was wearing a light red long dress, and as usual, her expression was rather cold. The siblings didn't say anything to each other despite meeting gazes. Ye Guan had also figured out his older sister's personality, so he knew that she was the type who wouldn't take the initiative to speak. Ye Guan tugged at Yan's sleeve and said, "Big sis." Yan turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, "What's wrong?" Ye Guan thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to inherit the family business? You can become the ruler of the Guanxian universe. Are you asking for a beating? If I inherit the family business, what are you going to do?" "I'll go and cultivate." Yan cast a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. "Dream on." Ye Guan was speechless. Yan suddenly asked, "Do you have strands of ancestral origin?" Ye Guan nodded. "MMHM." Yan extended her right hand. Ye Guan was stunned. "What does that mean?" Yan turned to Ye Guan and explained, "Father said that siblings should share the good stuff. Why don't you share yours with me?" Ye Guan said, feeling a bit dumbfounded. "I don't have any strands to share. How can I share when I have none?" Ye Guan had no idea what to say, but Yan's hand was still extended toward him. Ye Guan hesitated before taking out a strand of ancestral origin and handing it over to Yan. Yan looked at it before putting it away. "Thank you." Just then, Qin Guan took out a map. She examined the map and then pointed at a certain location. "First of all, let's take down the past clan." Sukingxi suddenly said, "The Temple of the Gods is one of the past clan's backers." "Yes, I've investigated the Temple of the Gods. They're from 100 billion years ago, and the so-called gods they worship come from the old era. However, the old era is an era shrouded in mystery, so we haven't been able to find any information about it so far." Qin Guan swept her gaze across everyone and added, "But from what I know, the Temple of the Gods is related to the evil Dao." Everyone in the hall stared deeply at Qin Guan. Ye Guan also looked at her and asked, "Related to the evil Dao?" Qin Guan nodded. Recorded history only spans 100 billion years, and the period beyond that is referred to as the Old Era. The evil Dao does not belong to any of the known eras and her origin. Qin Guan looked up at the entrance of the hall and said, "Great Daoist Brushmaster, why don't you come and explain to everyone?" The Great Daoist Brushmaster? Ye Guan turned and saw a middle-aged man walking slowly into the hall. The middle-aged man was none other than the Great Daoist Brushmaster. The Great Daoist Brushmaster swept his gaze across everyone and smiled. "Hello, everyone." Everyone merely looked at him. The Great Daoist Brushmaster felt a bit embarrassed, as he was the only outsider among them. It was the reason he had been hesitating earlier. It was a family meeting, so what was an outsider like him going to do in such a meeting? Qin Guan smiled. "Elder, please enlighten us. Who understood history the best?" Without a doubt, it was the Great Daoist Brushmaster. The Great Daoist Brushmaster said, "The Great Dao is actually connected to the Temple of the Gods." The people in the hall frowned. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he asked, "Isn't the Great Dao above everything?" "Of course not. The great Daoist Brushmaster chuckled and said, "The one above everything is the so-called the first god in the temple of the gods." Ye Guan was curious. The first god. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded slightly, and there was a hint of respect in his eyes as he explained, he was the first god of the old era, and he was a true god in the truest sense of the word. The great Daoist Brushmaster swept his gaze across everyone before continuing, he's the creator of both the old era and the current era. The expressions of the people in the hall changed slightly. He's the creator of the vast expanse. The great Dao, destiny, and reincarnation. He was the one who proposed these three concepts. There was order in his era, and a myriad beings lived harmoniously. It was the best era in history, as there was no war at the time. During that era, initiating wars and committing evil deeds would attract divine retribution. Moreover, the myriad beings had truly submitted to him. The great Daoist Brushmaster sighed softly and added, and he became a god, not because he had said so, but because the myriad beings at that time had acknowledged him as a god. They revered him as a god. Ye Guan was moved. The myriad beings had acknowledged him as a god? The great Daoist Brushmaster said, the myriad beings at the time respected him genuinely, so he had accumulated a terrifying amount of faith power. Of course, he was so strong that faith power was nothing to him. The great Daoist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan and added, moreover, he was the only god possessing all aspects of humanity. Ye Guan asked in a low voice, all aspects of humanity. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded and explained, yes. He did not have even a trace of divinity. He had established the Great Dao, established both reincarnation and order, civilized all races, and created a truly peaceful vast expanse. Unfortunately, the Great Daoist Brushmaster sighed and shook his head. Ye Guan asked, what happened? Upon becoming invincible, someone would eventually become bored. After all, it was lonely at the top. He got so bored that he did something drastic. The Great Daoist Brushmaster trailed off. Are you intentionally trying to keep us in suspense? Ye Qingqing chimed in. At Ye Qingqing's remark, the great Daoist Brushmaster chuckled awkwardly and continued, he wanted to know what it feels like to possess divinity. My guess is that he wanted to ascend to a higher level, so he attempted to possess all aspects of divinity while ascending. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his humanity and had underestimated divinity. Ye Guan asked, did his divinity overpower his humanity? That's right. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded. After possessing all aspects of divinity, his temperament changed drastically. The myriad beings and his beloved vast expanse became insignificant in his eyes. Moreover, he began to have desires, the desire to seek defeat and to become even stronger. Ye Guan frowned. Wasn't that similar to the unfettered swordsman's quest? Ye Guan collected his thoughts and asked, and then? The great Daoist Brushmaster replied, self-destruction. Ye Guan frowned. Self-destruct. The great Daoist Brushmaster nodded. What I know is that in order to prevent himself from endangering his beloved vast expanse, he chose to self-destruct. The divinity he possessed had transformed him into the most dangerous god that this vast expanse has ever witnessed. However, I don't know why he chose to self-destruct for the sake of the vast expanse, even though he had already become divine. My speculation is that perhaps someone or something has somehow managed to awaken a trace of his humanity. Qin Guan asked, what about the gods after him? The great Daoist Brushmaster's face showed disdain as he replied, those so-called gods after him were nothing more than self-proclaimed idiots playing around. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Elder, who is more powerful, the first god or my father? All eyes in the hall turned to the great Daoist Brushmaster. The great Daoist Brushmaster's expression stiffened. He had no idea what to say. What kind of question is that? The great Daoist Brushmaster had no idea what to say. Everyone stared at the great Daoist Brushmaster, and Ye Qingqing's gaze was particularly unfriendly. The great Daoist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan before saying, the Sword Master is invincible. He naturally knew what to say at this critical juncture. This wasn't the time for jokes, as everyone in Ye Guan's family was here. If he had chosen the first god, he would have simply courted his death. Moreover, the great Daoist Brushmaster felt the gazes of the three destiny landing on him. Their deep gazes were enough for the great Daoist Brushmaster to deduce that they'd pull out their swords and cut him down if he had given the wrong answer. At the great Daoist Brushmaster's words, Ye Qingqing calmly said, you don't have to sugarcoat things. We're not unreasonable people. The great Daoist Brushmaster fell silent. You're the most unreasonable among every single destiny, so how dare you say that? The great Daoist Brushmaster was really at a loss. Of course, he could never express his thoughts out loud. The great Daoist Brushmaster believed that Blackskirt Destiny would chase him with her sword for hundreds of years. She had that kind of temperament, after all. The great Daoist Brushmaster composed himself and said, after the first god's self-destruction, the Dao Hall he had founded was renamed the Temple of the Gods. At first, his followers remained steadfast and abided strictly by the order and the rules he had established. However, their ambitions and desires began to show up. For the sake of power and position, they created conflicts. The civil war within the Temple of the Gods caused the collapse of the order and the Great Dao, bringing upon a period of darkness to the vast expanse. What happened next? 5 gods emerged victorious, and they became controllers of the Temple of the Gods. However, their attitude toward all living beings had shifted from service to enslavement. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he asked, what about the Great Dao? Without the first god, the Great Dao developed its own ambitions and desires. The Great Dao was established to maintain the order of the universe, but it eventually became the Supreme Great Dao and started manipulating the myriad beings. The Great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head and said, in short, everyone has ambitions and desires. Those desires and ambitions had to be culled, or they'd grow wildly like weeds until they had eventually devoured everything. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan asked with some confusion, why is the Temple of the Gods working with the past clan? The Great Daoist Brushmaster explained, the gods who won are not from this era, and the current leader of the Temple of the Gods is too ambitious for his own good. It is unfortunate, but he's a few brain cells short, and he's too weak as well. The clan leader of the past clan had promised him that the Temple of the Gods would have their own private chunk of the vast expanse to control in exchange for killing you. Ye Guan frowned. Their own private chunk of the vast expanse to control. The Great Daoist Brushmaster nodded. Actually, I suspect that the clan leader is being influenced by quasi-gods behind the scenes. Those quasi-gods have always been looking for ways to reach the first god's level and become true gods themselves. Unfortunately, I have zero evidence, and those pseudo-gods have been missing for a very long time now. I've sent people to investigate them, but there's been no news so far. Ye Guan asked, how does one become a true god? The Great Daoist Brushmaster looked at Ye Guan and replied, you cannot become a god by proclaiming yourself as one. If you want to become a true god, then you need the acknowledgement of the myriad beings, and they have to acknowledge you from the bottom of their hearts. In addition, they must also be willing to worship you as a god. Once those conditions are met, you can then say that you're a true god. I think the clan leader of the past clan is more dangerous compared to the Temple of the Gods, Ye Guan said. The white-robed woman and the evil Dao were the strongest enemies that Ye Guan had encountered so far. To make matters worse, Ye Guan felt like the white-robed woman was beyond the evil Dao. In a nutshell, the white-robed woman was an extremely dangerous individual. The Great Daoist Brushmaster nodded slightly at Ye Guan's words and said, indeed, she poses a greater threat than that of the Temple of the Gods. However, I believe that for now, we should deal with the past clan and the Temple of the Gods before dealing with her. I even think that we should prioritize the realm of the gods, which is under the Temple of the Gods. The realm of the gods is extremely vast, it is a universe with countless worlds and billions upon billions of living beings. Upon conquering that universe, we can then begin to establish a new order. Establish a new order. Yes. Establishing a new order is like opening up a new path. The Great Daoist Brushmaster stared at Ye Guan in the distance and smiled. I believe that Pavilion Master Qin has the same idea, right? Ye Guan smiled faintly. Yes. The Great Daoist Brushmaster was right. She was indeed planning to open up a new path, but it was all for Ye Guan's sake. Assisting Ye Guan in establishing a completely new order and helping him forge a path for himself was the Time Pavilion's raison d'etre. Ye Guan couldn't just stand idly by, as the following events would affect her son's future. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Guan beside him, but he did not say anything. However, he felt incredibly warm inside. He had known long ago that his mother had done many things for him behind the scenes. She had never said anything about it and had simply done what she had to do in silence. The Great Daoist Brushmaster suddenly asked, are you sure you want to launch an attack against the past clan? Ye Guan nodded. We need to take down the past clan before anything else. Once we're done with them, we can then handle the time reversers. The Great Daoist Brushmaster nodded. Indeed. When do we begin? Ye Guan rose slowly and said, now. The Great Daoist Brushmaster glanced at Ye Guan and nodded. All right. With that, he turned around and was about to leave when Ye Guan grabbed the Great Daoist Brushmaster's arm. Wait. The Great Daoist Brushmaster cast a wary gaze upon Ye Guan. What is it? Well, Ye Guan sounded innocent as he said, to escape, I had to issue some rewards in your name, and those rewards are strands of ancestral origin. The Great Daoist Brushmaster's expression changed drastically. No, I do not honor any of those. Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, Senior, you'll have to contribute something. Otherwise, our reputation will be completely ruined. The Great Daoist Brushmaster glared at Ye Guan. Why did you have to issue rewards in my name? Couldn't you use your own name? No one would have believed me if I had done that, Ye Guan replied. The corners of the Great Daoist Brushmaster's mouth twitched. Ye Guan pulled the Great Daoist Brushmaster outside the hall and said, Senior, you really have to contribute something. The Great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head. Strands of ancestral origin are too precious. I actually don't have any strands. Ye Guan's expression turned grim as he replied, Senior, if you were someone else, I would have believed you, but we're talking about you here, after all. The Great Daoist Brushmaster was puzzled. What do you mean? Have you already forgotten who you are, Senior? You're the most extraordinary person to have ever existed. Strands of ancestral origin are indeed precious, but I believe they should be easy for you to obtain. The Great Daoist Brushmaster shook his head. You can't imagine the value of a strand of ancestral origin, especially in this era. Ye Guan asked, were there strands of ancestral origin in the old era? Yes, but they were scarce, even in the old era, the Great Daoist Brushmaster said. Then, he sighed softly and added, during the era of the first god, there were countless strands of ancestral origin, much like today's spiritual energy. However, the internal strife among the higher UPS of the realm of the gods, the collapse of that universe itself, and the Great Dao's breakdown have led to the increasing rarity of ancestral origin. The gods at the time had monopolized them as well, which made strands of ancestral origin extremely rare. Nowadays, there are barely any strands of ancestral origin, and only a few top-tier supreme elites can acquire a few through special means. The gods had monopolized the strands of ancestral origin at the time. The great deist brushmaster nodded and explained. Yes, and it's all because they didn't want to witness the rise of supreme elites. Strands of ancestral origin were keys to becoming invincible. Without them, the absolute limit at the time was becoming a sovereign. In other words, having control over strands of ancestral origin means having control over the number of supreme elites. Ye Guan nodded in understanding. I see. The great deist brushmaster opened his palm and presented a storage ring to Ye Guan. There are 5 strands of ancestral origin in this ring. Remember, these strands are extremely precious, so you better not give them away so easily. With that, the great deist brushmaster turned around and walked away. Ye Guan hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." The great deist brushmaster waved his hand before disappearing into the distant sky. Ye Guan was about to put the storage ring away when a young woman walked up to him. She was none other than Yen. Ye Guan hurriedly put the storage ring away. Yen calmly said, "Lil bro. Yen looked at Ye Guan without saying a word. "Big sis, if you have something to say to me, just go ahead and say it." Yen glanced at the storage ring on Ye Guan's hand but remained silent. Ye Guan said firmly, "Big sis, stealing is not appropriate between siblings." Yen looked at Ye Guan calmly and said, "I'm not that kind of person." Ye Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but Yen suddenly said, "I need to borrow something from you. Lend me some strands of ancestral origin. Father will pay you back for me." Little Pagoda was speechless, and Ye Guan was speechless as well. No, he went completely numb. "My father is going to pay it back for you? Damn it! You're the one who's going to borrow from me, and I'm supposed to go and collect payment from father?" Ye Guan couldn't believe that his sister would say such shameless words. It was just too absurd. "If you don't believe in our father, then surely you'll believe in our grandfather's integrity." Ye Guan and Little Pagoda were dumbfounded. Yen stared at the quiet Ye Guan. "Brother, you won't refuse to lend me, will you?" Ye Guan thought briefly before opening his palm and sending a strand of ancestral origin toward Yen. Yen accepted the strand. Ye Guan suddenly smiled. "No need to return it. What's mine is yours. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. I won't bat an eyelid even if you want to take Master Pagoda from me." Little Pagoda was speechless. Yen looked at Ye Guan. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Then, lend me a bit more strands of ancestral origin." Ye Guan didn't hesitate and handed over the storage ring that the great deist brushmaster had handed over to him. 4 strands of ancestral origin were inside, excluding the strand that Ye Guan had taken out earlier. Yen accepted the storage ring and left. Ye Guan didn't say anything. After taking just 2 steps away, Yen turned to look at Ye Guan. Moments later, she opened her palm, and a storage ring flew to Ye Guan. Yen did not even wait for Ye Guan's response and left directly. Ye Guan smiled, but he was stunned to see what was inside the storage ring. The storage ring contained a whopping 10 strands of ancestral origin. Ye Guan looked up and stared deeply at Yen in the distance. "Big sis." Yen didn't even look back as she said, "Mother gave me 10 strands of ancestral origin, and I'm giving you half." Ye Guan looked down at the storage ring in his hand and felt warm inside. The meeting was over by the time Ye Guan returned to the main hall. Qin Guan was the only one left in the main hall, seemingly waiting for Ye Guan. Qin Guan smiled at Ye Guan and said, "We'll attack tomorrow." "All right." Qin Guan suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's hand. "Activate your mortal bloodline." Ye Guan immediately activated his mortal bloodline, and his arms were instantly riddled with mortal veins. Qin Guan stroked his mortal veins gently with surprise flashing in her eyes. "You truly have the mortal physique." Ye Guan was somewhat surprised. "Mother, do you know anything about the mortal bloodline?" Qin Guan smiled. "I know a little. Please tell me." "We would have to talk about your aunt, Plainskirt Destiny. She's an extraordinary person, and she has never really cared about the mortal bloodline and the mortal physique. At her level, the bloodline powers have no meaning." Ye Guan solemnly said, "So, I have no choice but to embark on this journey blind." Qin Guan chuckled. Going at it blind may not necessarily be a bad thing. Ye Guan was stunned, and then he smiled, saying, "I understand." Ye Guan understood what Qin Guan was trying to say. In a nutshell, there were many things Ye Guan had to do by himself, and this was one of those things. Qin Guan held Ye Guan's hand as they walked out of the hall. When they reached the door, she looked up at the sky and said softly, "Your father and I once argued about you. We argued about letting you live freely. My wish is for you to live happily and not suffer as he did. Then, why did you change your mind? Because your father was right. Nobody wants to live an ordinary life in this kind of world. He said that we should let you choose, and you definitely wouldn't settle as a nouveau riche. True. This world needs an order. Your father was supposed to establish it, but he's not suitable. Is it because of his divinity?" Qin Guan shook her head and said, "It's because of your aunt, Plainskirt Destiny." Ye Guan was stunned. "Do you know who's the most dangerous person in this world?" "Is it my Plainskirt aunt?" "Bingo." Ye Guan was puzzled. "Why?" Qin Guan whispered, "Because her divinity is the purest." Ye Guan still looked puzzled. Qin Guan smiled at that and asked, "What do you think of her? She's pretty nice, right?" Ye Guan nodded. "I haven't spent much time with her, but she's really nice to me." "Well, she's only nice to you. Do you know how she treats others? Ye Guan shook her head and said, she'd show some humanity while she's with you and your father, but her indifference toward others is like how you would treat an ant. Ye Guan remained silent. Plainskirt Destiny could indeed be very cold, but her coldness wasn't in a haughty way, her coldness was indeed as Ye Guan had described. It was like she was looking down on others as if she was at a height they couldn't even imagine reaching. Her divinity and humanity are both very pure, you could say that they're extremely pure. Mother, are you worried that her divinity will one day suppress her humanity? That is not going to happen, but I'm afraid she might do something unexpected. Your father is worried, too. It's a worry that did not come out of nowhere. We feel that she might do something drastic. That's the reason your father agreed to let her reincarnate. An uncontrollable plainskirt destiny? Damn? Ye Guan's expression darkened. The mere thought of having to deal with an out-of-control plainskirt destiny was enough to send a shiver down Ye Guan's spine. She's worried about your father, and she'll stay that way until your father takes that final step. Considering that, she's not going to do certain things. However, it might be a different story once your father can finally protect himself. Ye Guan looked up at the sky with eyes full of worry. She said that she wants to live once more by reincarnating. But, what is the point of that? Is it to have no regrets before taking that final step, or is it for her humanity to suppress her divinity? Seeing Ye Guan's worried expression, Ye Guan smiled and said, Mother, perhaps we're both overthinking it. Ye Guan looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he said, Plainskirt Ant is not someone who can be measured by ordinary standards. Regardless of what she intends to do, I believe she won't abandon father. I think it's really great to have someone or something to care about. It doesn't matter even if you're a god or a mere human. What's the point of becoming invincible when one has lost their desires and beloved ones? Ye Guan chuckled. Indeed. Ye Guan smiled. Let Plainskirt Ant and father handle their own affairs. Yes, I'll let them decide. Mother, I want to go somewhere else and experience things on my own once we're done with everything here. Ye Guan was surprised. What do you mean? I want to settle down, Ye Guan said solemnly. He truly wanted to settle down. He had been missing those days in the Milky Way, and he believed that those days were what life was all about. Moreover, Ye Guan felt that one didn't necessarily have to fight to cultivate. His circumstances had been pushing him along all this time. He had gotten really strong, but he was aware that he had reached a bottleneck. Simply put, his strength had reached a certain level, but his state of mind was lagging behind. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan nodded and said, All right, no matter what you do, I'll support you. Ye Guan felt warm inside. Thank you. Ye Guan tapped Ye Guan's head lightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Who says thank you to their own mother? Don't say that next time. Ye Guan grinned. Okay. Ye Guan ruffled Ye Guan's hair, and her eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, I want you to remember that if you no longer want to shoulder these burdens one day, then go ahead and live whatever life you want to live, and I will support you. Ye Guan would be happy if Ye Guan managed to reach that step, but it was fine even if he couldn't reach it. Ye Guan nodded. Okay, go ahead and greet those girls from the true universe, Ye Guan said, smiling. Saro and Sijhen? Ye Guan smiled awkwardly, but he didn't say anything. Ye Guan shook her head and said, Handle your affairs yourself, but let me say one thing, don't disappoint them. I won't, said Ye Guan with a nod. Ye Guan chuckled. Go. Ye Guan nodded and turned around to leave. Just then, Little Pagoda sighed softly. Ye Guan was puzzled. Little Pagoda, why sigh? Nothing. Little Pagoda whispered, just feeling a bit emotional. Ye Guan asked, what's wrong? It's just that. Little Pagoda said, if Master's mother hadn't died back then, I believe he wouldn't have become so extreme. Master? Is Master Pagoda talking about grandfather? Ye Guan's voice grew heavy as he said, Little Pagoda, you've said that multiple times by now, but is he really that extreme? Your grandfather used to be truly indifferent to life and death, and he used to be the type to do whatever he wanted. He had endured more hardships than you and your father combined. At that time, he had neither sisters nor relatives. It felt like we were walking down the path to self-destruction rather than to the summit. Ye Guan pondered for a moment before replying, I'm grateful for grandfather's past hardships. After all, his hardships had led to me and father's prosperous days. Little Pagoda remained silent. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at a hall where Saro was handling official business. Her abilities were unquestionable, and her main task at the moment was to assist Ye Guan in handling a variety of affairs. Saro was slightly surprised to see Ye Guan. Sijing is in the cultivation room. With that, Saro looked down at the documents on her desk and continued working. I came here to find you, said Ye Guan. Then, he smiled wryly and added, I'm sorry. Saro stared calmly at Ye Guan and asked, do you need something? Can we talk? Saro gestured toward the pile of documents in front of her without saying a word. Ye Guan remained silent as well. After a moment of silence, Saro nodded. Okay. The two left the hall and walked toward a distant garden. Ye Guan whispered, I'm sorry. Saro cast a bewildered gaze at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled wryly and explained, actually, I've been wanting to apologize to you for a while now, but I've never really had the chance until now. Apologize for what? Saro asked. Ye Guan whispered, you know. Saro was silent. I've experienced many things and learned many things. I realized that I was a bit childish. I was self-righteous, and I had been refusing to handle my affairs properly. My ridiculous ego has also led me to act in a certain extreme way. Ye Guan stared at Siro and shook his head. I feel ashamed just talking about it. Siro was still silent. Ye Guan added, after discovering my family's existence, I often thought that others were only treating me well because of my relatives. Looking back, I think I simply lacked confidence. I was not only weak, but I also had an ego along with a bad temper. Ye Guan looked up at the distant horizon, and his hands clenched slowly into fists. What kind of person would I become without my relatives? Perhaps I would still be hardworking, but there are definitely some people I'd never get to meet in my lifetime. Like you, Aunt Qingqing, and the people of the Yang clan. The ruthlessness of the world became clearer and clearer to him as he climbed up the ranks. There were some circles that were simply inaccessible, and it wasn't a matter of hard work. And there were lucky people born into those circles. People were truly unique from one another. Was it really my own efforts that brought me to where I am today at such a young age? To put it harshly, even a pig could easily reach my position if they had the same head start as me. I've been avoiding that fact all this while, and I've often boasted about relying only on myself and no one else. How absurd is this ego of mine? Ye Guan smiled bitterly. He finally had a deeper understanding of himself. What was scarier than ignorance was unknowingly being ignorant, and the scariest scenario that could happen was harming one's beloved ones through one's ignorance. Ye Guan took a deep breath and stared at Siro. I'm really sorry. Just then, Siro grabbed Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan was taken aback. There were times when you'd become unfamiliar in my eyes, and it all started when you discovered your roots. Thinking about it now, however, I realized that it wasn't actually that strange. I mean, who can always remain steady throughout the ups and downs of life? Who can always stay true to themselves with power in their hands? Who hasn't struggled with their identity and self-confidence? I've been waiting. Siro trailed off. Then, she smiled before continuing, good thing I've been waiting for you, the young man from ancient desolate city. Life itself was cultivation, and it was impossible for everyone to stay true to themselves without committing any mistakes. Everyone would inevitably experience moments of confusion. Everyone would inevitably feel confused. Of course, Ye Guan was not an exception. It was like a beggar suddenly inheriting billions. Could they stay grounded and not be swayed? Ye Guan stared at Siro and whispered, have you been waiting for me all this time? Siro nodded. Yes. Ye Guan smiled. Are you not angry at me? Siro said, I am, but I understand. After all, everyone was once young. Everyone was once young. Ye Guan held Siro's hand and bowed slightly without saying anything. Siro didn't resist, allowing Ye Guan to hold her hand. We're attacking them tomorrow. How do you feel about it? Ye Guan chuckled. Mother has arranged everything, I'm just going along for the ride. Siro's voice grew solemn. I'm more concerned about the past clan's clan leader. Ye Guan's brow furrowed slightly. Are you afraid that she'll break the rules? Siro nodded. Ye Guan chuckled. That's exactly what I want. Siro was momentarily surprised. Then, she smiled and said, indeed. If the white-robed woman broke the rules, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for Ye Guan. I've met Sister Zhen, said Ye Guan. Siro's heart tightened, and she stared at Ye Guan with a trembling gaze. Ye Guan smiled and said, don't worry, I'll handle Sister Zhen's matters. Ye Guan had made up his mind. He'd do his best to become even stronger in the next 10 years. If he failed to become invincible before the 10-year deadline was up, then he'd gather Ye Xian, Plainskirt Destiny, Yang Ye, the unfettered swordsman, and King Kaio to deal with the evil Dao. Do you really think you're strong, evil Dao? If Plainskirt Destiny can't defeat you by herself, I'll bring 5 people to fight you at the same time. Siro reached out and held Ye Guan's hand, whispering, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Ye Guan nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. Siro smiled softly. Go ahead and see Little Jing. Ye Guan held Siro's hand. Shall we go together? What would I do there? Siro said, rolling her eyes at Ye Guan. Her eye roll was pretty charming in Ye Guan's eyes. Ye Guan fell into a daze. After a brief hesitation, he leaned down and kissed Siro's forehead. Siro didn't resist and nestled slowly into Ye Guan's embrace. Do you know, I really envy the time you spent with Big Sister in the Milky Way. Ye Guan asked. Why? Because it was so wholesome. Siro muttered. Ye Guan wrapped his arms around Siro's slender waist, whispering, once Sister Zhen has returned, what do you think about going back to the Milky Way and living there for a while? Siro looked up at Ye Guan and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. Siro smiled brightly. Okay, let's do it. Then, she tiptoed and whispered into Ye Guan's ear, make sure to prepare a super large bed in advance. Ye Guan blinked. For what? To play cards. Siro said shyly. Ye Guan leaned down and kissed Siro on the lips. Siro trembled slightly, intending to resist, but she found herself powerless. They kissed for a while before their lips eventually parted. Ye Guan looked at the captivating Siro in his arms and smiled. I'll remember to prepare the big bed. Haha. Ye Guan eventually laughed. Siro looked at the strand of ancestral origin in her hand, and a charming smile tugged at her lips. She wasn't smiling because of the gift of ancestral origin but because Ye Guan had finally found his former self. Siro was genuinely happy about it. After parting ways with Siro, Ye Guan visited Saijing. Saijing was slightly surprised to see Ye Guan. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Saijing beat him to the chase, saying, let's spar. Ye Guan was taken aback. Saijing looked at Ye Guan. Come on. Ye Guan smiled. Okay. The two drew their swords at the same time. Buzz! A buzzing noise pervaded the air as two sword lights streaked through the air. Boom! A ray of sword light exploded, and the two were forced to retreat. After coming to a halt, a hint of surprise flashed in Saijing's eyes. You. Saijing was extremely shocked. Saijing knew that Ye Guan was a monstrous talent, but he was so weak at the time that it would be an insult to compare him to her. However, Ye Guan's strength had already reached an unprecedented level, even though it hadn't been that long since they first met. Ye Guan chuckled. This rate of progress is just normal for the quality and amount of resources that my family is giving me. Saijing nodded. Let's continue. However, Ye Guan shook his head. I don't want to spar anymore. Saijing frowned. Why? Because we will be fighting side by side tomorrow. Saijing stared at Ye Guan but remained silent. Ye Guan walked up to Saijing, took her hand, and whispered, I have many things to say to you. He had always felt guilty toward the woman before him. Saijing had not only risked her life to save him, but she was even willing to oppose the true universe for him. This debt of gratitude was something Ye Guan could never fully repay in his lifetime. Saijing looked at Ye Guan. You and big sis. Ye Guan nodded. Saijing gave Ye Guan a thumbs up. Impressive. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, You aren't jealous? Saijing glared at Ye Guan as if she wanted to draw her sword. Ye Guan dared not tease Saijing anymore. He had known long ago that Saijing's skin was thin and that she wouldn't be able to withstand his teasing. Tell me about your time with Big Sister in the Milky Way, Saijing demanded. Moments later, she added, Don't hide anything? Tell me everything. Ye Guan blinked. Should I also mention some things that are not suitable for children? Go ahead. Ye Guan smiled and recounted his time with Sijhen in the Milky Way. Of course, he still ended up hiding a few things that were not meant to be shared with other people. Saijing sighed and said, so she ultimately chose to suppress the universe tribulation. Ye Guan looked at Saijing. You knew she was going to do that. Saijing nodded. Little Ro and I had known long ago that she was going to do that in the end. After all, the universe tribulation is getting stronger and stronger every time it acts up, and Big Sister has been suppressing it for many years now. The universe tribulation's strength is beyond our imagination at this point. At first, we all thought that Big Sister might sacrifice herself to suppress the universe tribulation, but fortunately, there was still room for maneuver. Saijing stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, It's also fortunate that Big Sister left behind a trace of humanity. Otherwise, she would have lost herself, and she would no longer be our Big Sister. Ye Guan nodded. Fortunately, Sijhen had chosen not to fully abandon her humanity. If she had chosen otherwise, then Sijhen would have lost all of her attachments to this world. Saijing suddenly asked, Have you been to the tribulation realm? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Saijing looked at Ye Guan, seemingly hesitating. Ye Guan held her hand firmly and smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely save her. Yes, I believe you, Saijing said. Big sister? Ye Guan looked up at the distant sky with a gaze full of determination. Anyway, he had already made a plan for the worst-case scenario. If necessary, he would gang up on the evil Dao. 5 against 1. The advantage is mine. The next day, many supreme elites gathered in the starry sky above the Dark Emperor world. The supreme elites of the Ying family's 3 generations were present along with the time reversers that Ye Guan had recruited. Ye Guan had talent at recruiting people, and she also had ancestral origin. The ancestral origin pills that she had created had become a hard currency of the Time River. Ye Guan walked up to Little White and Arya, who was licking a candied hawthorn. Arya sized Ye Guan up and asked, What's up? Ye Guan smiled and took out 2 strands of ancestral origin. Then, he wasted no time, handing them to Arya and Little White. These are for you too. Arya glanced at the strands of ancestral origin in Ye Guan's hand, feeling puzzled. What are these for? I'm sure you know that this is the most precious resource throughout the vast expanse. Take it and use it to cultivate. Arya stared at Ye Guan without saying a word. Little White's furry face was full of curiosity as she played with the strands of ancestral origin. Ye Guan said earnestly, It's really precious. Arya shook her head. No, thank you. Why not? Asked Ye Guan, sounding puzzled. Arya calmly replied, It's too precious, you should use it yourself, grandson. Little White waved her tiny paw and then pointed at the strands of ancestral origin while shaking her head. Ye Guan had no idea what she was trying to say. Ye Guan was confused. What is she saying? She said that you should use it yourself, Arya translated. Ye Guan smiled wryly. Arya, Little White, these strands really are precious. This is the only thing I can offer to show my filial piety to both of you. Arya and Little White exchanged glances before reluctantly accepting the 2 strands of ancestral origin. Ye Guan was speechless for a moment. Did I give strands of ancestral origin to the wrong people? Just then, Ye Guan exclaimed, Activate the array. Boom! A beam of light fell from the distant sky, and the light coalesced into a colossal teleportation array. The teleportation was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Ye Guan walked up to Ye Guan and asked, Mother, have there been any movements from the past clan? Of course, said Ye Guan with a smile. There's no way they'll sit idly by. Ye Guan looked at Ye Guan and asked, What are our chances in this battle? Ye Guan shook her head. We won't know until we fight. Ye Guan nodded slightly. Then, let's fight. Fight? It was time to end the conflict between the 2 sides. Qin Guan took Ye Guan's hand and smiled before glancing at Ye Qingqing and the two other destiny. Ye Qingqing and the other two destiny stared alternatingly between Qin Guan and Ye Guan. After a while, Ye Qingqing nodded slightly and left along with the other two destiny. Ye Guan was curious. Mother, what are they going to do? Qin Guan smiled. They're the strongest people in our camp, along with Ladian, so I have to make them do things that ordinary supreme elites can't do. Ye Guan's face darkened. His intuition was telling him that this attack was a bit more complicated than he could ever imagine. Seeing the light of worry in Ye Guan's eyes, Qin Guan smiled and said, "Don't worry, just pick an opponent to fight and leave the rest to me." "All right," Ye Guan said, nodding. Qin Guan turned to look at the teleportation array and declared, "Let's go." Everyone walked into the array one after another. Soon, the teleportation array came to light and sent beams of light to shroud everyone before whisking them away. Past Realm. Today, the supreme elites of the past clan gathered in a starry sky, and they were led by Han Ling. A group of exceptionally formidable supreme elites stood next to her, and they were all ready for action. Evidently, they had received news of an impending attack from the Guanxian universe. Han Ling's eyes were narrowed, and her aura was restrained as she gripped her sword tightly. A woman in a tight-fitting skirt stood next to Han Ling with closed eyes and even breathing. The clan leader of the Gui clan and other supreme elites stood behind them. The past clan had mobilized everything and had decided to go all out, as they knew that the decisive battle was nigh. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the depths of the starry sky above the past clan. Everyone looked up to see hundreds of colossal flame pillars traversing through space and descending upon the past realm. Each flame pillar contained a terrifying power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Additionally, there were countless fireballs that were hurtling toward them at the same time. The sky was filled with densely packed meteors as if there were a meteor shower. The entire starry sky seemed to boil beneath the combined power of the oncoming enemies. The faces of the past clan's supreme elites turned grim. Han Ling opened her eyes slowly and said, "Array." The pavilion master of the sword pavilion roared, "Activate the array." Millions of swords took to the sky in response to his order. Boom, boom, boom. Mushroom clouds appeared one after another above them, and terrifying waves of heat spread afterward, sweeping across the past realm. The past realm itself started crumbling beneath the waves of heat and annihilation, while the supreme elites of the past clan retreated quickly. However, it turned out that colossal fireballs were hiding behind the waves of heat, and they made a beeline for the past realm. Han Ling's eyes narrowed into slits upon sensing the cataclysmic power of the fireballs. "Array," she exclaimed. Rumble! Countless beams of white light rose into the sky, heading straight for those fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions could be heard one after another as the light beams shattered upon making contact with the fireballs. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy swept across the past realm, plunging the realm into chaos almost instantly. Many supreme elites were blasted away upon getting hit, and the weaker ones perished outright. Han Ling shouted, "Sword Pavilion." The supreme elites of the Sword Pavilion stepped forward, and countless rays of sword light surged out, dispersing the waves of heat and spiritual energy. A massive beam of light manifested just then, and it descended at the speed of lightning toward the past realm. Moments later, a colossal teleportation array appeared. Immediately afterward, countless supreme elites walked out slowly from the teleportation array under Qin Guan's lead. Han Ling stared at Qin Guan without a word. Qin Guan calmly said, "Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." At her command, the supreme elites behind Qin Guan rushed out in unison. There were no words, everyone rushed at each other with their cultivation bases rotating at maximum speed. At this point, words were meaningless. Ye Guan's gaze fell upon Han Ling. He took a step forward and appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Han Ling flicked her thumb, and her sword flew out. Ye Guan drew his sword as well. A head-on confrontation? Bam! Sword light erupted, and both of them were forced backward at the same time. However, Han Ling managed to stop in just a few seconds, and her figure became illusory as soon as she stopped. Countless afterimages appeared around Ye Guan, and tens of thousands of sword lights came rushing toward him. Ye Guan remained calm. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand and slashed out Heaven Rend. A deluge of sword lights rushed out of Ye Guan, shattering the afterimages one after another. Soon, a figure was blasted away, and it was none other than Han Ling. Han Ling came to a halt and looked down at her right arm. Her right arm had split open, and blood rushed out of the wound as if it were a broken dam. Han Ling stared at Ye Guan in the distance, realizing that his strength had improved significantly. Ye Guan looked back at her and challenged, again. Ye Guan stepped forward and thrust his sword toward her, which reached her in less than a second. Han Ling raised her hand and swung her sword. Bam! Sword light shattered as soon as it appeared, and Han Ling was once again blasted away. When she stopped, Han Ling frowned and looked at Ye Guan in disbelief. "How come you've become so strong in such a short period of time?" When she fought against Ye Guan before, they were evenly matched and she even had a slight advantage over him. But now, Ye Guan was suppressing her completely. Instead of answering, Ye Guan closed his eyes. He had to admit that he had seen huge improvement after training with White Skirt Ant. Even without activating the power of his three bloodlines, he was still strong enough to dominate Han Ling. Soon, Ye Guan opened his eyes and looked around. They had obtained the upper hand in the battle. Ye Guan then looked at Han Ling and exclaimed, "Again." Ye Guan took a step forward, and a ray of sword light, which was thousands of meters long, rushed toward Han Ling. Han Ling's eyes narrowed, and she no longer dared to underestimate Ye Guan's attacks. She raised a finger and pointed it at her glabella before swinging the same finger at Ye Guan. Swoosh! A sword flew out of her glabella, and it collided with Ye Guan's sword light, shattering it into smithereens. A fierce light flashed in Han Ling's eyes as she gripped the sword firmly and pushed forward. Boom! Ye Guan's sword lights shattered, but a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted before Han Ling. 7 space overlaps? Han Ling's eyes narrowed at the oncoming attack. Boom! The spacetime before Ye Guan collapsed, and Han Ling flew like a kite that had lost its strings. Blood trickled down the corner of her lips, and she saw at least a dozen slash wounds on herself. Ye Guan's space overlap had actually inflicted so many injuries on her? Han Ling wiped away the blood on her lips and looked around. The past clan had been suppressed completely, even the strongest supreme elites of the Sword Pavilion were losing against the enemy. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Han Ling frowned deeply, and her heart filled with regret. She had the perfect opportunity to kill Ye Guan, but it was too late now. Ye Guan's people had gathered, and their strength was beyond that of the past clan's strength. Of course, the main reason was that many time reversers had chosen to side with the Guanxian universe. There was simply no way those time reversers could ignore the Guanxian universe's offer. Those time reversers were a force to be reckoned with, especially those who had reached the level of imperial sovereigns. They were top-tier supreme elites even throughout the entire Time River, and Ye Guan had dozens of them at his side. Han Ling frowned, staring at the depths of the starry sky. Are you waiting for the Temple of the Gods? Ye Guan asked. Then, she smiled and continued, don't bother waiting for them. The reinforcements sent by the Temple of the Gods will not be able to reach this place. Han Ling stared at Ye Guan before abruptly disappearing into thin air. However, she didn't reappear in front of Ye Guan. Instead, she appeared before Ye Guan. She was going to kill Ye Guan first? Ye Guan's expression changed drastically, and he vanished into thin air. Han Ling glared at Ye Guan and mercilessly thrust her sword toward the latter. Ye Guan remained calm as Han Ling's sword approached her. When the sword was just a few inches away from her, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Bang! Han Ling's sword came to a screeching halt as if it had entered a quagmire. It wouldn't budge even half an inch. Han Ling's eyes widened, and she stammered, why you? Swoosh! Ye Guan had finally arrived, and he slashed out with his sword, forcing Han Ling to turn and defend herself. Clang! The two swords collided, and Han Ling was sent flying by the terrifying power contained within Ye Guan's sword attack. After coming to a halt, Han Ling looked at Ye Guan in the distance. Ye Guan calmly asked, are you thinking what I'm thinking? It doesn't matter. Even your master can't kill me, not to mention you. Han Ling revealed a sinister grin and sneered, arrogant. Tell your master to come here and try, Ye Guan said. Han Ling glared at her. Ye Guan turned her gaze to Ye Guan, who had rushed to her side. She smiled faintly at him and reassured him, she can't hurt me. Ye Guan nodded, feeling relieved. Then, he turned to look at Han Ling with thick killing intent in his eyes. Without wasting any more time, he transformed into a ray of sword light and disappeared on the spot. Han Ling also disappeared. Clang! A burst of sword light erupted, and Han Ling was blasted away. Ye Guan was no longer holding back. He charged at Han Ling with the Xianyuan sword in hand. A kaleidoscope of sword lights rained down on Han Ling, making the latter feel as if she were in the middle of a storm. Rumble! A series of explosions echoed throughout the battlefield. Han Ling was completely overwhelmed, and she couldn't retaliate at all. Meanwhile, the scales of the battlefield were tilting in favor of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan beckoned at Little White and smiled. Summon a wave of heavenly Dao. Little White nodded and cast a summoning spell. Soon, countless heavenly Dao from many different worlds manifested in the air above everyone. Their terrifying aura filled the entire past realm. Heavenly Dao manifestation? The faces of the past clan's supreme elites changed dramatically. They were already at a disadvantage, so how were they going to resist these heavenly Daos? They fell into despair, and some were even thinking of deserting, especially the members of the Ancient Time clan. Bang! Ye Guan unleashed another devastating sword move toward Han Ling. Just as he was about to deliver his fatal blow, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman was wearing a white robe, and there was a mask on her face. Clan leader Jing? The spacetime behind Ye Guan was torn open, and a woman walked out slowly from the spacetime rift. The woman who appeared behind Ye Guan was not a stranger. She was King Kaiyu, and she was dressed in a lotus skirt. King Kaiyu exuded a tranquil and elegant aura as she stood quietly behind Ye Guan. King Kaiyu glanced at clan leader Jing before staring at Ye Guan with a faint smile tugging at her lips. Ye Guan smiled and greeted, "Aunt King Kaiyu." King Kaiyu nodded and sized him up before saying, "You've progressed really quickly." Ye Guan grinned. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. Among his aunts, he had the least contact with Aunt King Kaiyu, so he didn't expect her to come. Aunt King Kaiyu was similar to White Skirt Destiny. They had great temperaments and had always left Ye Guan with a warm feeling. King Kaiyu turned to look at clan leader Jing and smiled. "Clan leader Jing, are you sure you want to get involved in the junior squabbles?" Clan leader Jing opened her palm, and a mysterious energy enveloped the supreme elites of the past clan, attempting to whisk them away. Ye Guan's face darkened. She's actually going to intervene. Fuck. Is she going to disregard all martial ethics? King Kaiyu's eyes narrowed. She took a step forward and raised her hand, unleashing a sword strike. Swing! A ray of sword light rushed toward clan leader Jing. Clan leader Jing remained calm and said, "Freeze." Boom! King Kaya's sword attack froze in place. The next moment, King Kaya suddenly disappeared from where she was standing and slashed out with her sword. Bang! The mysterious energy shattered beneath the force of her sword. King Kaya waved her sword gently, and the fabric of spacetime around them collapsed, revealing a strange dimension. King Kaya had opened her sword domain with just a slash of her sword. King Kaya then looked at Ye Guan and said, "Feel free to kill." Ye Guan nodded and led a group of supreme elites from the Ying clan against the supreme elites of the past clan. King Kaya and clan leader Jing were inside King Kaya's sword domain. King Kaya stared at clan leader Jing and said, "You must follow the rules." "And what if I don't?" Clan leader Jing retorted. The corner of King Kaya's lips curled up. "Then I'll kill you. Try it." "Let's give it a try then." King Kaya transformed into a ray of sword light and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, terrifying forces and waves of sword light engulfed the entire sword domain. The eruption of sword lights was so dazzling that onlookers couldn't see what was going on inside the domain. Meanwhile, Ye Guan led a group of Ying clan members to attack the elites of the past clan. The supreme elites of the past clan felt fearful upon seeing their clan leader fighting King Kaya. They relied heavily on their clan leader, as she was invincible in their eyes. However, someone else was actually on par with their own leader, which was just utterly absurd. The supreme elites of the Ying clan didn't give them any time to recover. Under Nanjing's lead, they encircled and besieged the past clan's supreme elites. Arya charged to the front lines, but no one from the past clan dared to confront her head-on. Arya was ruthless and focused only on offense. Every single one of her punches seemed capable of sundering the heavens and splitting the earth. Arya killed dozens of supreme elites from the past clan in just the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the heavenly deos that Little White had summoned were also extremely powerful. Little White herself also brought out many different divine artifacts, which strengthened both the heavenly deos and the supreme elites of the Ying clan. The past clan was already at a disadvantage, even before the battle had started, so they were in a worse situation than earlier. However, it was the Gui clan that suffered the most, as they were nowhere near as strong as the past clan. Bam! Han Ling was sent flying away by a ray of sword light. Her fleshly body erupted into flames, leaving only her soul. Han Ling looked up at Ye Guan and was about to say something when Ye Guan disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a sword pierced Han Ling's forehead. Han Ling was pinned to the ground, and she could not move at all. To make matters worse, Ye Guan did not even glance at Han Ling before he rushed toward the woman in a tight-fitting skirt, who was fighting Yan at the moment. The woman in a tight-fitting skirt was stupefied to see Ye Guan rushing toward her. In response, she turned around and unleashed rapid sword strikes that collided with Ye Guan's sword attack. Boom! Countless sword lights were shattered in an instant, and the woman in a tight-fitting skirt was sent flying. She had just come to a halt, but a ray of sword light was already a few meters away from her. She tried to block the attack, but boom! The woman in a tight-fitting skirt was blasted a few kilometers away. Right when Ye Guan and Yan were about to make another move, the woman in a tight-fitting skirt was whisked away by a mysterious energy and disappeared without a trace. Ye Guan immediately frowned. What the heck? Ye Guan looked up at the sword domain and saw a sea of sword lights inside it. He couldn't see anything else aside from sword lights, and he felt slightly worried. "Let's kill the others first," Yan suggested. Then, she transformed into a crimson streak of light that disappeared into the distance. Ye Guan set aside his thoughts and did the same, transforming into a ray of sword light. The duo were unstoppable, and heads would go flying into the air wherever they went. Ye Guan was shocked upon discovering Yan's true strength, as she was not inferior to him at all in terms of strength or talent. Of course, Ye Guan set that thought aside and focused on eliminating his enemies. Just like that, the past clan and Gui clan members diminished rapidly. Some of the time reversers on their sides had chosen to escape because they could no longer see any hope. They did not belong to the past clan, nor did they belong to the Gui clan, so it was an easy choice to make. For them, it was more important to stay alive. The battlefield had become a one-sided slaughter. Just then, the clan leader of the Gui clan turned toward Qin Guan. "Pavilion Master Qin, my Gui clan is willing to surrender." The Gui clan had already lost the majority of its members. At this rate, the entire clan would be annihilated. There were still no signs of any reinforcements from the Temple of the Gods, so he decisively chose to surrender. Qin Guan stared indifferently at the clan leader of the Gui clan. Too late. It was too late to surrender. The clan leader of the Gui clan took on a ferocious expression. Then, "Let's all die together." He gestured with both hands and said, "Blood sacrifice." Boom! The members of the Gui clan abruptly exploded into bloody mists. Their blood coalesced into streams of crimson that flew toward the clan leader of the Gui clan. The aura of the Gui clan's clan leader surged crazily. This was the result of the blood sacrifice, which was the Gui clan's cruelest forbidden technique. It allowed one to obtain greater power by sacrificing their own clan members. Qin Guan stared calmly at the clan leader of the Gui clan. However, the clan leader of the Gui clan turned around and tore a rift in the spacetime before decisively jumping into it. The clan leader of the Gui clan had chosen to run away. The past clan members were dumbfounded. What the heck? You sacrificed all of your clan members just to escape? Qin Guan stared at the spacetime rift and said, "Seniorin, don't bother chasing him." Nanjing stopped in her tracks. Then, she turned to look at the remaining supreme elites of the past clan. There were only a few of them left, but they were fighting with all their might. Nanjing went to Qin Guan's side and said, "It's over." Qin Guan shook her head and said, "It's only just begun. You're a good mother," and Nanjing said. She understood what Qin Guan meant. Qin Guan had never been looking at the present, she was always looking at the future. In other words, Ye Guan had been walking on a path that his mother had paved for him. It would be better if you let him walk it on his own, and Nanjing remarked. Qin Guan nodded. Of course, as long as they don't break the rules. If it hadn't been for the past clan's relentless group attacks against Ye Guan, Qin Guan wouldn't have intervened. She was also hoping that Ye Guan would walk his own path by himself, but Qin Guan wouldn't stand idly by against bullies. The entire past clan had decided to attack Ye Guan and had even issued an arrest warrant for him, causing countless time reversers to target him as well. If she had not intervened, Ye Guan would have certainly died. It was cruel, but the world had always been cruel. Oftentimes, reasoning and rules weren't enough to resolve an issue, as others could simply choose not to abide by the rules and reasoning. It was unfortunate, but people like that were everywhere. And Nanjing nodded slightly without saying anything. She also didn't wish for Ye Guan to experience what the Sword Master had gone through. The Sword Master was completely left to his own devices, and he had become estranged from the Ying clan. It was a rift that had yet to heal even after so many years. However, it made sense. Why would he rely on his parents the moment he became an adult when he had gone through his childhood years all by himself? At first, the Ying clan didn't pay much attention to him. No, it was more like the Qingshan Sword Master didn't really care much about him. It was only after many years did the Ying clan realize that giving their children too much freedom would only result in estrangement. Qin Guan had obviously seen through that issue, so she had never truly left Ye Guan to grow up on his own. She would let him walk on his own path, but she would never allow this world to trample on him. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had just killed a supreme elite of the past clan and was about to kill another when he sensed something strange. He turned to look at King Kai's sword domain. A terrifying aura could be felt from the sword domain, and the aura was so powerful that it stupefied everyone. Ye Guan's expression became heavy. Is it finally over? Boom! The sword domain shattered with a thunderous boom. Wanting to know who emerged victorious, everyone turned their attention to the sword domain as it shattered. Ye Guan's heart tightened. He felt somewhat nervous. Even though he was confident in King Kai's abilities, her opponent was clan leader Jing. That woman was even more terrifying than the evil Dao. Under everyone's gaze, King Kai slowly walked out from the sea of sword lights. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. King Kai smiled at all of them. Have we killed them all? Qin Guan nodded. Almost everyone from the past clan had been killed except for the few who had managed to escape. It was a decisive victory. King Kai turned to Ye Guan. Let's have a chat. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. As the two walked away from the rest, Qin Guan just silently glanced at them. Having walked for quite a while already, Ye Guan was about to say something when King Kai suddenly coughed and blood started to flow from the corner of her lips. Ye Guan's expression drastically darkened. "Aunt." King Kai smiled faintly. "I won't die. Ye Guan trailed off, his voice trembling. He thought that King Kai had won the battle against clan leader Jing, but that didn't seem to be the case. King Kai held onto Ye Guan's arm. "Let me hold on to you for a moment." Ye Guan went completely numb. He could tell that she was very weak. "She's this injured? Is the leader of the past clan that terrifying?" Hesitantly, he asked. "Aunt, clan leader Jing." King Kai sighed. "She's very strong. I wasn't a match for her at all." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Pretending to look a little nervous, she added, "You don't think that I'm weak, do you? Why would I think of you that way? Don't say things like that, Aunt. I'm just kidding." Ye Guan nodded with a heavy heart. First, it was the evil Dao, and now, there was the white-robed lady. He was really starting to feel the pressure. King Kai glanced at him. "Now that the matter in the Time River has been resolved, the next thing you need to do is take over it. It looks like you don't have to handle these matters on your own, though, so what are your plans?" "I need to become stronger. Let me introduce you to a place." "Where?" "The Divine Academy." "The Divine Academy? Yes. I've never heard of it. It's in the old era. From billions of years ago." "Yes. The Divine Academy was founded by the first god, who was from the Temple of the Gods. During his era, the dawn of the universe, chaos reigned and many beings did not yet understand how to cultivate. He established the academy specifically to teach all beings the path of cultivation. That's why it also became known as the origin of the Dao and civilization. This Divine Academy and the Temple of the Gods. Yes, they are related, but the gods from the Temple of the Gods cannot interfere with them because it is quite special. Even now, the gods who are still around dare not provoke them. Does Aunt want me to study at this academy?" King Kai nodded. "With your current strength and resources, it's better to study at home than outside. After all, you are surrounded by top-tier experts. However, that place is different. Back then, the first god created 3 Daos: the human Dao, the heavenly Dao, and the divine Dao, which all surpassed the great Dao itself. No, more accurately, they transcend the great Dao itself. Back when the great Dao was in the Divine Academy, it was just a mediocre existence." Ye Guan asked. "He created 3 Daos on his own?" "Yes," King Kai replied with a smile. "And, I heard from the great Daoist Brush Master that the great Dao was also created by the first god. The great Dao was indeed created by him, and this great Dao was also a form of order. It was fine at the beginning, but after the fall of the first god, the temple of the gods plunged into chaos. With no one to restrain the great Dao, she started to develop her own thoughts, which is only natural. Be it humans, gods, or even the great Dao itself, we all have our own desires. Is there anyone in the Divine Academy who can control the great Dao? King Kai chuckled and ruffled his hair gently. Remember, don't place your hopes on others. Once you start relying on someone, you'll have to keep relying on them in the future. Moreover, relying on yourself is always better than relying on others, understand? Ye Guan nodded. I understand. King Kai grinned. Head to the Divine Academy with your sister in 3 days. Big sis also wants to go. Yes. Alright. When you get there, you should take a look at their divine records. Many of those records were left behind by the first god himself. They not only describe some historical events back then but also contain records of other civilizations. It will be helpful for your cultivation. Okay, Ye Guan replied. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, and, what about the leader of the past clan? King Kai blinked. She left. Ye Guan was puzzled. She just left like that. Yes. Why? She's probably busy. Ye Guan's expression froze. King Kai laughed. You only have 3 days left. Make sure you say your goodbyes. Ye Guan slightly nodded before he turned to leave. As she watched him leave, she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips before shaking her head with a smile. At that moment, 3 women Ye Qingqing and her 2 companions slowly walked out from behind her. The 4 destinies had gathered. Ye Qingqing coldly gazed at Ye Guan, who was already quite a distance away. That woman is playing dirty tricks. Should we continue keeping her around? King Kai smiled. The little lad needs a little bit more pressure. We can pave the way for him, but he has to walk it himself. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear the weight of the universe in the future. Ye Qingqing said, I don't understand why you want him to bear the weight of this universe. Why do we care? King Kai chuckled lightly. If there had been order in our era, brother would not have died at the hands of the heavenly Dao. Ye Qingqing's expression instantly turned cold. The other 2 destinies' faces also soured. Strength was often forged under pressure. During good times when people were well fed, how many would actually risk their lives to rebel? If there had been order in the world back then, the invincible destiny would not have been created. I want to go to the Divine Academy as well, Ye Qingqing suddenly said. Slaughter added, me too. Let's go take a look. White Skirt Destiny blinked. If all of you are going, then I'm going too. When Ye Guan walked up to Qin Guan, she smiled and asked, what did your aunt tell you? She wants me and Big Sis to go to the Divine Academy. The Divine Academy? Qin Guan frowned. Upon seeing her reaction, he asked, Mother, do you know anything about the Divine Academy? A little. The old era is our next target. Our next target? Yes. Since that place has numerous ties to the Temple of the Gods, we're targeting them next. However, for now, we need to proceed slowly because we've just wiped out the past sect. I need to consolidate the entire Time River and all worlds. That's true. Now that the Guanxian universe had taken down the past clan, they needed to take over the entire Time River. Conquering a kingdom was difficult, but governing it was even harder. Qin Guan grinned. When you go to the Divine Academy, you can also help see how things are over there. Once I've dealt with matters here, I'll bring my people over. Okay. Since they were going to establish a new order, the first step they had to take was naturally to unify the universe. Qin Guan chuckled. Go and see Little Jia and the others. Ye Guan nodded. After he left, Qin Guan remained silent for a while. She then called, Anu? A figure dressed in black appeared behind her. Head over to the old era as well, Qin Guan calmly ordered. Anu bowed in respect before leaving. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and Nailan Jia took a stroll among the stars. Along the way, Nailan Jia stayed silent. Feeling guilty, Ye Guan reached out and held her hand. Ever since they got married, they had spent more time apart than together. Little Jia, how about going to the Divine Academy with me? Really? Nailan Jia asked. Yes. Nailan Jia looked at him for a few moments before smiling. No, it's okay. I'm serious? I know. Ye Guan was about to say something when Nailan Jia inched close. Ye Guan swept Nailan Jia into his arms, twirling her around as he burst out laughing. Nailan Jia's cheeks turned pink, which made her look bashful yet beautiful. After a moment, Ye Guan set her down. With his eyes sparkling, he asked, is this from last time? Nailan Jia shot him a shy glare, her cheeks flushing even more. Ye Guan chuckled and pulled her close. Nailan Jia nestled against him, whispering softly, with the past clan gone, there's much to do here. I have to stay and assist mother. Ye Guan nodded in understanding. Qin Guan certainly needed their help right now. In the vast Time River, countless unknown worlds awaited exploration. Qin Guan intended to integrate all of them into the Guanxian universe. Opposition? Within the eons of time, no force dared challenge the Guanxian universe. After a tender night with Nailan Jia, Ye Guan went into the true universe the next day. He was here for Sishu, but Saru and Saijing were present as well. Heading to the Divine Academy, Saru asked. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. To the old era. Another nod from Ye Guan. The old era. If any force could pose a threat to the Guanxian universe, it would be the Temple of the Gods and the old era. Ye Guan reassured her with a smile. Don't worry. I'm going to the old era to learn about them. The first god, a figure revered even by the great Daoist Brush Master, had to be an extraordinary being. Ye Guan aimed to learn more about him while also becoming stronger. Saru just nodded silently in reply. Big sister. Sisha trailed off. Ye Guan grasped her hand and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Holding onto his hand, Sisha softly whispered, I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just really worried about her. I get it. After glancing at the trio, Ye Guan added, don't worry about Sister Zhen. I'll handle it. Trust me. After a brief pause, he broached another topic. Regarding the relationship between the true universe and the Guanxian universe. Don't worry about those matters, Saru gently interjected. Your mother and I will handle them. Surprised, Ye Guan looked at her. My mother. An awkward smile graced Saru's lips. Ye Guan held Saru's hand and grinned. Ours. He had to take this seriously. If he didn't, Qin Guan definitely would. He couldn't afford to be careless. Observing his earnest expression, Saru nodded slightly. Afterward, Ye Guan turned to Saijing. Saijing simply raised an eyebrow at him. What are you looking at? He stood up and hugged her, then Saru and Sisha. I'm off. Ye Guan then decisively turned away and left. He showed no signs of hesitation. The immense pressure on him left no time for romance. He had the evil Dao and the clan leader of the past clan to worry about. Romance? Love? He couldn't afford to think about those right now. All he wanted was to boost his strength. Seeing Ye Guan's resolute departure, Saijing furrowed her brows. She wanted to say something but found herself speechless. He's grown up, Saru softly murmured. Saijing didn't say anything, but she agreed. I want to go to the Tribulation Realm to see Big Sister, Saru suddenly said. Sishu immediately grabbed her hand and shook her head. The Tribulation Realm was where Evil Dao was at. Considering their current strength, they were no match for her. When Saru sighed softly, Sishu explained, the past clan is gone and there is no other power in the Time River that can contend with the Guanxian universe. There is much work to be done, and the Guanxian universe needs our help. Saru nodded in understanding. Just as Sishu was about to continue, her brow suddenly furrowed. At the same time, she clutched her stomach. Concerned, Saru asked, what's wrong? This baby is being naughty. Sishu smiled. Gently caressing her belly, she chuckled. It's almost time. Is it a boy or a girl? Saijing asked. You should bear a child too, Saru teased. You looking to die? Saijing shouted and lunged at Saru, feigning anger. In the Time River, Ye Guan and Yan journeyed together toward the old era. On the way, Ye Guan took out the storage ring that Qin Guan had given him as a gift, which he hadn't gotten the chance to examine yet. What he saw inside made his heart skip a beat. 100 strands of ancestral origin were stashed away in the ring. That was simply unbelievable. Is mother really this wealthy? Ye Guan was somewhat taken aback. These are strands of ancestral origin? Where did mother get so many of them? At that moment, Yan glanced at Ye Guan's storage ring but said nothing. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment, then took out another storage ring and handed it to her. Sister. Inside the ring were 50 strands of ancestral origin. They had agreed to share good things. Yan didn't hesitate to accept it. Although it pained Ye Guan a bit, it was alright. After all, she was his sister, a very loyal one at that. After taking the ring, she glanced at Ye Guan. From now on, Big Sis will always have your back. Ye Guan nodded. Thinking he was essentially paying for protection, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The siblings continued on their way. Realm of the Gods. Bishop Yuan had an extremely grim expression. Besides him, the other major bishops and elders were also in the hall. All the core figures of the Temple of the Gods were there. Everyone currently had somewhat unsightly expressions. After all, the Guanxian universe had issued them an ultimatum, surrender or die. When had the Temple of the Gods ever suffered such humiliation? However, upon learning that the past clan had been destroyed by the Guanxian universe, the Temple of the Gods dared not offer any resistance. What else could they do? Bishop Yuan was especially gloomy. He truly was at a loss now. Surrender definitely not an option. Would the gods even allow them to surrender? Although the Temple of the Gods had lost to the past clan in the past, they had never submitted. If they didn't surrender, they would have to confront the Guanxian universe head-on. There was no way they'd win, though. The Guanxian universe's attitude was also very resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. While Bishop Yuan pondered their situation, an elder suddenly walked into the temple. The elder respectfully saluted Bishop Yuan and then excitedly said, Bishop, an oracle has come. The participants of the meeting suddenly stood up. After millions of years without an oracle, one suddenly appeared. Bishop Yuan exited the hall, and everyone followed right behind him. Once they were outside, a golden light descended from the sky, to which they immediately knelt. Bishop Yuan, who was in front of them all, also slowly knelt on the ground. Feeling extremely excited, his face was filled up with emotions. An oracle? It has been millions of years since one had appeared. Now, when the Temple of the Gods is facing a great calamity, one has been sent to us. This means that the gods haven't forgotten us. On the contrary, we've never left their minds. After a while, a golden plaque burst out of the golden light and slowly flew toward him. He respectfully accepted the golden plaque, the contents of which stunned him. The other bishops stared at him, their eyes full of curiosity. After a moment, Bishop Yuan stood up and announced, the Temple of the Gods is to leave the realm of the gods and evacuate to the old era. The gods were abandoning the realm of the gods. Although Bishop Yuan was puzzled, he had no choice but to comply. He had thought that perhaps the gods would appear and lead them into battle against the Guanxian universe. He certainly didn't expect them to ask their followers to abandon this realm and head to the old era. Did the gods also not want to go to war with the Guanxian universe? As Bishop Yuan mulled over his thoughts, a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Acting swiftly, he issued commands to evacuate the realm of the gods with the utmost urgency. Recognizing the impossibility of evacuating everyone, they prioritized getting the core members of the Temple of the Gods and a few exceptional talents out. Regrettably, the ordinary citizens were now nothing but mere burdens to their departure plans. Soon, a divine path materialized within the realm, allowing them to leave. A few days later, Bishop Yuan stood before the Temple of the Gods and observed the faithful believers kneeling in the distance. Their pleas for salvation echoed in vain. As the Temple of the Gods left, hordes of believers flocked to the scene, desperate to join the movement. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. The Guanxian universe allowed no delay. Looking toward the distant expanse of space, Bishop Yuan spotted Ye Guan. Without further hesitation, he entered the divine path, which then slowly disappeared. The believers cried in despair as they were abandoned and sacrificed by the gods. Moments later, Ye Guan arrived at the Temple of the Gods with a group of powerful beings. With serene determination, she ordered the removal of the 5 towering god statues. As she turned to leave, she suddenly stopped at the doorway. "Erect a statue of my son here." In the Time River, Ye Guan and Yan traversed with their swords. Journeying against time became increasingly arduous, requiring their combined effort to persevere. Aware that they were already quite near the old era, Ye Guan couldn't help but anticipate what awaited them in this ancient time. Aunt King Kaya had instructed him to visit it to learn, and he held a keen interest in it himself. After several days of struggle, even with their joint effort, they found themselves severely taxed. However, that only further fueled their determination. Another day passed, and they began to feel as if they were wading through a swamp. Every step was laborious. Ye Guan's expression turned grave when he discovered the time energy in this place. Even with his current strength as a great destiny sovereign, he found it challenging to resist it. Being stronger than a typical great destiny sovereign only made resisting even more challenging. He glanced at Yan, who was beside him, finding her face pale. She was struggling just as much as he was. Recomposing himself, he gazed into the distance, where a stone door was waiting for them. They were almost at their destination. Taking a deep breath, Ye Guan pressed onward. After yet another day, the time energy began attempting to crush him so hard that he felt as if he were trapped under a mountain. At this moment, Ye Guan stopped. He noticed his fleshly body starting to crack. When he turned to Yan, he saw that she had stopped as well, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. They exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, boom, boom, 2 blood-red lights shot into the sky, the power of their bloodlines surging forth. Activating their mad demon bloodline, they unleashed terrifying auras that swept through the surroundings, causing the fabric of space-time to boil. They pressed onward, taking one step after another toward the door. Once they were mere meters away from it, a black cloud suddenly materialized above them. Within it, countless bolts of black lightning crackled, descending with terrifying force. Sensing the impending danger, Ye Guan and Yan's expressions darkened. Why would there be a tribulation now? Time tribulation. Yan suddenly exclaimed. Time tribulation? Ye Guan asked. It's a tribulation governed by the Time Master. I've heard of it before but never seen it myself. Ye Guan glanced at the dense black clouds, then replied, we need to work together. However, his sister only shook her head in response. Ye Guan blinked. Are you planning to face it alone, sister? Yan glanced at Ye Guan, then lightly stomped on the ground with her right foot. Time Master, come forth. Boom. Just a bit of distance away from them, the fabric of space-time trembled slightly, and a figure slowly emerged from it. The Time Master bowed respectfully to the two. Greetings, Miss Ye and young Master Ye. Yan stared at him. Did you cause this tribulation? The Time Master hurriedly shook his head. No, this is not my doing. What? Even if I had the courage of 10,000 men, I wouldn't dare trouble you too. This tribulation was set by several gods from the Temple of the Gods. Its purpose is to prevent time reversers from entering the old era. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. Set by the Temple of the Gods. Yes. After looking up at the black clouds, Ye Guan asked, why aren't they letting time reversers go to the old era? I don't know. Can you break this tribulation? The Time Master smiled bitterly. No. However, this tribulation is very special. It contains extremely pure energy. Absorbing it should be greatly beneficial to you. Upon hearing that, Ye Guan called Ao Qian, who slowly emerged from within him in response. Ye Guan glanced at the black clouds above them, then smiled at her. Want to give it a try? She nodded. Sure. As she answered, a bolt of lightning struck down. Ao Qian jerked, transformed into a giant dragon, and soared into the sky. Boom! The fierce collision shattered the lightning. Immediately after, Ao Qian rushed into the thunder-infested area. The scene made Ye Guan smile. Ao Qin's physical strength had increased again. Since she could just share her physical defense and strength with him, he no longer had to cultivate his own physique. Ao Qian could also borrow his bloodline power, but since it was too overbearing, she couldn't control it yet. Their combined strength would have become even more formidable. Upon entering the thunder-infested area, she began to devour the thunder tribulation inside without hesitation. After about half an hour of continuous consumption, the black clouds finally disappeared, and Ao Qian reappeared in front of Ye Guan. She was now emanating extremely powerful energy. I'll go digest this energy, she said, then entered the Little Pagoda. Ye Guan looked at the Time Master, who was standing in front of him. Which side are you on? The Time Master hurriedly said, the Guanxian universe, of course. Considering the past clan had been destroyed and the Temple of the Gods had been forced to leave, the current Guanxian universe was proving to be invincible. Ye Guan glanced at the distant stone door. Have you ever been to the old era? Never, actually. Why not? The Time Master smiled. My duty is to guard the Time River. Who assigned you that duty? After a moment of hesitation, the Time Master answered, I'll be honest. I also used to be a part of the Temple of the Gods and share the same origin as the Great Dao. However, I am only responsible for guarding the Time River and nothing else. I see, Ye Guan said, then turned to Yen, who was beside him. Let's go, big sis. Yen nodded. The two then walked away. The Time Master breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. Soon, Ye Guan and Yen reached the stone door. The door was thousands of meters high, and inside it was a vortex. Ye Guan and Yen glanced at each other, then transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the stone door. After a while, Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a space-time tunnel. Yen, who was beside him, suddenly pointed to the space-time walls around them. Look. Ye Guan turned to where she was pointing, finding flickering images on the space-time walls. They looked like snapshots of the history of the old era. The old era must have had an extremely brilliant civilization, he said as he looked at the end in the distance. The era of the first god. According to the great Daoist Brush Master, the first god could certainly be called a god. Ye Guan knew the personality of the great Daoist Brush Master. Although he admired only a few people, he respected the first god, the divine Dao civilization. Sister, let's pick up the pace, he urged. Still on his sword, he soared and disappeared into the distance. Yan followed suit. After some time, the two finally passed through the space-time tunnel and reached an unknown starry sky. As they entered, a terrifying divine consciousness locked onto them. Immediately after, a black-robed elder appeared in front of them. The black-robed elder glanced at them. From the Time River. Ye Guan nodded. Why have you come here? To enter the Divine Academy. The elder pointed to the side, where a towering stone pillar 1,000 meters high could be seen. As if to answer Ye Guan's confusion, he explained, just a test. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment, then walked up to the pillar and placed his right hand on the palm print on the stone pillar. As soon as his hand touched it, boom! Brilliant light instantly erupted from the stone pillar and pierced deep into the starry sky. Right after, the pillar shattered. The scene made a hint of shock flash in the eyes of the black-robed elder. Curious, Ye Guan asked, what is this? Ignoring him, the black-robed elder turned to Ye Tu. He took out another testing pillar. Yen walked up to it and placed her hand on it. Just as before, a white light suddenly rose from the testing pillar and pierced into the depths of the starry sky, followed immediately by the pillar shattering. Upon witnessing the sight, the black-robed elder's expression turned extremely solemn. Puzzled, Ye Guan asked, Elder. With a deep voice, the elder replied, you have passed. Ye Guan nodded. He wasn't really surprised. With their current strength, they would be considered talented no matter where they went. Follow me, the elder instructed. He then turned and walked into the distance. Ye Guan and Yen followed him. On the way, the black-robed elder said, inside the Divine Academy, you will find the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard, and the divine courtyard. The outer and inner courtyards are where ordinary disciples stay, while the divine courtyard is where special geniuses and personnel stay. You too can enter the divine courtyard. What about our talents? How do they fare? Ye Guan asked. Glancing at him, the elder answered, excellently. Ye Guan frowned slightly. We're not the best. The black-robed elder calmly said, young man, there will always be people better than you. In the Divine Academy, at least 3 have talents more terrifying than yours. Out of curiosity, Ye Guan prodded, what talents? One of them is the chosen one. The other has a mortal physique. Ye Guan's eyes widened. A mortal physique? Yes. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, could it be fake? The mortal physique. Aware that only he and Plain Skirt Destiny had the mortal bloodline, Ye Guan spoke with certainty. However, his physique hadn't yet fully become a mortal physique. Hence, the revelation of someone having a mortal physique within the Divine Academy seemed absurd. Was it a scam? Upon hearing his skepticism, the black-robed elder cast a glance his way. Young man, in this world, there will always be people better than you. Having spent many years in this academy, I've encountered countless prodigies, far exceeding what you might comprehend. Many newcomers like yourself initially believe that they are unparalleled geniuses in the universe. However, it doesn't take long for reality to set in. Ye Guan merely smiled. He had never assumed that he was the most talented individual in the entire universe. Rather, he simply harbored doubts about this purported mortal physique. However, he chose not to voice his suspicions. Before long, the elder led Ye Guan and Yen to a vast sea. Tens of thousands of temples stood in front of them. The individuals within this divine academy are far from ordinary. They possess exceptional talents and are backed by formidable, mysterious forces, the elder said. It would be wise for you to keep a low profile, young man. Ye Guan nodded. I know. However, I have backers of my own. Interestingly, someone has already once echoed your sentiments, the elder sarcastically replied. Before Ye Guan could respond, he announced, we're here. Upon entering one of the temples, Ye Guan was greeted by a grandeur that left him in awe. However, what caught his attention the most was the lone, faceless statue inside. Perplexed, he inquired, "Elder, what is that?" The first god once proclaimed that the true god in one's heart should be themselves, not anyone else. Hence, he used this faceless statue to represent himself. Ye Guan was rendered speechless. The first god is remarkable? The elder produced 2 wooden plagues from the altar and handed them to Ye Guan and Ye, and these are your Divine Academy student badges. They will serve as your identification here. While attendance at the bi-weekly divine classes is optional, the Abyss Expedition that happens once each month is mandatory. Ye Guan was intrigued. Abyss Expedition. The realm of sin where evil wrongdoers live. As students of this academy, it is your duty to purge these sinners. Rewards await those who succeed. What rewards? When you exit the temple, you will find a hall with some fundamental divine texts to your right. You can go take a look. All right. The elder continued his explanation. Every year, we hold a major competition with many exceptional rewards. Since it serves as an assessment, participation is mandatory. Those who perform poorly will be expelled from the academy. Right after, he turned and left. Ye Guan looked at Yen, finding her staring at the faceless statue. Big sis, do you truly believe in gods? Yen whispered. I'm not sure, he confessed. When Yen turned to him, he softly continued, the universe is vast, boundless, even. True, I'm going to read some books. Are you coming? I'm going to cultivate. Do you need the Little Pagoda? Yen shook her head. No. She then turned and departed. Smiling, Ye Guan shook his head and noted his sister's cold demeanor. He glanced once more at the faceless statue before exiting the temple. Upon entering another hall, the scenery suddenly shifted, and he found himself amid an endless starry expanse. It was tranquil. Ye Guan looked around, noticing numerous divine texts floating all over the place. Stretching out his hand, the nearest text floated into his grasp. When he opened the scroll, a burst of divine light entered his mind and flooded him with information. Cultivators didn't read books like ordinary folks, page by page. After a while, Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes. The text he had just read recounted the journey of a cultivator traversing the other galaxies. He learned that outsiders called this place the Old Era, while the natives referred to it as the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm was vast, consisting of 2 major continents, the Divine Continent and the Sin Continent, which the black-robed elder had mentioned earlier. Upon seeing the Sin Continent, Ye Guan sought out several texts to learn more about it. After half an hour, he finally gained an understanding of it. It turned out that the Sin Continent and the Divine Academy were once under the jurisdiction of the Divine Temple. During the era of the first god, only he was recognized as a god. However, after his fall, powerful figures within the temple began proclaiming themselves as gods as well. As a result, the Divine Temple came to be known as the Temple of the Gods. Internal strife then arose when the devout followers of the first god opposed the pseudo-gods. Eventually, the 2 factions ended up clashing against each other. By the time the great battle was over, only 7 gods remained. 1 went to the Sin Continent, while 5 remained in the Temple of the Gods. The last one stayed in the Divine Academy, which the first god had established. The last god was Shengu, the current dean. Unlike the others, Shengu had never claimed that he was a god or allowed anyone to refer to the 5 gods as such. From the past to the present, the Divine Academy only recognized the first god as the one true god. Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes again. Reading a couple more books had given him a rough understanding of this place. Following the departure of the first god, the Temple of the Gods fell into chaos. Even now, surviving figures from that era harbored deep-seated conflicts. The Divine Academy and the Sin Continent had immense enmity for each other. It was quite chaotic. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. He then resumed reading. He was interested in the power struggle among the gods. After all, his mother, Ye Guan, would eventually unify the entire universe. In the following days, Ye Guan immersed himself in studying daily in the hall. Gradually, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the history of the Divine Realm and the rules governing the Divine Academy. Within the academy were the outer, inner, and divine courtyards. Each admitted exceptionally talented individuals. However, compared to the divine courtyard, the first 2 were significantly inferior. The criteria for admission into the divine courtyard were extremely stringent. In the divine realm, geniuses were categorized into 8 ranks: extraordinary aptitude, genius, absolute genius, unparalleled genius, great Deo-bearer, anomaly, chosen one, and variable. To gain entry into the Divine Academy, one had to at least be a great Deo-bearer, which meant having the protection of great Deo destiny. A great Deo-bearer not only had immunity to misfortune but also had the blessings of the great Deo. It was tantamount to defying fate itself. Those above the great Deo-bearer were even more exceptional. They would appear monstrous to ordinary talents. Ye Guan finally understood why the elder had told him to keep a low profile. Even though he was a genius, he would at most have the rank of a chosen one. Above his rank were the variables, who had transcended the Deo. He couldn't help but be intrigued by these so-called variable geniuses. Since the Divine Academy seemed to have some, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to meet them someday. Refocusing on his objective, Ye Guan went back to reading. Although he could absorb knowledge directly from books, the sheer volume of information required him to spend several days engrossed in study. Although he wanted to bring these books into the pagoda to read, he refrained from doing so. These divine texts could only be read within the academy and could not taken away. Furthermore, he did not want to reveal the Little Pagoda here. After all, it was a divine artifact that defied conventional understanding. One day, Yan suddenly entered the room. She walked up to Ye Guan and, with determination, said, "We're heading to the Sin continent." "A mission?" Ye Guan asked. His sister nodded. Setting aside the books in his hand, he said, "Let's go." The siblings departed from the hall. While journeying to the Sin continent, Ye Guan asked, "Sis, have you encountered any other geniuses within the Divine Academy?" Yan simply shook her head in response. Surprised, Ye Guan pressed further. "Not even one. Geniuses within the Divine Academy aren't bound by restrictions. Besides the monthly trials in the Sin continent, they rarely make appearances." "I see." Just like him, they, too, were engrossed with their own tasks. It was rare for outsiders to see them. This place is not to be underestimated. We need to exercise caution, Yan suddenly warned. Sensing the gravity in her tone, Ye Guan turned to her. She continued, "There are powerful individuals within the academy, and certain areas pose significant risks." "Understood," he responded. Yan glanced at him before adding, "The academy's Sword Deo department is rumored to have been established by the first god himself. It's said that he even left behind a Sword Deo manual. You might want to explore it." Intrigued, Ye Guan inquired, "Did the first god practice swordsmanship?" "I'm not sure, but individuals of such caliber likely possess knowledge across various disciplines." "That makes sense." Interrupting their conversation, a familiar aura. Ye Guan's eyebrows furrowed at Little Pagoda's words. "What do you mean about that, Master Pagoda?" "What aura?" Little Pagoda explained. It lasted for only a brief moment, but that aura was definitely familiar. Ye Guan scanned his surroundings with his divine sense but found nothing amiss. "Strange," Ye Guan murmured. Noticing Ye Guan's confusion, Yan inquired, "What's wrong?" Master Pagoda mentioned sensing a familiar presence. Ye Guan replied, puzzled. "Could there be acquaintances nearby?" Shaking off the thought, Ye Guan said, "Let's just move on." With that, the siblings vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were strolling leisurely together somewhere. "I felt a strange connection with those two earlier," the man confessed, perplexed. His companion, Chinger, merely shrugged. "You must have been mistaken." "No, it felt too familiar," the man insisted. "Maybe he was your long-lost son," Chinger teased. However, Chinger's comment caught the man off guard, and he chuckled. "Chinger, you're teasing me again." Smiling, Chinger said nothing as they continued on their journey. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and Yan traversed a dark, starry region and soon arrived at a desolate plain, the Sin continent. An evil aura enveloped them, prompting Ye Guan to scan their surroundings. "Let's investigate," Ye Guan suggested, and they disappeared into the distance. Soon, they found themselves at a mountain range where a fierce battle was underway between a group of individuals and a colossal demonic beast. Two males and a female cultivator were fighting the colossal demonic beast, and one of the males was a swordsman. Ye Guan was astonished to find that all of them were imperial sovereigns. Ye Guan's gaze was transfixed on the swordsman. The man was holding a sword similar to the great sword sovereign's colossal sword. The man's swordsmanship screamed domineering, and his sword seemed capable of destroying an entire world with just a swing. His fighting style was the most ferocious among his group, and he faced the colossal demonic beast without any fear. Meanwhile, the remaining male was a physique cultivator. He was emanating a blazing heat as he stood at the forefront. He was constantly annoying the beast, attracting its attention. Meanwhile, the woman was a divine mage. Her hands moved non-stop, weaving inscrutable spells that she hurled non-stop at the colossal demonic beast. A divine mage? Divine mages were regarded highly in the divine realm because of their ability to harness divine power. They could craft divine runes capable of boosting one's abilities. It was said that having a divine mage companion could elevate one's combat prowess far beyond peers of the same level. Ye Guan was intrigued by divine mages. Ye Guan noted the woman's prowess, which surpassed even the swordsman in their group. The colossal demonic beast appeared wary of her spells, and it always attempted to avoid her attacks. Their teamwork was so impeccable that even though the colossal demonic beast was vastly more powerful than them, they managed to suppress it completely. Ye Guan asked, "Big sis, is that demonic beast their mission objection?" Yan nodded. Glancing at the group, Ye Guan asked, "What about ours?" He hadn't bothered to ask earlier, assuming that their mission would be trivial. However, the colossal demonic beast that the group was fighting made Ye Guan feel that their mission objective was anything but trivial. After all, those three were from the Divine Academy, and they were just disciples of the Inner Courtyard. Would Inner Courtyard disciples really have such a tough mission? Yan calmly replied, "I haven't checked." Ye Guan stared deeply at Yan. "Something wrong?" Yan asked. Shaking his head, Ye Guan replied, "No, nothing." Yan opened her palm, revealing two scrolls. Ye Guan fell silent upon seeing the text written inside. Slay a heavenly rank sin beast. Every single demonic beast on the Sin continent was collectively referred to as sin beasts, as they were all deemed sinful beings. The Divine Academy had coined the term and had been enforcing it since it was made. Ye Guan fell silent. It was a challenging mission. The imperial rank sin beast before them was already extremely powerful, so one could only imagine just how terrifying a heavenly rank sin beast was going to be. Ye Guan asked, "What if we fail the mission?" "We have two choices," Yan replied. "1. You can pay with money. It's not that much. A strand of ancestral origin is enough. The second choice is getting demoted to an inner courtyard disciple. Before Ye Guan could respond, rumbling noises echoed in the distance. Ye Guan and Yen turned to see a fireball hitting the colossal demonic beast. Engulfed in flames, the creature eventually succumbed to the relentless assault of the three. Victory? They smiled in a triumphant manner while standing before the collapsed beast. The carcass of an Imperial rank Sin beast was a treasure trove, but the Divine Academy students didn't take it with them. In addition to not taking away the carcass, they also rewarded those who had guided them here. Just then, the physique cultivator in the group turned to Ye Guan and Yen. Are you two from the Divine Academy as well? Asked the physique cultivator with a grin. His deafening voice echoed like a bell. That's right, said Ye Guan with a chuckle. He and Yen then approached the trio. The physique cultivator scrutinized the pair briefly before inquiring, are you both from the inner courtyard? Ye Guan answered, actually, we're from the Divine Courtyard. The Divine Courtyard? The revelation left the trio momentarily dumbfounded. The female divine mage's brow furrowed slightly as she inspected Ye Guan and Yen. The Divine Courtyard. The physique cultivator repeated, clearly taken aback. The mention of the Divine Courtyard always sparked intense curiosity among those from both the inner and outer courtyards. Apparently, students from the Divine Courtyard were exceptionally gifted and were like legendary dragons, rarely seen outside their caves. Thus, the trio's surprise was understandable. Indeed, we are from the Divine Courtyard, affirmed Ye Guan. The physique cultivator hesitated for a while before asking, do you have your student badges? Ye Guan extended his palm, revealing his badge. The physique cultivator grabbed the badge and inspected it. Then, his surprise morphed into excitement as he exclaimed, so you really are from the Divine Courtyard. Haha, I never thought I'd encounter students from there. They say you're all prodigies. Brother, care to showcase your talent? Ye Guan was silent. The physique cultivator chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding. Returning Ye Guan's badge, the physique cultivator introduced himself. My name is Yunzhang, and I'm a physique cultivator. Ye Guan answered. Are you here for a mission, too? Yunzhang inquired. Ye Guan nodded in affirmation. Before Yunzhang could continue, the swordsman chimed in, I've heard of the Divine Courtyard students' extraordinary prowess. Would you honor me with a spar? It was a challenge. Ye Guan regarded the swordsman with a smile. Is that really necessary? The swordsman's expression turned slightly sour. Are you underestimating me, young master? Ye Guan's brow furrowed. Before he could respond, Yunzhang chimed in, Brother Guchen, I don't think there's any need for that. It is rumored that Divine Courtyard students are exceptionally talented. I want to see their prowess for myself, Guchen remarked. When Guchen first arrived at the Divine Academy, his goal was to get admitted to the Divine Courtyard. However, the school only admitted him as an inner courtyard disciple, and he had always been bitter about it, which became the reason for his disdain toward Divine Courtyard students. Were the students of the Divine Courtyard truly extraordinary? Yunzhang's expression darkened at Guchen's remark, and he decided to go silent. At this point, any further persuasion would only offend Guchen. Ye Guan looked at Guchen and asked, are you sure you want to fight? I am sure about it. Guchen stared back with determination in his eyes. Ye Guan nodded slightly. Shall we start, then? Guchen opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Let's. Ye Guan unsheathed his sword, unleashing 10 heaven rends with 100 stacks each in just one sword move. Guchen's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his sword to block the blow. Boom! Guchen flew hundreds of meters away in the proverbial blink of an eye. When he came to a halt, his fleshy body disintegrated, leaving only his soul. Before he could do anything, a sword appeared just a few inches away from his glabella. The spar ended in Guchen's defeat. Guchen looked at Ye Guan with disbelief evident in his eyes. The lady beside him was similarly astonished. She knew Guchen's true strength, and he rarely found a match among imperial sovereigns. However, he was defeated with just one sword move. Yunzhang was equally astounded. He looked at Ye Guan and praised, Brother Ye truly lives up to the reputation of being a Divine Courtyard student. Your strength, it's terrifying. Ye Guan smiled. Brother Yun is pretty strong as well. Yunzhang shook his head with a wry smile. I'm too far behind compared to Brother Ye. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Brother Yun, my sister, and I still have tasks at hand. Let's talk another day. Farewell. With that, he and Yen turned around and left. As Ye Guan and his sister departed into the distance, Yunzhang couldn't help but sigh once again. What a terrifying sword. He also had some doubts about Ye Guan's strength, as he was pretty confident in his abilities. How come he couldn't enter the Divine Courtyard despite his strength? However, Ye Guan's display of strength had convinced him that his standing was just right. Yunzhang turned to Guchen beside him. Guchen was silent, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The female divine mage said, Restore your fleshy body, we're leaving. Guchen was silent for a while before eventually sitting down to restore his fleshly body. Half an hour later, Guchen left the Sin continent and found themselves in a starry region. However, they encountered two individuals while they were leaving, one man and one woman. The man was dressed in a white robe with cloud patterns, and he exuded elegance from top to bottom. Meanwhile, the woman was wearing a plain skirt, exuding simplicity from top to bottom. Yunzhang was the leader of the group, and he hesitated briefly before asking, Are you two from the Divine Academy as well? The majority of the Sin Continent's visitors were mostly Divine Academy students, as the Sin Continent was a dangerous place that most people dared not tread. The man nodded slightly. Yes. Yunzhang smiled. Are you from the inner or outer courtyard? We're from the Divine Courtyard. The Divine Courtyard? Yunzhang and the others were stunned. They're from the Divine Courtyard, too? Gu Chen stepped forward and stared alternatingly between the two. I've heard that those from the Divine Courtyard are extraordinary students. I am but a humble individual, and I've come forward to seek guidance. Gu Chen opened his palm, revealing a sword. Rumble? A powerful sword intent erupted from him, enveloping the two Divine Courtyard students. Gu Chen still wasn't convinced that everyone from the Divine Courtyard was an extraordinary talent. A challenge? Gu Chen's words caught the man in white off guard. The lady in the plain skirt cast a brief, silent glance at Gu Chen, but she didn't say anything. Seeing their silence, Gu Chen's expression soured. Do you look down on us inner courtyard disciples? Come here, then, draw your swords. Before Gu Chen could finish his sentence, a sword was already a few inches away from his glabella. Gu Chen's expression stiffened. Yunzhang and the female divine mage stood dumbfounded. They didn't see the man drawing his sword. The man in white cast a nonchalant glance at Gu Chen. Then, he opened his palm, and his sword returned to his grasp. He didn't even say anything as he proceeded to walk away with the lady in the plain skirt. Rooted to the spot, Gu Chen's expression was grim. At the very least, he managed to see Ye Guan's sword in action. However, he actually failed to see the man in white's movements. He had been completely outmatched. Had he always been this weak? Gu Chen began questioning the meaning of his existence. Yunzhang and the female divine mage wore uneasy expressions as they reeled in shock over the might of the Divine Courtyard students. Were they really that powerful? It seemed like every student from the Divine Courtyard was the epitome of overpowered. Yunzhang let out a bitter sigh, and a sense of helplessness and despair filled his heart. It felt as though they were plummeting into an abyss of futility. Was this the reality of the Divine Courtyard? He finally understood why they couldn't measure up to the standards of the Divine Courtyard. They were like babies when compared to the students of the Divine Courtyard, who were like adults. Yunzhang glanced at Gu Chen, who was in a daze. Let's go. Drawing a deep breath, Gu Chen declared, I'll strive to surpass them. Yunzhang nodded in encouragement. You can do it. Gu Chen glared at Yunzhang and asked, Are you doubting me? Yunzhang patted Gu Chen's shoulder in consolation, and his voice was tinged with ruefulness as he said, Sometimes, effort alone isn't enough. Yunzhang then disappeared into the distance along with the female divine mage. Left all alone, Gu Chen's expression became increasingly darker. Sin Continent. Ye Guan and Yan ventured into the mountain ranges of the Sin Continent. Rather than just hunting demonic beasts, the two explored the Sin Continent as well. Ye Guan himself was rather intrigued by the Sin Continent. The Divine Academy had portrayed the continent as crawling with evil, but Ye Guan doubted it. He wanted to know more about the continent by himself. After all, real-life experience was always better than just hearing about a place through stories. Yan noticed what Ye Guan was trying to do and asked, Are you not here to hunt down beasts? They had encountered quite a few powerful demonic beasts so far, but Ye Guan had always chosen to take detours rather than fight them. Moreover, he even made Little Pagoda conceal their presence. The Sin Continent has a god, but the Divine Academy claims that it's an evil god. Ye Guan looked up at the horizon and muttered, The history behind that time period surely isn't as simple as it seems. Glancing at Ye Guan, Yan asked, Are you interested in that part of history? Ye Guan chuckled. Yes. Yan calmly responded, I think it's best to ask the Great Daoist Brushmaster. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. I feel like the Great Daoist Brushmaster is also hiding something from us. Although he and the Great Daoist Brushmaster were working together, he knew that the Great Daoist Brushmaster had his own agenda. Of course, this was perfectly normal, and Ye Guan expected the Great Daoist Brushmaster to have his own ulterior motives. Just then, Yan turned toward the distance and saw an ancient city in the distance. After a moment of thought, Ye Guan suggested, Big sis, we should go on a disguise. Ye Guan whipped out 2 black robes and handed one to Yan. The siblings wore black robes as they approached the distant ancient city. The city had withstood the cruel passage of time, and its age was visible on its walls that had faded to white as well as the faint, barely visible inscriptions on its walls. Ye Guan looked around upon entering the city. The city appeared desolate. There were people on the streets, but they were few and far between. The passers-by cast wary looks at Ye Guan and Yan as they strolled the streets. Soon, they arrived at the city's temple. The statue of a faceless god was standing within the temple. Ye Guan furrowed his brows as he stared at the faceless statue. He didn't expect that the people here were actually worshipping a faceless god, too. The faceless statue actually appeared similar to the first god. Upon realizing that, Ye Guan assumed that the Sin Continent revered the first god as its god. Just then, an elderly man clad in a black robe emerged from the temple. The elderly man was using a cane, and his back was slightly hunched. The elderly man cast a suspicious gaze at Ye Guan and his sister. Why aren't you bowing? Ye Guan stared at the elderly man and smiled. The first god once said that everyone's god should be themselves. If my god is myself, why bow to myself? The elderly man was briefly taken aback. He sized up Ye Guan and his sister before asking, Who are you? However, Ye Guan didn't answer. He turned and left with Yan. The elderly man stared at the retreating pair with furrowed brows, seemingly lost in thought. After leaving the temple, Yen said, "I'll go train in your tiny pagoda. Call me when there's a fight." Yen didn't wait for Ye Guan's reply and directly entered the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan shook his head with a wry smile. His elder sister was clearly not interested in that particular period of time. Just as Ye Guan was about to leave the ancient city, the sky abruptly split open, revealing a group of people. They were a group of men and women numbering about 20. All of them were clad in the divine robes of the Divine Academy. Clearly, they were students of the Divine Academy. Prepare for battle. A voice boomed through the city. Soon, a group of black-robed experts rushed out to confront the students of the Divine Academy. A red-haired man at the helm of the students grinned and roared, "Everyone, let's have a good fight and rack up some credits for ourselves." The students charged at the black-robed figures. The black-robed figures were strong, but they were no match for the students of the Divine Academy. A dozen of them were slain in just a few moments. The remaining Divine Academy students rushed into the city, leaving death in their wake. Every single kill was marked by a severed head flying into the sky. The students grew even more excited with each life they claimed. Soon, the city was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Ye Guan observed the spectacle in a dark corner. He was clad in black robes, and he could be easily mistaken to be in cahoots with the black-robed individuals. The city was in chaos, and the citizens were trying to put up a fight as well. Meanwhile, the students massacred the powerless citizens, the powerless Sin citizens. Ye Guan's heart felt heavy at the grueling sight. Just then, 3 figures emerged from a nearby house: a man, a lady, and a little girl. The little girl's face was pale, and her wide eyes were filled with fear. A cold light made a beeline for the 3. The man's expression twisted in horror, and he instinctively pulled the lady and the little girl behind him. Before he could do anything, however, the cold light severed his head, and blood splattered in all directions. The little girl went hysterical, crying out for her father, but the lady pulled her behind her, hiding the gruesome sight from the little girl. A Divine Academy student walked up to the lady and the little girl. His saber, which was dripping in blood, still looked thirsty for blood. The student's lips curled up into a malicious smirk as he stared at the little girl. Moments later, his figure blurred as he charged at the little girl and her mother. The lady was horrified. She pulled out a shield and attempted to defend herself. Unfortunately, it was to no avail, and the lady was blasted away upon impact. "Mommy," the little girl screamed. Meanwhile, the Divine Academy student made a beeline for the little girl rather than for the lady. Ye Guan made a move just then, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that sent the student flying away. The student eventually came to a halt. He glared at Ye Guan and said, "So it's another Sin citizen." Ye Guan ignored the student and approached the lady and the little girl. Ye Guan immediately noticed the lady's weak and labored breathing. The lady hurriedly placed the little girl's hand in Ye Guan's hand, and her figure trembled as she muttered, "Senior." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, "She's going to be fine." The lady smiled, seemingly relieved upon hearing Ye Guan's words. However, she soon became pallid upon seeing her husband's lifeless body, and her eyes glazed over in despair. The little girl clung to her mother as tears streamed down her face. Swoosh! The Divine Academy student transformed into a streak of light, flying toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. He was about to make a move when a spear light flew toward them from a distance. The spear light moved at breakneck speeds, shattering the cold streak of light. Clang! The Divine Academy student was impaled by the long spear, and he was pinned to a wall hundreds of meters away. It was an instant kill. Ye Guan turned and saw a lady walking over toward them. The lady, wearing a form-fitting black dress and her long hair cascading down her shoulders, appeared to be in her 20s. She had exquisite facial features, which would have been perfect if it weren't for her cold demeanor and the heavy aura of death billowing out from her. A droplet of what looked like crimson cinnabar was on her glabella. The lady was undeniably beautiful, and she exuded an aura of elegance and danger at the same time. A nearby Divine Academy student was stupefied upon seeing the lady, and he exclaimed in terror, "The Lady of Sin. You." Swoosh! The student couldn't continue his sentence as the lady delivered a powerful punch to his head. Bang! The student's head exploded into a bloody mist, creating a gruesome sight. "The Lady of Sin is here! Retreat!" someone roared. The Divine Academy students wasted no time and retreated into the distant horizon. However, the sky split open once again, and a group of mysterious figures in red robes emerged from the rift to chase after the fleeing students. The Lady of Sin didn't chase after the students. Instead, she turned around and saw Ye Guan standing in front of her. The Lady of Sin merely stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared calmly at the Lady of Sin, but alarm bells were already ringing inside his head. Just then, the little girl sobbed and said, "Sister Sin. He saved me." The Lady of Sin stared at Ye Guan and said, "You did not flee in the face of danger. You are indeed a true man. From now on, you shall follow me." The Lady of Sin turned around and gripped her spear tightly before hurling it to the distant horizon. Swoosh! The spear streaked through the air, piercing the head of a Divine Academy student thousands of meters away, killing him instantly. The Lady of Sin opened her palm, and the spear turned into a burst of light, flying back into her hand. Ye Guan glanced at the Lady of Sin in front of him, feeling somewhat shocked. She was terrifyingly strong. The students of the Divine Academy were powerful, and they were all above the great destiny sovereign realm. However, they were like lambs for slaughter before the Lady of Sin. They couldn't resist her at all. Just then, a young man in black robes appeared in front of the Lady of Sin, and his expression was somewhat grim as he said, "Boss, they got away." The Lady of Sin remained expressionless as she asked, "How many people died here?" "Over 10,000 casualties," the young man answered with a stiff face. The Lady of Sin's gaze became cold, and she emitted a cold aura that made everyone feel a shiver down their spine. Moments later, the Lady of Sin turned to Ye Guan and the crying little girl. "You two, come with me." She walked up to the little girl and grabbed her hand before turning around to leave. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before following her. Soon, Ye Guan found herself outside the ancient city. Just as they left the city, dozens of people descended before them and bowed respectfully toward the Lady of Sin, saying, "Boss." Ye Guan swept his gaze across the cultivators. Each of them emitted an incredibly strong aura, and they were no weaker than the students of the Divine Academy. The Lady of Sin stared at them and said, "Let's go." With that, they flew toward the distant horizon. Half an hour later, Ye Guan found himself in another city. The city was much larger than the ancient city earlier, and its walls towered thousands of meters high. Strong warriors clad in armor stood on the city walls, and they emitted both a fierce killing intent as well as an aura as boundless as the ocean. The guards on the walls bowed respectfully toward the Lady of Sin. As the Lady of Sin led everyone into the city, Ye Guan noted that everyone would bow respectfully toward the Lady of Sin upon seeing her. The respect in their eyes was genuine, and everyone respected the Lady of Sin, regardless of status. Ye Guan couldn't help but cast a curious gaze at the Lady of Sin next to him. The Lady of Sin led everyone to an academy. Ye Guan noticed that the academy was somewhat similar to the Divine Academy. They both worshipped the same god, but this academy was called the First God Academy. Despite having the same faith, they were like water fire. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel bewildered at the animosity between both sides. Ye Guan was truly eager to read the divine records of the First God Academy. As they walked deeper and deeper into the academy, the people behind the Lady of Sin diminished until only the young man in black robes was following her alongside Ye Guan and the little girl. The Lady of Sin led Ye Guan and the little girl in front of a hall. "Wait here," the Lady of Sin said before entering the hall. Ye Guan looked around and noticed a few hidden powerful auras within the academy. The Lady of Sin soon walked out of the hall. She approached Ye Guan and the little girl. Then, she opened her palm, revealing 2 wooden plagues. "From now on, both of you are outer courtyard students." Ye Guan was silent. How did he end up becoming a student of the First God Academy? The Lady of Sin looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you not want to join the First God Academy?" Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, "No, I want to join." Then, he accepted the wooden plaque and put it away. Both the First God Academy and the Divine Academy would soon be conquered by Qin Guan, anyway, so it didn't really matter even if Ye Guan was a student on both sides. The Guanxian universe's goal was to unify the entire vast expanse. After all, Ye Guan didn't really care about the feud between the 2 academies. He was just about how it started. He had no plans of getting involved. The Lady of Sin nodded slightly and looked at the little girl. "Come with me." Then, she led the little girl away. Ye Guan looked around and walked to the right until he found himself standing before a tall building. Ye Guan walked into the building and realized that the entire building seemed to have been concealing a world of its own. There were countless ancient books inside the building, and they were filled with densely packed ancient texts. Ye Guan opened his palm, and an ancient book flew into his hand. Ye Guan frowned deeply as he read the texts within the book. As expected, the recorded history here was completely different from the recorded history of the Divine Academy. The recorded history of the First God Academy alleged that the Divine Academy was the true traitor. The Divine Academy had betrayed the First God. Ye Guan found it suspicious. The 2 sides were accusing each other of betraying the First God. Just then, the Lady of Sin walked into the building. Ye Guan set aside his thoughts and turned to look at her. The Lady of Sin stared at Ye Guan and asked, "You're interested in books?" Ye Guan nodded. The Lady of Sin glanced at the ancient book in Ye Guan's hand. "Reading the books here is pointless." Ye Guan was puzzled. "The truth isn't written in books," said the Lady of Sin. "Come with me." The Lady of Sin then turned around and left. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and put down the ancient book in his hand before turning around to leave. Ye Guan soon found himself in a starry sky under the Lady of Sin's lead. More than 20 people were waiting for them in the starry sky. Ye Guan swept his gaze across them and saw that each of them had a small wooden plaque on their left chest. The wooden plaque depicted the emblem of the outer courtyard, which meant that these people were outer courtyard students. The students bowed respectfully toward the Lady of Sin. "Let's go," said the Lady of Sin. She soared toward the distant starry expanse, and everyone followed closely behind her. Ye Guan grew even more curious as he followed the Lady of Sin. In no time, the Lady of Sin led the group into a starry abyss. It seemed bottomless at first glance and was nestled within the vast starry sky. The Lady of Sin turned to Ye Guan and the rest. "Go in and come back alive." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, "A trial?" Nodding, the Lady of Sin said, "To become a member of the First God Academy, you must go through this trial." Ye Guan fell silent, pondering over her words. The Lady of Sin noticed his thoughtful look and asked, "Any questions?" With a shake of his head, Ye Guan replied, "None." "Go in, then," the Lady of Sin urged. The outer courtyard disciples leaped into the abyss without hesitation, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into its depths. Ye Guan followed suit, disappearing in a flash of light. The Lady of Sin remained silent as she observed the disciples' descent into the abyss. Just then, a young man in black robes materialized beside her, and his voice grave as he said, "Boss, I can't gauge his strength. He's concealing it," the Lady of Sin replied calmly. The young man in the black robes frowned and asked, "Why would he do that?" The Lady of Sin did not reply and merely stared into the abyss. Swoosh! A figure emerged from the abyss. Ye Guan. The young man in black robes was astonished by Ye Guan's swift return. The Lady of Sin held the record for emerging out of the starry abyss the fastest. However, Ye Guan had easily shattered her record in a fraction of her original time. That's some terrifying power, the young man thought to himself. Ye Guan walked up to the Lady of Sin and asked, "Did I pass?" The Lady of Sin stared deeply at Ye Guan and nodded. Yes. Ye Guan nodded in acknowledgement. He was about to say something when a surge of formidable energy erupted from the abyss. The Lady of Sin's expression changed drastically. "Alert the elders." At that, she transformed into a streak of light and darted into the abyss. Ye Guan hesitated momentarily before chasing after her. Meanwhile, the young man in black robes turned toward the First God Academy and swiftly departed. Soon, Ye Guan found himself diving into the depths of the abyss alongside the Lady of Sin. Ye Guan could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from the abyss depths. The aura was akin to an unstoppable tsunami. Ye Guan hadn't ventured to the bottom of the abyss but emerged after taking down a few demonic beasts. Ye Guan's brows knitted deeply. The Lady of Sin was staring intently at the abyss depths with a mixture of disbelief and determination on her face. "The aura of a god general," the Lady of Sin murmured. Ye Guan was perplexed. Before he could ask any questions, however, the Lady of Sin's voice boomed through the abyss. "Everyone, retreat." The outer courtyard disciples retreated swiftly, but a colossal black hand emerged from the abyss. The hand was brimming with the terrifying energy of resentment and death. The Lady of Sin's eyes narrowed. She stepped forward and unleashed a powerful thrust with her spear, forcefully repelling the colossal hand. Boom! With a resounding boom, the spear forcibly repelled the colossal hand. The next moment, however, a furious roar erupted from the abyss depths, and it was followed by a terrifying surge of energy that swept toward Ye Guan and the Lady of Sin. Ye Guan's expression turned grave in the face of such an overwhelming attack. At the critical juncture, a glint of determination flashed in the Lady of Sin's eyes. She lunged forward and thrust downward with her spear. The spear transformed into a dazzling beam of light, flooding the abyss with its brilliance. Darkness transformed into a blinding daylight that was strangely awe-inspiring and unsettling at the same time. Kaboom! A thunderous boom reverberated as the spear shattered the oncoming wave of formidable energy. However, it did not stop there and continued its descent, piercing the depths of the abyss. The spear soon vanished from sight, leaving behind an eerie silence in the abyss. The Lady of Sin furrowed her brows in concern, realizing that she had lost connection with her spear. Her spear was no more. Sensing the imminent danger, Ye Guan hurriedly said, "Miss, let's retreat." Ye Guan turned around to leave. The presence up ahead was just too unsettling for him to stay here. Unfortunately, a sudden drastic change occurred just as they were about to escape. A painting appeared above them, attracting their attention. Before Ye Guan and the Lady of Sin could react, the painting emitted a blinding flash of light, which engulfed them both in an instant. When the dazzling light vanished, Ye Guan and the Lady of Sin could no longer be seen. A man in white and a lady in a plain skirt were staring at the starry abyss, and they saw Ye Guan as well as the Lady of Sin at the bottom of the abyss. The man in white furrowed his brows in confusion. "Qing'er, how come that young man feels so familiar to me?" The lady in a plain skirt calmly asked. "Is that so? He's giving off a familiar air, but I can't quite understand it." The man in white asked, "What do you think? Do you have any clues as to why I find him familiar?" The lady in a plain skirt shook her head gently and said, "No, I'm afraid not." The man in white smiled lightly and set the matter aside. The lady in a plain skirt smiled slightly as she stared at the man in white next to her. The man hesitated briefly before voicing his concern. "Are they going to die?" The lady in a plain skirt glanced at the bottom of the abyss before responding confidently, "They are not going to die." The man in white was surprised by the certainty in her voice and asked, "Are you really sure about that?" "Yes." The lady in a plain skirt nodded in response. "Let's move on. We have more pressing matters to handle." The lady in a plain skirt believed that a bit of adversity wouldn't harm Ye Guan. In addition, who would dare to kill Ye Guan under her watch? No one? The man in white nodded before turning around to leave. Plainskirt Destiny stared at the bottom of the abyss. A pair of eyes seemed to be watching her from the bottom of the abyss. Then, a cold and disdainful voice reverberated. "How dare you insects pry into the affairs of a god general? Leave your lives behind." A terrifying aura surged from the abyss. Plainskirt Destiny furrowed her brows. The next moment, she waved her sleeve, and the aura shattered into nothingness along with the pair of eyes in the abyss. A few moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the abyss. Plainskirt Destiny then extended her right hand, reaching out into space. Boom! A space-time rift manifested at the tip of her hand, and a tall man clad in armor was dragged out of the space-time rift. Plainskirt Destiny flipped her right hand, and the man was forced on his knees with a loud boom. The man couldn't move at all. He looked up at Plainskirt Destiny, and his eyes were filled with fear as he stammered, Why you?" Plainskirt Destiny stared contemptuously at the man and said, "Kneel." With that, she turned around and walked away with the man in white. After an unknown period of time, Ye Guan finally opened his eyes. He sat up quickly and found himself among the clouds. A towering gate made out of white jade was situated not too far away from him. The Lady of Sin was standing nearby as well and was staring at the towering gate, seemingly lost in thought. Ye Guan walked up to her and asked, "Where are we?" The Lady of Sin stared at Ye Guan and replied, "We're in the first god world." Ye Guan frowned, looking a little puzzled as he asked, "First god world?" The Lady of Sin nodded and explained, "The divine painting brought us here. The divine painting is one of the 3 great treasures of the divine temple during the first god's era. I had no idea that the first god world is actually inside the painting." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. First god world? Is it related to the first god? Of course, the Lady of Sin explained, the first god made it himself, and the first god world is also known as the divine temple. However, the first god world vanished without a trace after the conflict within the temple of the gods. Ye Guan turned to look at the white jade gate. He could vaguely see a few palaces and buildings beyond the gate. "So, we were dragged into the world that exists only in the divine painting." "Yes." The Lady of Sin nodded and said, "Yes, it turned out that there was a god general at the bottom of the abyss. The starry abyss we were in is called the Trial Abyss, so I didn't expect that there would be a god general residing at the bottom of it." "Are god generals powerful figures from the first god's era?" Ye Guan asked. The Lady of Sin was right. The ancient books contained little to no useful information, which was why he knew very little about the first god's era. On the contrary, the Lady of Sin seemed knowledgeable about it. The Lady of Sin nodded and explained, "During the first god's era, there were a total of 360 god generals. Naturally, they were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the inner conflict within the temple of the gods forced them to choose sides. The majority of them died while others simply disappeared." "Lady of Sin." Ye Guan chimed in. The Lady of Sin stared at Ye Guan and said, "My name is Ajia." "Lady Ajia, what exactly happened during the Great War of the Gods?" Instead of replying, Ajia walked away. Ye Guan followed closely behind her. After a while, Ajia calmly said, "There was a group of people who wanted to change the order and become the new gods, but there was another group of people who didn't want to change the order at the time. They wanted to keep upholding the order that the first god had established and wait for his return." "His return?" They firmly believed in the first god's return. Ye Guan was silent. "The first god is exceedingly powerful to the extent that I doubt whether he can truly die or not. I actually think that he's immortal. However, the first god had chosen to self-destruct. If someone as strong as him wanted to greet death, it was unlikely for them to come back to life." Ajia added, "The others believed that the first god would never return, so they wanted to become the new gods. Hence, both sides started fighting each other. In the end, many new gods appeared in the vast expanse." Ye Guan realized that those who wanted to change the first god's order had ended up emerging victorious. Those supporting the first god were either killed, suppressed, or exiled. At that time, there were many, many gods. Of course, they were self-proclaimed quasi-gods. However, they didn't remain united for long. Another war erupted within the Temple of the Gods. Did the Sin Continent's god keep on supporting the first god's order even after the latter's self-destruction? Ye Guan asked. Ajia nodded. Ye Guan frowned. If that's the case, how did it earn the name Sin Continent? Well, history is written by the victors, isn't it? Ah, I get it now. I thought you were from the Divine Academy, but it seems that you're not so simple. I'm from the outside world. From the Time River. You know about the Time River. From what I know, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible for people from the Time River to come here. It was okay. Ajia took a good look at Ye Guan. Lady Ajia, have you all been waiting for the first god to return? Ye Guan asked. Ajia nodded. Yes. Do you really believe that he's going to come back? That's not important. What's important is that we have faith. Faith? Ye Guan finally understood what was going on. They were currently at a disadvantage. How else could they persevere without faith? Perhaps the return of the first god was the only remaining ray of hope in their hearts. Ajia and Ye Guan chatted until they arrived before a grand hall. The grand hall was magnificent and was adorned with jewels. A faceless statue stood before the grand hall, and it was the statue of the faceless god. Ajia stared at the statue and said, I've never met the first god, but I've met his divine servant. His divine servant is extremely powerful, and he has always believed in the first god. Divine servant? Ye Guan asked. Those people in the temple of the gods who had proclaimed themselves to be gods were disciples of the first god. They are known as divine servants. It was only after the first god's disappearance did they start calling themselves gods. When the Sin Continent's divine servant was defeated in battle, he was exiled to the Sin Continent and was labeled as a rebel. Of course, it's not strange. The world has always been like that. The victors become kings, while the defeated become villains. Victory was justice. Ajia and Ye Guan's expressions suddenly changed. The painting on both sides of the grand hall's entrance transformed into two beams of golden light that shot toward them. Ye Guan swiftly drew his sword while Ajia brandished her spear. Boom! The two were blasted a few kilometers away. When Ye Guan stopped, he looked down at his right arm and saw that countless cracks had appeared all over his skin. Surprised, he looked into the distance and saw two burly figures clad in golden armor standing at the entrance of the temple. The two burly figures each wielded a colossal axe and were emitting a terrifying aura. Ajia's face fell. God generals. One of the god generals said, You are approaching a sacred place. Outsiders are prohibited from entering this place. Leave at once. Ye Guan was a bit surprised by the god general's human-like demeanor and manner. Ajia put her hands together, and a myriad of light orbs rushed out of her body. The two god generals were taken aback. One of them frowned and said, "A divine disciple." Ajia bowed slightly and explained, "God generals, my companion and I have mistakenly entered the divine painting. We kindly ask that you escort us out." The god general on the left shook his head and said, "The divine painting is not under our jurisdiction. Our duty is to guard the divine temple. You two must leave immediately. Do not stay here." Ye Guan glanced at the divine temple, but it was shrouded in a mysterious power that did not allow him to take a peek inside. Ajia used profound sound transmission to speak to Ye Guan. "Let's fight our way in." Ye Guan was shocked, and he looked at Ajia. Ajia calmly explained, "There must be divine treasures inside. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for them to protect this place. There might even be some artifacts that the first god had left behind." Ye Guan was hesitant. They seem rather polite. If the god generals had been arrogant and rude to him, Ye Guan wouldn't have any reservations about fighting his way into the divine temple. However, the god generals were so courteous to him that he felt bad about fighting them. He had always believed in reciprocating kindness. If someone showed him respect, he would show them even more respect in return. Ajia glanced at him and said, "There are divine treasures, but that's not all. There are also strands of ancestral origin, and the legendary ancestral vein might even be in there." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Ancestral vein? What is that? It refers to a spiritual vein that can produce strands of ancestral origin. An ancestral vein is practically extinct, but here. Have you not noticed yet that the spiritual energy here is quite unusual? Ye Guan took a moment to examine his surroundings. Soon, he was stunned. Indeed, he could indeed sense the unique fluctuations of ancestral origin amidst the spiritual energy. It wasn't that pure, but it was undeniably present. Is there really an ancestral vein here? Ye Guan looked at the divine temple and contemplated in silence. Are we going to fight our way in or not? Ajia asked once more. She was too weak to fight the two god generals by herself, but they stood a chance with Ye Guan's help. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I refuse." Ajia asked, "Why?" "I'm a man of principle," Ye Guan replied. Ajia stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, "There might be more than one ancestral vein here. Otherwise, the spiritual energy here wouldn't contain a trace of ancestral origin. There's also the high possibility that there are divine treasures here, divine treasures that the first god had left behind. Are you sure you don't want to go for it?" Ye Guan shook his head again. Ajia frowned at the sight. Is he really going to stick by his principles despite the possible rewards? Ye Guan opened his palm just then, and the tiny pagoda appeared in his hands. "Big sister, it's time to get things done." Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. Time to get things done. As soon as Yan heard those words, she appeared beside Ye Guan. She then looked at him, her gaze full of disdain. "You chose to summon me because I have no principles, didn't you?" Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. "Big sis, you told me to call you when it was time for a fight." Yan blandly looked at him, then turned to Ajia. "Is this one of your girlfriends?" Ajia's brows furrowed. "Don't jump to conclusions, big sis." "She's not," Ye Guan hurriedly replied. Yan nodded slightly. "It's okay. You already have dozens of wives. One more won't hurt." Ye Guan was speechless. Dozens of wives? Ajia could not help but give him a strange look. Is he a stud? His older sister was taking her revenge on him. Oh well, I'll just have to take this loss. Intuition told him that he would not gain anything from fighting his sister. Seeing that he was conceding, Yan stopped provoking him. Instead, she turned to the two god generals. "How should we attack?" "With full force," Ajia replied. Yan nodded. As she stepped forward, a spear appeared in her hand. Her figure shook for a moment as she charged toward the god generals standing on the left. Almost at the same time, Ajia disappeared as well. Both were using spears. Seeing the two ladies attacking, the two god generals did not hesitate to make a move as well. Ye Guan's expression changed immediately. The two god generals were even stronger than he thought. At that moment, as if thinking of something, his figure flashed, and he flew toward the great hall. The faces of the god generals changed instantly. "Damn it! That bastard actually wants to steal from us." The two were about to turn back and stop him when Yan and Ajia blocked them. Ye Guan soon entered the great hall. It was very spacious but only had a faceless statue inside. The sight made him frown. At that moment, he suddenly turned around. Standing in front of him was a white-haired old man staring coldly at him. Dressed in a wide, long robe, he had both his hands hidden in his sleeves. Ye Guan's guard immediately went up. He didn't notice when the old man appeared. The old man opened his palm and gently clenched it. In an instant, the space-time around Ye Guan distorted and billions of stars appeared around him. Although taken by surprise, Ye Guan dared not to be careless. He lightly tapped his thumb. Swing! Boom! The Xianyuan sword flew out and ripped apart the space-time in front of him. Immediately after, the Xianyuan divine sword flew toward the old man. However, when it was just inches away from him, he suddenly charged forward. Boom! The attack knocked the Xianyuan sword away. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he felt as if mountains were pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. In response, his body turned illusory. Thousands of swords then instantly rushed out from him. Buzz! A burst of sword light fiercely surged out from the hall, cutting through the air. Bang! Ye Guan and the old man were both sent flying backward. Ye Guan crashed on the statue, causing it to shatter. He was about to make another move when he realized that the old man was looking at something behind him, his face filled with shock. Ye Guan frowned and slowly turned around. When he saw what it was, surprise enveloped his expression. A golden phantom was floating in front of him. Amid his confusion, the old man slowly knelt on the ground. With a trembling voice, he said, "Supreme God." "Supreme God?" Ye Guan was stunned. "Is this the first god?" The two god generals outside the hall suddenly stopped as well. They rushed into the hall and, upon seeing the golden phantom, immediately knelt and said, "Supreme God." Yan and Ajia followed them inside. When Ajia saw the golden phantom, her expression immediately changed. Ye Guan just stared at the phantom in silence. Although it was right in front of him, he couldn't detect its aura at all. It was absurd. The phantom slowly raised its head and walked toward the entrance of the grand hall. It then looked at the sky. The old man, now prostrating with his head on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The two god generals were no different. After a while, the phantom looked at Ye Guan with a slight smile. "So it's you?" Ye Guan was puzzled. "Me." The figure nodded. Ye Guan was still confused. "What do you mean, senior?" It laughed but did not say anything in response. "Senior, are you the supreme god?" Ajia suddenly asked. The phantom smiled at her. "I like it more when you guys address me as first god." Ajia was shaken to her core. She was about to kneel but was stopped by a gentle force. That same force also lifted the old man and two god generals. The first god slightly shook his head. "There's no need for these formalities. Supreme God, you've finally returned," the old man excitedly exclaimed. However, the first god shook his head. He looked at Ye Guan for a little while before he opened his palm, sending a golden imprint slowly floating toward him. The old man and the two god generals were filled with disbelief. Ajia was shocked as well. "Senior, what is this?" Ye Guan asked. Smiling, the first god answered, "That's the divine imprint." "What is it for?" Ajia quickly walked to his side. With a trembling voice, she said, "That's one of the three great treasures of the first god's era. The temple of the gods must obey anyone who has the divine imprint. In other words, the first god himself has approved you as his inheritor." "Inheritor?" Ye Guan froze. She continued, "The true purpose of the civil war between the gods was to seize that divine imprint. After all, aside from being a precious treasure, it also gives its owner the ability to command all the strong individuals of the divine temple." Ye Guan didn't know what to say. "Did I just become an inheritor again? I haven't even fully inherited my family's businesses yet, and now I'm inheriting someone else's? No way. If he inherited this, he would have countless consequences to face. He might even end up being hunted down again." He quickly shook his head and was about to refuse but realized that an outright refusal might be too impolite. Hence, he took the divine imprint and ran over to Yan instead. Passing it to her, he said, "Big sis, you take it instead." Everyone was speechless. Yan just stared at him. "Hurry, take it." Yan shook her head. "I don't want it." Ajia, the old man, and the two god generals were completely bewildered. "Are you two seriously fooling around right now? That's the divine imprint, the most precious treasure in the first god's era? It's a symbol of supreme authority, yet you two don't want it?" Ye Guan became a little anxious. "Big sis, this is good stuff. Are you trying to pick a fight?" Yan coldly questioned. Ye Guan froze. At that moment, Ajia ran to his side. "That is the divine imprint," she reminded. Ye Guan sighed softly. While outsiders might see the divine imprint as a valuable treasure, he knew that it would not be easy to handle. Although he was not afraid of the consequences, he had just started enjoying a few peaceful days. He really did not want to get involved in any more exhausting messes now. He just wanted to quietly focus on his cultivation. Unable to bear his unwillingness, the old man said, "Young man, that is the divine imprint." "The divine imprint." Ye Guan handed the mark to the old man. "Here, you can have it." The old man froze. He was starting to get annoyed. If they were not in the first god's presence, he would have already acted. Suddenly, the first god chuckled. "You really don't want it? Why do you even want to give this to me?" Ye Guan asked. "Aren't you trying to establish a new order?" Ye Guan frowned. The first god continued, "Within the divine imprint are all of the treasures of the divine temple, including 9 ancestral veins that can continuously produce strands of ancestral origin. I've also stored in it a few other divine objects that I have collected back then." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. The first god laughed. "If you want to change the world, why are you being so timid?" Staring at him, Ye Guan said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Putting the divine imprint away, he then asked, "Do you know about the current state of the temple?" "I do. Many of those who once followed you have betrayed you." The first god only smiled, which puzzled Ye Guan a little. "Don't you have any thoughts on this matter?" "That is something for you to handle now," the first god nonchalantly replied. When Ye Guan's face darkened, the first god chuckled. "Come with me," he said. The first god then turned around. Before Ye Guan could react, he was pulled into an unknown expanse of the starry sky. Yan and the others were dragged with him too. After spending quite some time staring into the distance, the first god softly said, "Everyone has evil thoughts, ambitions, and desires. Once you've done something for a long time, you start to become bored and lonely. Hence, you'll try to do things you haven't done before. Is that caused by your evil beliefs?" Ye Guan wondered. "You can say that. I heard from the great deist brush master that you wanted to experience divinity. The great deist Brushmaster is still around. Yes. Do you know him too? A little. What era is he from exactly? Didn't he tell you? No. Then let him tell you himself. Ye Guan was speechless. Do you know what kind of people are the most terrifying? First God suddenly asked. His gaze pierced through the countless galaxies. At the farthest end of the starry sky, he saw a woman in a plain skirt. Answering his own question, he said, a person who can suppress 90% of their divinity with 10% of their humanity. Humans who possessed full humanity and gods who possessed full divinity were not terrifying. However, a person who could suppress 90% of their divinity using 10% of their humanity. The first god once possessed full humanity and full divinity. However, when he tried to use his humanity to suppress his divinity, he failed. Now, he had found out that someone had managed to achieve what he couldn't. Hence, he concluded that for as long as one was strong enough, even divinity and humanity would become their slaves. As he watched the distant figure, who was wearing a plain skirt, a faint smile appeared on the first god's face. There was a hint of regret in his smile, but it also showed contentment. He had once believed that it was possible to not be controlled by divinity if one could use their humanity to suppress it. He regretted not being able to achieve it himself, but he found contentment in knowing he was right. Ye Guan looked in the direction that the first god was looking at, but he could not see anything. The first god retracted his gaze and he turned back to Ye Guan. With a smile, he said, the vast expanse is now in your hands. Right after, he started to fade. Senior, what about those who betrayed you? Aren't you going to do anything about them? Ye Guan quickly asked. The first god shook his head. But why? It's only normal for everyone to have their own desires and greed. I can't expect everyone to be a good person. Do you get what I mean? Ye Guan didn't know what to say. The first god continued, this world is divided into yin and yang. Where there are good people, naturally, there will also be bad people. If you want to change the world, you have to rely on your own efforts. Do you understand? Ye Guan laughed bitterly. Of course, he understood. Now that he had inherited the divine imprint, he was undoubtedly going to face all of the consequences that came with it. The gods definitely would not respect him just because he had this divine imprint. So what if they are not willing to submit? I'll just have to get them to submit either way. Ye Guan sighed. Although he had just fought his way out of the time river, he now had to continue working. He was feeling rather exhausted. The first god chuckled. Since you want to establish a new order, there are some things that you have to do eventually. Ye Guan nodded. Do you have any suggestions? The first god thought about it for a moment. He then said, never forget your original intentions. Original intentions. Ye Guan was rendered speechless. It was such a simple phrase, but it was hard to adhere to it. It was easy for one to lose themselves, which was why few people could consistently stick to their original beliefs. Senior, are you truly gone? The first god grinned, choosing not to answer the question. He had already faded nearly into nothingness. Confusion enveloped Ye Guan's expression. The first god completely disappeared not long after. Has the first god really vanished? Yan slowly walked to Ye Guan's side and pointed at the divine imprint. He quickly offered it to her. Glaring at him, Yan said, I don't want it. What do you want, then? You know what I want. Ye Guan's face immediately darkened. His older sister only wanted benefits but not the duties that came with it. How ridiculous? Ajia turned to the old man and the two god generals. He is now the inheritor of the first god. Are you willing to submit to him? Ye Guan immediately looked at them too. These three people were incredibly powerful, especially the old man, who was even stronger than the two god generals. It would be great if he could gain their loyalty. The old man simply remained silent. Meanwhile, the two god generals looked at each other, then slowly knelt and said, we are willing to follow you. They had stayed here all this time waiting for the first god. Now that he had chosen Ye Guan as his heir, they naturally wished to follow him. Ye Guan then looked at the old man. After a few moments of silence, the old man shook his head. Forgive my bluntness, but you have no chance of winning. Ye Guan smiled. The first god chose to believe in me. Why don't you? Do you know how powerful those self-proclaimed gods are? No. You are indeed extraordinary to reach this level at such a young age. Even in the first god's era, it is rare to come across such a talent. However, you really cannot win if you fight against them. I have people backing me. Really? Yes. It's useless. You know nothing about the strength of those gods. Well then, take care, senior. Refusing to beg, he then took Yan's hand and turned to leave. Wait, the old man exclaimed. Ye Guan turned back around. If you want people to help, shouldn't you be offering some benefits? The old man hesitantly said, stunning everyone in the area. Benefits? Ye Guan blinked. Aren't you doing this for your own faith? Even with faith, one still needs to eat, the old man replied. Ye Guan fell silent, realizing his oversight. He looked at the two god generals beside him and, after thinking for a moment, inquired, Senior, what do you want? When I followed the first god, I received 100 strands of ancestral origin every year. 100? Ye Guan's expression immediately changed. The old man quickly added, since you have the ancestral veins now, and each of them produces tens of thousands of them every month. Tens of thousands? Blankly, Ye Guan asked, wait, really? The old man laughed bitterly. Do you think I would joke about that? Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, all right. I will give you 200 strands of ancestral origin every year. The old man bowed respectfully. Thank you, Supreme God. Beyond everyone's awareness, when he opened the negotiations, he had actually already decided to follow the young man. After all, the young man already possessed so much strength at such a young age, a feat that could not be achieved with talent alone. Hence, he likely had an extremely powerful force or an extremely formidable person supporting him. The first god's attitude toward him also factored into his decision. When the first god saw the young man, he immediately said, "So it's you." Those words could only mean that the first god already saw the young man as the founder of the new order. That also had to be the reason he had given his divine imprint to him, not just because he hoped that the young man would establish a new order. That made a huge difference. Even without the first god's divine imprint, this young man would still be the one to establish the new order. Therefore, the old man had decisively chosen to follow him. Still, he wanted some benefits from doing so. He could not afford to rely entirely on the future. The benefits that were presented right in front of him now had to be secured. That way, in case the young man did not have a powerful backing, he would be ready to bail. Ye Guan looked at the two god generals. You will each receive 100 strands of ancestral origin per year. The two god generals bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, they said. He then looked at Ajia, who remained silent for a while before saying, I'm willing to follow you. She wanted to change the Sin continent, and the only way to do that was to follow the person before her, the sole inheritor of the first god's authority. If he was willing to stand on the Sin continent's side, it would significantly help their cause. Didn't you say we were sinners? Didn't you say we were the ones who betrayed the Supreme God? Now, the Supreme God's inheritor is standing on our side. For the sake of the Sin continent, her only option was to follow Ye Guan. If she did not, they would never have a chance of redeeming themselves. After all, the first god had completely disappeared. Ye Guan nodded slightly before turning to Yen, whose brows furrowed and whose hands balled into fists. Big sis, what's mine is yours, Ye Guan quickly said. As long as there is anything you want, I will give it to you. Ajia shook her head and smiled. Yen unclenched her hands. I don't need your ancestral veins. I'm mainly worried that you'll squander them. Just leave them with me for safekeeping for now. When you're older, I'll give them back to you. Ye Guan and everyone else were at a loss for words. In the end, he gave her 2 ancestral veins. He wanted to give her 4, but she only wanted 2, which he found somewhat surprising. After a few moments, everyone left the hall. Once out, Ye Guan looked at the sky, then turned to the old man. How should I address you, senior? My name is Mu Yuan. Ye Guan nodded. Senior Mu Yuan, we are currently inside the divine picture. How do we get out? The divine picture has a spirit. Since you are the Supreme God's inheritor, you should be able to subdue it. Give it a try. Ye Guan looked at his surroundings. Spirit of the divine picture, come out and talk to us. There was no response. When he frowned at Mu Yuan, the old man said, give it a beating. Ye Guan tapped on his thumb, and the Xianyuan sword immediately soared to the sky. The sky was torn open, but the rift was instantly repaired. His expression darkened. Senior, you really can't control this divine picture. Mu Yuan laughed bitterly. No. During the first god's era, the 4 great treasures only obeyed the first god's commands. They would not listen to anyone else. Seemingly coming to a realization, Ye Guan opened his palm, and the divine imprint appeared. He had not yet subdued this precious treasure. How can I make the divine imprint recognize me as its master? Mu Yuan shook his head. I don't know. Are you being serious? Those divine treasures have only ever been used by the Supreme God. Although we have seen them before, we have never used them. You should have a spirit too. Come out and have a chat. The divine imprint trembled slightly and transformed into a woman with golden hair. She was wearing a pale white dress. The spirit of the divine imprint coldly stared at Ye Guan. Just as Ye Guan was about to say something, she suddenly said, You're too weak. I don't want to follow you. Yen suddenly stepped forward and slapped her. Caught off guard, the spirit of the divine imprint was sent flying, rendering everyone speechless. Looking coldly at her, Yen said, I'll give you face if that's what you want. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did this end up getting physical? Ye Guan was also shocked. He never thought that his sister would slap the spirit. Still, he was moved. He knew that she simply was protecting him. Having been slapped away, the spirit of the divine imprint, who was now quite a distance from them, momentarily found herself unable to react. However, soon after, she burst out in anger. How dare you hit me? She clenched her hands tightly. Terrifying flames then surged out from within her and shot straight toward Yen. As Ye Guan's face darkened, he and his sister simultaneously disappeared. Boom! The deafening explosion blasted the spirit of the divine imprint further away. The siblings then chased after her and gave her a fierce beating. The scene left Mu Yuan and the others dumbfounded. They were beating up the spirit of the divine imprint. In the past, the spirit of the divine imprint had a very high status in the Temple of Gods. Apart from the first god, she basically ignored everyone else. Moreover, not even the strong members of the temple of that time didn't dare offend her. After all, she was created by the first god. Now, however, the Ye siblings were abusing the spirit of the divine imprint. Mu Yuan watched from the distance, his expression somewhat complicated. Right from the beginning, he already knew that the two didn't take the spirit of the divine imprint seriously. What kind of family is this? I can't believe they're treating the spirit of the divine imprint so lightly. Damn it. This is outrageous. More than anything, though, he was relieved. This scene made him feel more and more confident that he had made the right choice. When it came to choosing who to follow, one had to carefully observe them first. Follow those with prospects, and one would have prospects themselves. On the side, the Lady of Sin, who was watching with a puzzled expression, felt quite shocked as well. These siblings not only didn't take the divine imprint seriously, but even during their encounter with the first god earlier, they remained calm and composed. She couldn't help but be somewhat curious about the identities of Ye Guan and his sister now. Just then, the siblings stopped. The spirit of the divine imprint had now been beaten to the point of becoming somewhat illusory. The spirit of the divine imprint stared at Ye Guan and his sister fiercely. If my strength hadn't been depleted, you two could not have. As she spoke, Yan clenched her fist, causing her to quickly retreat thousands of meters. Ye Guan glanced indifferently at her. From now on, you are free. He had already taken the treasures inside the divine imprint and stored them in the Little Pagoda anyway. The divine imprint was dispensable for him, especially since it was safer to keep the treasures with Master Pagoda. Of course, he still needed to be careful of Master Pagoda's greed. Little Pagoda was speechless. Ye Guan's words stunned the spirit of the divine imprint. What did he mean? Did this man not want her? Ye Guan and Yan turned and left. Seeing this, Mu Yuan and the two god generals momentarily hesitated but soon hurriedly followed after him. The Lady of Sin glanced at the bewildered spirit of the divine imprint in the distance, lightly shook her head, and then turned to leave herself. The spirit of the divine imprint really took herself too seriously. She hadn't even figured out yet that the Ye siblings couldn't really care less about her. As Ye Guan and the others left, the expression on the spirit of the divine imprint turned extremely unpleasant. She didn't really plan to leave Ye Guan. Since the first god, whom she trusted, had entrusted her to him, she figured that there had to be a meaning behind it. However, she didn't want to acknowledge Ye Guan as her master. More accurately, she hoped to take the lead in their interaction. Hence, she didn't expect the young human to completely disregard her. It was infuriating. On the other side, Ye Guan led everyone into the starry sky. They spent a long time searching but failed to find a way out. Even when they tried to break through the spacetime together, it just immediately repaired itself. Ye Guan was starting to get a headache. This divine painting is quite tricky. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned toward it, finding the spirit of the divine imprint. Ye Guan glanced at her. Are you looking for a fight? The spirit glared at him. If my cultivation had not been depleted, I could have taken on 100 of you. Is that so? Ye Guan's indifference only made her even more furious. If you don't believe me, then ask the old man next to you. Mu Yuan glanced at the spirit of the divine imprint but remained silent. Ye Guan turned to Mu Yuan. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuan said, well, since we are all trapped in here, it's best to prioritize getting along. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. The spirit snorted coldly. To be trapped by such a small divine painting. You all are too useless. Mu Yuan shook his head. The emotional intelligence of the divine imprint's spirit was too low. However, he couldn't really afford to offend her. Can you get us out of here? The Lady of Sin asked the spirit. Of course, the spirit replied indifferently. How do we leave, then? The spirit glanced at Ye Guan. He's quite capable, isn't he? Why don't you ask him? The Lady of Sin quieted down. If you want freedom, we respect your choice. We won't force you to follow me, Ye Guan said. However, if you choose to follow me, you must listen to me, understand? It was my master who chose you, not me, the spirit of the divine imprint coldly replied. Your master is gone. You are free now. When the spirit began looking as if she was at a loss for words, Ye Guan continued, my sister and I have no grievances with you. We do not want to make enemies with you either. If you sincerely don't want to follow us, it's okay. You can just leave us behind. The spirit of the divine imprint stared at Ye Guan. Don't you know that those pseudo-gods fought fiercely and spilled a lot of blood just to get their hands on me? Ye Guan shook his head. I don't believe that possessing the divine imprint means becoming the new supreme god. I also don't believe that I cannot create a new order without the divine imprint. Mu Yuan glanced at Ye Guan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Lady of Sin also looked deeply at Ye Guan. After a moment of silence, the spirit of the divine imprint finally said, I'll follow you. Ye Guan was puzzled. Why? Glancing at him, she answered, I trust my master. Right after, she suddenly transformed into a golden light and soared into the sky. Boom! A moment later, a golden vortex appeared in the starry sky above. As Ye Guan grew curious, screams echoed from within the golden vortex. That's the divine painting. Mu Yuan exclaimed. He then smiled faintly. One thing begets another, after all. A golden light then suddenly appeared above everyone. The voice of the divine imprint's spirit rang out from within it. Come in. The crowd soared into the sky and entered the golden light. Soon, they found themselves in the depths of the abyss. They had finally made it out. Ye Guan took a deep breath. The spirit of the divine imprint then appeared in front of him, holding a scroll in her hand. Is this the divine painting? He asked. The spirit of the divine imprint coldly snorted, unwilling to answer. However, she soon realized that it was better to lower her head while she was under someone else's roof. Hence, she nodded and then threw the divine painting to Ye Guan. Ye Guan took the divine painting and examined it. Then he asked, how do I subdue it? The spirit of the divine imprint said, since I'm following you, it will naturally listen to you. Ye Guan smiled. It's said that there were 4 supreme treasures in the era of the first god, and you're the leader among them. The spirit of the divine imprint smirked proudly. Naturally, I'll have to rely on you a lot in the future, then. The spirit looked at him, now feeling a lot more favorable toward him. Just then, Mu Yuan suddenly said, Ye Guan, look. Ye Guan turned to Mu Yuan. Just 1,000 meters away from them knelt a middle-aged man in armor. His eyes were tightly closed, and blood kept flowing from them. He's God General Zhentian, Mu Yuan said in a deep voice. Ye Guan turned to Mu Yuan. Who? He's one of the top 5 god generals. Why is he kneeling in this place, then? Mu Yuan shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. He is extremely powerful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to subdue him, let alone make him kneel. I'll go ask. Mu Yuan shook out of view and reappeared before God General Zhentian. Zhentian, what are you doing here? He asked. God General Zhentian's brows furrowed. Mu Yuan, aren't you dead? I managed to survive. God General Zhentian remained silent and expressionless. What are you doing here? Mu Yuan repeated. God General Zhentian impatiently replied, I like kneeling here. What's wrong with that? Mu Yuan blinked. Did someone manage to beat you? Furious, Zhentian replied, who could possibly beat me? Well, then, you can get up. Mind your own business, Mu Yuan. At that moment, Mu Yuan's expression became strange. So you really were beaten. Zhentian didn't know what to say anymore. Mu Yuan was puzzled. With Genshin's strength, nobody except for the pseudo-gods could have stood a chance against him, let alone order him to kneel in this place. It was as if he had been mercilessly crushed. With this in mind, Mu Yuan asked, who did this to you? Zhentian remained silent. He had no idea who the other party was. He just made a sarcastic remark, and the next thing he knew, he had been brutally beaten and forced to kneel here. He didn't even know who attacked him. Zhentian, you should get up and talk. Kneeling like this isn't good, Mu Yuan urged. If I could get up, do you really think I would still be here? Zhentian replied, irritation in his voice. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhentian was truly in agony at this moment because the woman had left a sword aura in his body, which didn't threaten his life but firmly suppressed him. As long as he moved, he would die. Therefore, he dared not move at all. Just then, Ye Guan suddenly walked up to Zhentian. He glanced at Zhentian, feeling a familiar aura within him, which puzzled him. Seeing Ye Guan's perplexed look, Genshin's brow furrowed suddenly. What are you looking at? He snapped. Ye Guan's voice was deep as he asked, is there a sword aura inside you? Zhentian was slightly taken aback, then replied, how did you know? Ye Guan stared at Zhentian. What does the person who attacked you look like? Zhentian frowned slightly, a little displeased. What's it to you? Then keep kneeling. With that, he turned and left with Yen. Mu Yuan glanced at Zhentian indifferently. After so many years, you are still so stupid. You deserve to kneel. Zhentian was speechless. Seeing Ye Guan and the others about to leave, Zhentian hesitated for a moment before saying, she wore a plain skirt. Upon hearing what Zhentian said, Ye Guan trembled as he stood frozen on the spot. And plain skirt? Ye Guan turned to look at Zhentian, his gaze flickering. Have you seen her? Zhentian furrowed his brow slightly and asked in return, do you know her? Ye Guan nodded. This time, it was Zhentian who was stunned. Ye Guan walked slowly to Genshin's side. My aunt is a good person with a good temper. She wouldn't attack without reason. Did you do something to upset her? Little Pagoda remained silent. Hearing Ye Guan's words, Zhentian shook his head. You say she has a good temper, but I can't agree with that. Good temper? That woman didn't seem like someone with a good temper at all. Ye Guan didn't say anything more and left with Yen. Seeing Ye Guan leaving, Zhentian hurriedly said, wait. Ye Guan turned to look at Zhentian. After hesitating for a moment, Zhentian said, can you remove the sword aura for me? Ye Guan replied calmly, I should be able to. After a moment of silence, Zhentian said, if you're willing to help, consider it as me owing you a favor. Ye Guan shook his head. It doesn't matter to me. He then turned and left. Upon hearing Ye Guan's words, Genshin's expression became extremely ugly. Mu Yuan glanced at Zhentian indifferently. Can't you see what's going on? With that, he turned and left. Genshin's expression turned even uglier. He didn't plead with them again, but simply stared hard at Ye Guan and the others in the distance. After Ye Guan and the others disappeared into the distance, he suddenly looked up at the depths of the starry sky. Shenling. At this moment, a voice from the ancient depths of the stars suddenly sounded. Yes. Save me? Why should I? Zhentian said calmly, if you save me, I'll tell you a secret. Speak. Save me first. The voice replied coldly, do you have any other choice? After a moment of silence, Zhentian said, the young man has obtained the divine picture, and not only that, I also sensed the aura of the divine imprint on him. It seems that he has obtained the inheritance of the first god. What? From the distant starry sky came a sound of astonishment, followed by the rupture of space-time, and a middle-aged man dressed in divine attire slowly walked out. Zhentian stared at Shenling intently, his eyes burning like fire. Is it true? Zhentian nodded. It can't possibly be wrong. Shenling squinted his eyes, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Zhentian looked at Shenling. Can we take action now? The reason he didn't ask for Ye Guan's help was because he had other methods. Shenling suddenly stepped forward and came to Zhentian. He placed his right hand on Genshin's shoulder. When he sensed the sword energy inside Zhentian, he didn't pay much heed. With a slight force from his right hand, a terrifying power entered Genshin's body, intending to crush the sword energy. However, just at that moment, boom, the sword energy burst out and pierced into Shenling's forehead. In an instant, both of their bodies started to disintegrate at a visible rate. It was a double kill. Shenling was stunned as he stared at the horrified Zhentian. What the fuck? Both of them vanished immediately after. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. On the other side, in the starry sky, Ye Guan suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing. Yan turned to look at Ye Guan, asking, "What's wrong?" Ye Guan calmly said, "Before we entered the divine picture, we felt a powerful aura. Now I think that aura must have been from Zhentian." Beside them, Mu Yuan's voice was low. "Are you worried about the possibility of your acquisition of the divine imprint being exposed?" Ye Guan nodded. The divine imprint had caused chaos in the temple of the gods back then. If it appeared in his hands now, would the gods let him off? Definitely not. Mu Yuan suddenly said, "I'll go deal with him." With that, he turned and disappeared on the spot. But not long after, Mu Yuan returned to Ye Guan's side, his expression somewhat grim. "He's gone?" Ye Guan furrowed his brow. "Gone." Mu Yuan nodded. "When I got there, he was already gone." Ye Guan's brow furrowed even more. "That's impossible. He couldn't have escaped the sword aura left by the ant plane skirt. What do we do next?" The sinful lady suddenly said, "We go to Sin City." Ye Guan looked at the sinful lady, and she continued solemnly, "We're going to see Lord Muking." Ye Guan asked, "The god from the Sin world?" The sinful lady replied gravely, "Lord Muking doesn't like others calling him a god." Ye Guan glanced at the sinful lady, silent. The sinful lady looked at Ye Guan. "Are you worried that he has intentions towards the divine imprint?" Ye Guan nodded. The sinful lady shook her head immediately. "That's impossible. Lord Muking's devotion to the first god is beyond your imagination. You are the inheritor of the first god, and he will surely choose to serve you." Mu Yuan suddenly said, "Miss, you're still too young." The sinful lady looked at Mu Yuan, and Mu Yuan said in a deep voice, "I know about Muking. He was the most low-key figure in the temple back then. He did not compete or participate in any factional struggles. And in the end, he survived the internal conflicts of the temple. Just based on this, he's not ordinary." The sinful lady fell silent at his words. "Being cautious does not hurt. Hence my suggestion is that we don't expose the existence of the divine imprint for now. If we do, it will drive those old guys crazy again. You see, the divine imprint is not just a symbol of identity, it contains countless treasures left behind by the first god. If it's exposed now, those old codgers will definitely go mad and try to snatch it." Pausing for a moment, he added, "What's even more terrifying is the possibility of them joining forces." At his words, Ye Guan's eyelids twitched. Mu Yuan looked at Ye Guan. "There are two most important things to do now. First, it is to tame the yin-yang twin beasts left behind by the first god. They are truly loyal to the first god, and with the divine imprint, you have a great chance of taming them. Second, improve your strength as soon as possible. In short, our current goal is to quietly develop and grow as stealthily as possible." Ye Guan suddenly laughed. "Elder Mu Yuan, what did you do in the temple before?" Mu Yuan smiled faintly. "I was a literary attendant, mainly handling some literary matters in the temple, managing the vast expanse and such." Ye Guan said, "I see. Ye Guan, with our current strength, we are still unable to contend with those pseudo-gods. If you want to gain the loyalty of the subordinates of the first god, you must improve your strength. Otherwise, they may not choose to follow you." "I understand." With that, he glanced at Mu Yuan and the sinful lady, then said, "I'll take you both to a place." And with that, he directly brought the two of them into the Little Pagoda. As they entered the Little Pagoda, both of them were stunned. Soon, their expressions became more serious than ever before, especially Mu Yuan. He looked around and was overwhelmed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated Ye Guan. After entering the Little Pagoda, Ye Guan arrived in front of a great hall. This hall was the main hall inside the divine imprint, which he had moved into the Little Pagoda. And all the treasures left by the first god were in this hall. When he saw this hall, Mu Yuan's expression became complex. First god hall. Ye Guan looked at Mu Yuan, and Mu Yuan whispered, "This is the hall where the first god specifically cultivated. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Ye Guan walked towards the hall, but Mu Yuan stayed behind. Ye Guan looked at Mu Yuan, and after hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuan said, "I won't go in." Ye Guan was puzzled. Why? The first god once said that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Ye Guan shook his head. "Come in. There are some things inside that I don't quite understand, and I need to ask you." With that, he entered the hall. Yan naturally wouldn't care about what the first god said. She also walked in. To her, her brother's things were equivalent to her own. They were all family, sharing blessings and hardships together. The sinful lady didn't think too much either, and also walked into the hall. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuan followed suit. He also wanted to see the treasures left by the first god. The hall was not large, filled with various divine books, resembling a study. Ye Guan walked to one of the bookshelves, picked up an ancient book and opened it. In an instant, countless golden characters poured directly into his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Ye Guan's eyes turned into a vast starry sky. Within the boundless galaxy, countless golden ancient characters drifted like rivers flowing in the starry river. At this moment, Mu Yuan's voice suddenly appeared in Ye Guan's mind. This is the legendary Galaxy Book, a divine treasure, second only to the 4 great divine treasures. You have the divine imprint, and it has already recognized you as its master. You can control it. Ye Guan suddenly opened his palm, and in an instant, countless ancient characters converged into a sword and fell into his palm. Not only that, but the power of the boundless galaxy also condensed into starlight and poured into his sword. A galaxy in the sword. Feeling this, Ye Guan suddenly became excited. There was a galaxy in the sword. There was a galaxy inside the Galaxy Book, and the Galaxy Book allowed Ye Guan to harness the power of a star field through his sword. Ye Guan closed his eyes with his sword in his hand. He could sense the boundless power of the galaxy coursing through him. It was an extremely domineering power that made even Ye Guan himself feel apprehensive. After a while, Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly and looked down at the sword in his hand with a solemn expression. He had underestimated the treasures from the first god's era. These treasures were more terrifying than he had expected. The divine imprint hadn't lied. If their opponent were at their peak, he and his older sister wouldn't have been worthy opponents. After all, the Galaxy Book was weaker compared to the divine imprint. Ye Guan put away the sword in his hand and stared at the tiny bronze door next to the desk. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Mu Yuan noticed that and said in a deep voice, "It's the door of extermination." Ye Guan looked at Mu Yuan and asked, "The door of extermination?" Mu Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. "It's a powerful weapon and is known as the strongest of the 4 great divine treasures. There is an extremely terrifying array of extermination beyond that door, and the first god had laid it out personally." Ye Guan nodded slightly, and then he reached out to pick up the door of extermination. "Wait," Mu Yuan said, stopping Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan said in a deep voice, "The array beyond this door is an amalgamation of the vast expanse's killing intent. Those unqualified but daring enough to make contact with the door will have their minds eroded in an instant." Ye Guan became even more interested. "An amalgamation of the vast expanse's killing intent?" Ye Guan asked. "Yes," Mu Yuan said, nodding. At the time, the first god used his divine power to gather the vast expanse's killing intent, and then he shaped the killing intent into an array that he placed beyond the door of extermination. "Ye Guan, you're staring at the vast expanse's most dangerous weapon. You must not come into contact with it." Ye Guan smiled slightly and said, "I want to give it a try." Killing intent? He wasn't afraid of killing intent at all. He had the mad demon bloodline, after all. Mu Yuan hesitated briefly before saying, "All right. Be careful, then." Ye Guan nodded. As soon as he picked up the door of extermination with his right hand, his eyes widened, and a terrifying killing intent rushed inside of him. Ye Guan's eyes became bloodshot. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they frantically retreated. The killing intent that Ye Guan was emitting was just too terrifying. Yan looked at Ye Guan with worry in her eyes. She could feel that the mad demon bloodline inside Ye Guan was gaining ground and would soon awaken completely. No one would be able to suppress Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline once he had fallen into madness. Ye Guan clenched his fists. His mortal bloodline and his Phoenix Emperor bloodline came to life and fought the mad demon bloodline inside of him. Mu Yuan was stupefied. He was shocked upon realizing that Ye Guan had 3 bloodlines. Possessing just one special bloodline was already considered extraordinary, but Ye Guan actually had 3 special bloodlines. It was simply unbelievable. Ye Guan's mortal bloodline and Phoenix Emperor bloodline worked together to suppress the mad demon bloodline, allowing Ye Guan to awaken. Ye Guan let go of the door of extermination. The door of extermination fell to the ground, and Ye Guan took several steps backward. Ye Guan clenched his fists, and the mad demon bloodline within him gradually calmed down. Eventually, Ye Guan returned to normal. Yan pulled Ye Guan's arm, asking, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan glanced at Yan and saw her worried look. He took a deep breath to compose himself before replying, "I'm fine." Ye Guan cast a shaken look at the door of extermination before him. He had sensed a boundless killing intent from within the door of extermination, and it was an exceedingly powerful killing intent. To make matters worse, Ye Guan also felt an inscrutable aura beyond the door of extermination. The aura was faint, but he managed to pick up on it. Ye Guan looked at Mu Yuan and asked, "Mu Yuan, I sensed a presence inside this door. Do you have any idea what it could be?" Mu Yuan frowned. "A presence?" Ye Guan nodded. After pondering for a while, Mu Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. The item was crafted by the first god himself, and then he gave it to God General Evil Ming. In other words, only God General Evil Ming and the first god knows everything about it." What an extraordinary item, Ye Guan mused to himself as he stared quietly at the door of extermination. He dared not attempt to take control over the door of extermination, as it had the potential to make his mad demon bloodline even more uncontrollable. However, Ye Guan knew that he could use it during life or death situations, as it was a way to strengthen his mad demon bloodline. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the bookshelves. Some of the books were authored by the first god himself, while the rest had been collected by him. Ye Guan's eyes fell on a black book. Ye Guan opened it and found ancient mysterious runes inscribed on its pages. Perplexed, he handed the book to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan stared at it with a puzzled look. Ye Guan was surprised. "You don't recognize these characters?" Mu Yuan shook his head. "Yeah, I don't." Ye Guan was confused. Mu Yuan sounded solemn as he explained, "These characters aren't from our era." Ye Guan examined the black book with his divine sense. However, his divine sense vanished without a trace as soon as it made contact with the book. Ye Guan was taken aback. My divine sense can't penetrate it? That's a bit interesting. Yen placed a hand on the black book and frowned. Ye Guan asked, what's wrong? This book feels strange, Yen remarked. You should be careful. Did you find out something, big sis? Yen shook her head. Just a gut feeling. A gut feeling. Ye Guan was taken aback at first, but then he smiled. Yen saw Ye Guan's smile and shrugged. If you don't believe it, it's fine. I do believe you, said Ye Guan with a shake of his head. His gut feeling was also telling him that the black book was dangerous. In the end, Ye Guan returned the black book to the shelf, and then his gaze fell on a ring not too far away from him. The ring was made out of gold, and the character 1 was inscribed on its surface. Ye Guan noticed that Mu Yuan had been stealing glances at the golden ring. Ye Guan spread his palm, and the ring flew into his hand. His divine sense then entered the ring, and he was stunned by what he saw inside. The next moment, he revealed a light smile and put the ring away. Mu Yuan glanced at Ye Guan but did not speak. Yen stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to Yen and said, big sis, stay here and take whatever you want. Don't stand on ceremony. What's mine is yours, after all. Both the Lady of Sin and Mu Yuan were taken aback by Ye Guan's words. The temple still contained many divine treasures, but Ye Guan had actually allowed Yen to take whatever she wanted to take. In addition, what's mine is yours? Clearly, the two siblings had an extraordinary bond. Yen nodded slightly. Okay. The Lady of Sin and Mu Yuan shook their heads with a wry smile. Yen was indeed not planning on standing on ceremony. Mu Yuan had noticed something else as well. The divine treasures before them were precious, but these siblings didn't seem to value them that much. In other words, the siblings had seen many things and had a broader worldview. After leaving the world inside the tiny pagoda, Mu Yuan appeared in front of Ye Guan and solemnly said, Ye Guan, we should go and subdue the yin-yang twin beasts. Then, we have a few god generals and divine servants to handle. Ye Guan asked, how does my strength compare to the yin-yang twin beasts? Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment before replying, there should be a slight difference. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, Elder Mu Yuan, do you really think they'll follow someone weaker than them? Mu Yuan sounded solemn as he replied, you have the divine imprint, so they will. Ye Guan interrupted with a shake of his head and said, I'm weak, so I'm sure they are not going to follow me out of loyalty if they somehow decide to follow me despite my strength. I don't want to have such a following, as it would be completely meaningless in the end. In other words, my top priority is becoming even stronger myself rather than seeking external help. If I'm strong and outstanding enough, they're going to follow me willingly. Otherwise, it's meaningless even if they end up following me. Moreover, an information leak is going to be inevitable if I were to seek them out this early. Once everyone knows that I had obtained the first god's inheritance, I will surely be hunted down. Divine artifacts and powerful helpers were not to be neglected, but one's own strength had to be the top priority. Ye Guan ought to lie low and take it slow. Once he was powerful enough, the loyal subordinates of the first god would surely come to him by themselves. If not, then it wouldn't really matter, as Ye Guan himself was already strong enough. Mu Yuan stared at Ye Guan with astonishment in his eyes. If someone else had obtained the inheritance of the first god, they would have drifted away to no man's land. However, the young man managed to stay composed and judge himself fairly. He was indeed a remarkable young man. Mu Yuan agreed with Ye Guan's words. There was no guarantee that the god generals and divine servants would choose to follow Ye Guan, even if he managed to subdue them. They could also have ulterior motives, and Ye Guan would be in trouble by then. Mu Yuan set aside his thoughts and said, pardon me, I wasn't thinking clearly. Elder Mu Yuan, you should cultivate inside the pagoda for now. Mu Yuan nodded and returned to the world inside the tiny pagoda. He had a special identity, and he had to stay hidden for the meantime. Ye Guan's gaze landed on the Lady of Sin. Are you really not going back to the Sin continent with me? Asked the Lady of Sin in a deep voice. She was hoping that Ye Guan would return to the Sin continent with her. Once Ye Guan's identity was exposed, the Sin continent would witness the birth of a ray of hope. Ye Guan shook his head. The Lady of Sin wanted to say something, but Ye Guan calmly said, I understand your feelings. You want to change the Sin continent's status quo. However, you have to understand that things aren't that simple, especially when I still don't understand the Sin continent's god. In other words, we cannot do anything drastic for now. How long do I have to wait for you? I will make a move at the right time. The Lady of Sin fell into contemplation before nodding and saying, I'll listen to you. Ye Guan opened his palm, and 5 strands of ancestral origin floated over to the Lady of Sin. First of all, I want you to become even stronger. I want you to move once I tell you to move. The Lady of Sin didn't refuse the offer and accepted the strands of ancestral origin. If you need anything, just come find me, said the Lady of Sin before turning around and disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Left all alone, Ye Guan turned around to leave as well, but he sensed something and turned around. His gaze pierced through countless star fields, and he witnessed a sword falling straight down, annihilating a massive star field. Ye Guan fell into a daze at the terrifying sight. When he came back to his senses and focused, the sword had already disappeared. Did I just see a sword obliterate a massive star field? Ye Guan's expression unconsciously became serious. A star field contained a myriad of stars, and there was no way Ye Guan could annihilate one, even if he were to go all out and reveal all of his cards. Was there another invincible swordsman somewhere? Ye Guan stared into the depths of the starry skies, pondering over something. Then, his figure trembled, and he transformed into a streak of sword light that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Ye Guan had decided to take a look. Although it was somewhat risky, an encounter with such a powerful swordsman was rare. How could he pass up on the opportunity to see just what kind of swordsmen they were? Ye Guan traversed through the starry skies until he eventually reached the devastated starfield. Ye Guan saw nothing but a void. The starfield had truly been annihilated. Ye Guan's expression became extremely grim. Who exactly was behind that sword? Rumble? Ye Guan felt the approach of mysterious figures, and he hurriedly concealed his own aura before hiding in an independent pocket of space. Soon, mysterious Supreme Elites emerged from space-time rifts all around Ye Guan. The Supreme Elites were shocked to see the scene of annihilation before them. What kind of cultivator could achieve such a feat? It had to be known that what was annihilated wasn't a starry sky but an entire star field. Has a god descended here? A voice echoed, shattering the silence. The descent of a god? Ye Guan stared calmly into the distance. In his opinion, a god hadn't descended here, as the sword was a bit familiar to him. Unfortunately, he did not manage to get a clear view of the sword as it was just a bit too far away earlier. Could it be Ant? After a moment of silence, Ye Guan shook his head slightly and turned around to leave. He had the inheritance of the first god and countless divine treasures, so Ye Guan knew that he had to stay low-key and make sure that no one would know what he had on his person. Otherwise, the cultivators of the old era would hunt him down. 9 ancestral veins? Who could resist such a temptation? Ye Guan was about to leave the scene when a voice echoed. What is that? Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and looked up. Emerging from the void was a massive cloud ship spanning tens of thousands of meters long. It sailed slowly across the void as if it were a ghost ship. A flagpole with a banner stood ramrod straight on the cloud ship's bow. The character Mo was written in blood red ink on the banner. Ye Guan was confused. Rumble? Countless divine senses swept toward the cloud ship, but they disappeared without a trace the moment they got close enough to the cloud ship. The nearby Supreme Elites were astonished. Just then, streams of spiritual energy rushed out of the cloud ship. Everyone's faces changed drastically upon seeing the stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was incomparably pure. It had come from a strand of ancestral origin. There had to be multiple strands of ancestral origin on the cloud ship, and they were extremely pure. No, everyone reckoned that there might be ancestral veins on the cloud ship, as the spiritual energy around it was so thick that it had become a mist. Only ancestral veins could produce such a thick and concentrated spiritual energy. At the possibility that there might be a legendary ancestral vein on the cloud ship, the gazes of the nearby Supreme Elites became filled with green. An ancestral vein? It was the most precious natural resource throughout the vast expanse. However, Ye Guan retreated instead of attacking the cloud ship. He had experienced enough to know that there was something wrong. The sudden appearance of the cloud ship and the spiritual energy coming from a strand of ancestral origin. The coincidence was too much for it to be natural. Ye Guan noticed something off, so he picked up the pace and retreated. Rumble? Rumbling noises echoed as a mighty aura swept toward the distant cloud ship. The lurking Supreme Elites could no longer sit idly by and were forced to charge at the cloud ship. They also knew that something was amiss, but the presence of an ancestral vein was just too great of a temptation for them to refuse. Moreover, they knew that great rewards always come with great risks. In no time, at least hundreds of top-tier Supreme Elites flocked to the cloud ship. They flew desperately, seemingly afraid that they would be too late and someone else would snatch the ancestral vein away from them. Ye Guan stared at the Supreme Elites and saw that the weakest among them was a great destiny sovereign. Roughly 80% of them were great destiny sovereigns, but there were heavenly sovereigns among them. They all had one thing in common, they were all old monsters. Just as the crowd approached the cloud ship, a book suddenly flew out from within the cloud ship. A burst of blood-red light erupted and engulfed the charging cultivators. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the desolate starfield. Ye Guan watched solemnly as the cultivators exploded into bloody mists one after another beneath the blood-red light coming from the book, which looked like it was made out of blood. Less than a dozen breaths later, the Supreme Elites had transformed into blood mists. Ye Guan was stupefied. It had to be known that there were heavenly sovereigns among them, but they were completely powerless in the face of the blood-red light. How terrifying! Ye Guan remarked inwardly. Just then, a woman flew out of the cloud ship. She was dressed in a light red long dress, which was as thin as a veil. The woman stood on the flagpole on the bow of the cloud ship, and her black hair billowed out around her as she swept her crimson eyes across the gory scene. She had an extraordinary appearance. No, she had an otherworldly appearance. The woman opened her palm, and the mysterious bloody book flew into her hands. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she revealed a captivating smile while staring at the book in her hands. All of a sudden, she turned toward where Ye Guan was standing and said, "A fish actually got away." Swoosh! The woman vanished and reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan's left thumb pressed against his sword hilt. He did not make a move, but his sword intent and bloodline power surged crazily within him. They were ready to be unleashed at any moment. Ye Guan dared not to be careless before the strange woman. If he had to make a move, he'd go all out and deliver a fatal blow. The woman and Ye Guan met each other's gaze. The woman revealed a captivating and soul-stirring smile. Ye Guan steadied his mind and calmly said, "Things that are too good to be true are often scams." Oh, the woman's curiosity was piqued. "You knew that it was a trap?" Ye Guan nodded slightly. I guessed it. The woman sized up Ye Guan and chuckled. I did not expect those old fogies to be dumber than a young man. Well, the temptation was too great, Ye Guan remarked. A strong enough temptation would force people to take risks, including risking their lives. I feel like you're not afraid of me, the woman pointed out. She couldn't help but be surprised because she noticed that Ye Guan's eyes had never shown any fear before her, even though his hand had been on his sword hilt the moment she appeared. Ye Guan calmly asked, "Are you going to attack me?" The woman shook her head. "No." "Why?" Ye Guan asked. The woman's jade-like hand picked up a lock of her hair that had settled on her bosom before saying, "I killed them because they wanted to rob my ancestral veins. You weren't one of them, so why should I kill you?" Ye Guan was silent. "So she came here, to fish?" The woman glanced at the sword in Ye Guan's hand and smiled before turning around to leave. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly turned around and waved her sleeve, sending a strand of ancestral origin toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was bewildered. "Miss, you. I'm in a good mood today," the woman exclaimed, waving her hand from afar without even looking back. "Consider that your good fortune." The woman reached the cloud ship in the blink of an eye. Then, her cloud ship disappeared into the end of the star field. Left all alone, Ye Guan looked down at the strand of ancestral origin in front of him and shook his head with a wry smile. He then put away the strand of ancestral origin and turned around to leave. The woman opened her palm, and the same bloody book from earlier appeared in her hand. She revealed a charming smile upon sensing the surging blood energy within the book. Just then, a young man in a black robe appeared behind her. The black-robed young man's gaze was cold as he stared at the distant end of the starry sky. The cultivation base of the young man earlier wasn't that high, but his spiritual energy, blood, and soul are stronger than the average heavenly sovereign. "Why did you not assimilate him into that demon book? Does that young man deserve to die?" asked the young woman. The black-robed young man frowned. The woman chuckled and said, "I killed those people because they tried to rob us of our ancestral veins. They deserve to die, but the young man earlier had no ill motives toward me, so why should I kill him?" The black-robed young man glanced at Mo Yao Yao. "You're such a traditionalist," the black-robed young man said with a hint of disdain in his voice. Mo Yao Yao smiled and replied, "The path to the great Dao is straightforward. Everything follows the law of cause and effect. I am not invincible, so I still have to respect the law of cause and effect. He had no intentions, so I would have incurred bad karma if I had killed him." The black-robed young man snorted. "So what if you incurred some karma?" Mo Yao Yao shook her head and remained silent. However, the black-robed young man seemed unwilling to let the matter go. "I don't believe in the karma that you're talking about. I don't believe that there are going to be any negative consequences even if I kill him. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet." Mo Yao Yao put away the book in her hand. No need. A pointless dispute was unnecessary. Moreover, Mo Yao Yao admired the young man for his fearless attitude, calm demeanor, and clear eyes. The young man definitely had a bright future ahead of him, which was the reason Mo Yao Yao decided to give him a strand of ancestral origin. Of course, Mo Yao Yao wasn't really expecting much from the young man. The black-robed young man glanced at Mo Yao Yao and said, "I will prove you wrong. Just give me some time." The black-robed young man turned around to leave. Mo Yao Yao saw that and said, "He has no grievances with you, so why kill him out of impulse?" The black-robed young man remained expressionless. "I don't like him. Is that not good enough of a reason?" Mo Yao Yao frowned slightly. The black-robed young man chuckled and said, "I really want to see whether there are any consequences in this world that my Wang clan cannot bear." Wang clan? He was a descendant of the 5 great gods? The descendants of the 5 great gods. There were 5 distinct great old clans throughout the old era: the Mo clan, the Wang clan, the Chen clan, the Qin clan, and the Zhao clan. These 5 great clans were descendants of the surviving 5 gods, which had great influence during the old era. Mo Yao Yao frowned at the black-robed young man's remark. Truthfully speaking, she was slightly repulsed by his words. Mo Yao Yao was from the Mo clan, but she was an illegitimate child. She was once subject to bullies, and she had never really been a fan of the young man's arrogant attitude. The young swordsman earlier was a nice young man, and there was no need to target him. However, Mo Yao Yao didn't bother trying to convince the young man otherwise, knowing that her words would never convince him. The black-robed young man did not bother waiting for Mo Yao Yao's reply and transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the distant starry skies. Mo Yao Yao stood silent for a while before chasing after the black-robed young man. Ye Guan was busy flying on his sword. Just then, he sensed the fluctuations of spacetime on his side, prompting him to turn toward where it was coming from. Rumble? A spacetime rift manifested, and a black-robed young man walked out slowly from the rift. Ye Guan was confused upon sensing the young man's cold gaze toward him. The black-robed young man stared at Ye Guan and said, "Make your move." Ye Guan furrowed his brows. "Who are you?" The black-robed young man calmly replied, "You have just one chance to make a move because you are going to die once I make my move." Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, "Are there any grievances between us?" The black-robed young man replied, "None." Ye Guan was puzzled. "Then why?" The black-robed young man stared into Ye Guan's eyes. "I just don't like you. Is that not good enough of a reason?" Ye Guan was silent. "Haha." The black-robed young man chuckled. "Do you find it hard to understand?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The black-robed young man walked slowly toward Ye Guan. "Ants are everywhere in this world, you know. If we're in a good mood upon encountering one, we might go around and spare its life. Otherwise, we'll just crush it and continue on our way. The black-robed young man stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, crushing an ant is just a matter of whether our mood is bad or not. There are no other reasons aside from that. Do you understand? I understand. The strong could be willful, while the weak often had to resign themselves to their fate. Make your move. Remember, you only have one chance. Ye Guan said no more and vanished. He unsheathed his sword, and a streak of radiant sword light erupted. Shockingly, the radiant sword light contained a field of stars. Starfield sword? The black-robed young man's pupils constricted. He had just realized that he had underestimated Ye Guan. He was about to make a move when Ye Guan's sword moved at breakneck speeds, piercing the black-robed young man's glabella. Boom! The black-robed young man froze with eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Guan stared at the black-robed young man with a frown. You really are good at pretending. I thought you were strong, so I didn't expect you to be so weak. How come you're so arrogant when you're so weak? The black-robed young man's expression became ugly. He glared at Ye Guan and said amidst gritted teeth, I'm a descendant of a god. Ye Guan was confused. Descendant of a god? What nonsense are you talking about? The black-robed young man was furious. How dare you blaspheme the gods, you? Ye Guan swung his sword, and the black-robed young man's head flew away. Ye Guan shook his head. What an idiot. Ye Guan swung his sword once again to erase the young man's soul. However, the space-time in the distance abruptly split open, and a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the starry skies. How dare you? Ye Guan picked up the pace and slashed at the black-robed young man's soul, dispersing it into nothingness. Then, Ye Guan turned around and fled, disappearing into the distant end of the starry skies. Kill and run? Boom! Just as Ye Guan disappeared into the end of the starry skies, an old man walked out of the space-time rift. The old man had a prominent square face and was dressed in a loose black robe. The old man's eyes burned with fury, and he was emitting an aura that made the starry skies quiver. The old man didn't chase after Ye Guan. Instead, he spread out his palm and clenched it. Gather. Boom! The starry skies became illusory, and streams of what looked like black gas gathered in front of the old man from all directions. The black gas strands looked faint and almost transparent, but they eventually coalesced into a soul. The soul of the black-robed young man? An aged voice pervaded every nook and cranny of the starry skies, saying, snatching souls from the cycle of reincarnation and forcibly reversing life and death. Wang clan, in consideration of your ancestors, I will have to remind you that your grandson has courted death, which is the reason for his demise. Give up now, and the damage you'll incur will be mitigated. If you insist on resurrecting him, you and your Wang clan will incur immense karma. Your Wang clan will have to. The old man waved his sleeve and said fiercely, my Wang clan will bear any karma. The aged voice went silent. The black-robed young man soon appeared in his soul form. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with confusion, but his eyes eventually cleared up. Upon seeing the old man, the black-robed young man called out softly, Grandfather. The old man stared at the black-robed young man and said, draw the appearance of your murderer. The black-robed young man was silent. The old man frowned. What's wrong? Grandfather, he's really strong, the black-robed young man said softly. The old man's face turned cold. What? Are you afraid? The black-robed young man dared not speak. I sacrificed some of my lifespan to save you. The old man was furious. I didn't bring you back to act like a coward. You have to avenge yourself, or your path to the summit of cultivation be fraught with difficulties. The black-robed young man clenched his fist slowly, and his gaze became cold. The old man's gaze turned icy as well as he said, he knew that you're a descendant of a god, but he still chose to attack you. In addition to killing you, he has insulted our Wang clan as well. The black-robed young man realized something just then, and he sounded helpless as he said, but I'm much weaker than him. The old man sneered and said, fool. Your own individual strength and the strength of your family are both yours. So what if you're weaker than him as an individual? Can his family be stronger than our clan? The black-robed young man obtained boundless confidence at the old man's remark. The old man was right. The strength of his family was his strength as well? The black-robed young man hesitated no longer. He opened his palm, and a strand of soul power drifted out. Soon, the strand of soul power depicted the appearance of Ye Guan. The old man looked at the portrait of Ye Guan before him, and his eyes became filled with a killing intent so thick that it was palpable. Someone. A black-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. Find him, the old man said, presenting the portrait to the black-clothed figure. The black-clothed figure saluted respectfully and left quietly. Meanwhile, Mo Yao Yao had witnessed everything. She shook her head upon witnessing the old man's revenge plot, but she also understood the old man's logic behind his decision. The descendants of the 5 great gods had always been exceedingly arrogant, and their identity was a great honor in their eyes. They believed that they were born to be superior to everyone else, which was why they would never let anyone insult them. Mo Yao Yao shook her head once more and left. Ye Guan soon found himself in the Divine Academy. He entered the world inside the tiny pagoda and opened his palm. The Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand, and he smiled lightly as he looked down at it. Starfield sword? The Starfield sword was far more powerful than he initially thought. It was worth noting that the black-robed young man wasn't inferior to him in terms of cultivation base, but the Starfield sword had killed the black-robed young man instantly. Moreover, Ye Guan hadn't even used his bloodline. He reckoned that under the enhancement of his bloodlines, the Starfield sword's attack power would reach a whole new level. Ye Guan recalled something just then and opened his palm, revealing the divine imprint. Ye Guan knew that the divine imprint was extraordinary, and it was far superior to the galaxy book in terms of value. Of course, the galaxy book itself was terrifying, but the divine imprint had to be more terrifying than it. Ye Guan wasn't really in a hurry to explore the divine imprint's power. Right now, his top priority was stabilizing himself. Heaven Rend Quick Draw, Space Overlap, Starfield Sword. These were the 3 sword moves in Ye Guan's arsenal, and he had 3 unique bloodlines as well. The core of his power was still his bloodlines, as his sword moves couldn't reach their peak power without his bloodlines. Just then, Ye Guan realized that none of them truly belonged to him. The 3 sword moves had all come from someone else's teachings, while his 3 bloodlines were inherited. Do I not have anything that is actually my own? Ye Guan frowned. When he had just started his journey to the summit of cultivation, Ye Guan was still too weak to formulate his own sword moves. However, he had come a long way since then, and he had learned many things as well. Perhaps it was time he made his own sword move. However, Ye Guan decided to calm down for now. The journey through the Milky Way had bestowed upon him some peaceful time while allowing him to profit greatly as well. Unfortunately, the pace of his life had started picking up pace once again the moment he left the Milky Way. Battle? The non-stop battles had greatly enhanced Ye Guan's strength, but it was making his mental state unstable. The battles were making him restless and panicky. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan decided to make an extreme decision. He'd set aside his 3 sword moves, 3 bloodlines, and even Xianyuan. He decided to abandon all external tools, moves, and techniques that weren't his own. He decided to do something similar to his ordeal in the Milky Way. He decided to cultivate himself to witness his true self. Having made up his mind, Ye Guan was suddenly flooded with relief. Cultivation was like sharpening a sword. The sword would become sharp, but there was a limit to its durability before it had to be sharpened again. Boom! The mortal bloodline within Ye Guan abruptly awakened, and Ye Guan's mortal physique reached a 99% completion rate. Ye Guan was taken aback by the changes happening to his body. The mortal bloodline had awakened by itself, and the completion rate of his mortal physique had reached 99%. Ye Guan reflected on the changes to his body. What does it mean to be an ordinary mortal? It meant being the most ordinary of individuals. However, how could he be considered ordinary when he had once been adorned in divine attire with divine artifacts in hand? The realization shed light on why his mortal physique had reached a standstill at 90%. The essence of being a mortal was in embracing mortality at its core. To embody mortality, one needed a mortal's heart. Ye Guan looked down at himself. A seemingly boundless mortal power was flowing within him. It shone brightly and was akin to an endless starry sky. It was so terrifying that it was awe-inspiring. Ye Guan's mortal power had undergone a qualitative change. He deduced that only a fully awakened mad demon bloodline could rival its strength. Gently subduing the tumultuous surge of the mortal bloodline within him, Ye Guan left the world inside the tiny pagoda and proceeded toward a towering divine tower. The tower served as the cultivation ground of the academy's students, a sanctuary accessible only to divine courtyard students. Ye Guan could use the tower for free. Stepping into the divine tower, Ye Guan was met with a myriad of illuminated screens. Each screen offered a distinct training method that would allow the students to train in that particular discipline. After contemplating for a while, Ye Guan's gaze settled on the second-to-last screen to the right, which said, "The greatest adversary lies within oneself." The greatest adversary lies within oneself? Ye Guan transformed into a streak of light and entered the light screen. He was instantly transported into an expansive starry sky, and he found himself facing a solitary stone pillar. Approaching the pillar, Ye Guan extended his hand, causing the structure to tremble lightly. Soon afterward, a divine light enveloped him, and he closed his eyes in introspection. Moments later, Ye Guan saw a phantom standing not too far away from him. And that was when the phantom suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! A sharp sword light made a beeline for Ye Guan, and the phantom then slashed out with its sword, performing 10 heaven rends containing 1,000 stacks each, which was condensed into just one sword move. Ye Guan decided not to use any intricate sword play and opted for a straightforward thrust as he decided to meet the attack head-on. The collision sent him hurtling thousands of meters away, but the phantom wasn't done just yet. It rushed toward Ye Guan and performed another heaven rend. This time, Ye Guan deflected it with a horizontal block of his sword. Bang! Ye Guan staggered back. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated thousands of meters away from his original spot. He was being overpowered by himself. The phantom before him was his own reflection, albeit with only 80% of his strength. He could easily defeat the phantom using his sword moves and bloodline, but he deliberately refrained from doing so. He wanted to gauge his true strength, which was his strength without any sword moves, divine artifacts, and bloodline power. A series of explosions echoed throughout the starry expanse, and Ye Guan soon found himself on the defensive. He did not use the Xianyuan sword but a plain sword made out of sword energy. Once Ye Guan was 100,000 meters away from the stone pillar, the phantom ceased its attacks and returned to the stone pillar. Observing from a distance, Ye Guan wiped away the blood from his lips and revealed a self-deprecating smile. He was surprisingly weak without his bloodline power and sword moves. This was the true Ye Guan. A swordsman's true strength lay not in his fleshly body, sword moves, and external tools but in his sword intent and heart. Ye Guan closed his eyes and set aside his sword moves, bloodline power, and external tools. He emptied his mind and inspected himself. Weakness was not necessarily a flaw, rather, it signified boundless growth potential. Glancing at the distant phantom, Ye Guan's figure blurred, and he transformed into a streak of sword light that charged at the phantom. The phantom responded by disappearing into thin air. Bang! A burst of sword light shattered the air as Ye Guan was once again sent flying away. However, he charged at the phantom immediately afterward. His training objective was to seek out his weaknesses through combat. For instance, his Heaven Rend had improved, all thanks to his space-time layering technique. He hadn't been able to find any flaws to it, but it was understandable, as it was often difficult for one to recognize their own shortcomings. Just like that, half a month passed by. Ye Guan became increasingly more adept at combat, but he was still being suppressed by his own phantom. Fortunately, he could now avoid the phantom's Heaven Rend and was no longer forced to block it. Ye Guan made significant improvement, and he had never resorted to using any sword moves. Of course, he had never used his bloodline power or any external tools as well. He relied purely on his sword Dao. As Ye Guan fought himself, he became more and more aware of his own weaknesses, which facilitated his rapid growth. And just like that, another half a month ticked by. Ye Guan was now evenly matched with the phantom. His swordsmanship was exceedingly simple, but each stroke was precise and effective. The philosophy of minimalism and simplicity had been applied to his sword Dao. Bang! Ye Guan swung his sword, sending the phantom flying away. The phantom managed to force itself to come to a halt, but its balance remained unsteady. Stepping forward, Ye Guan thrust his sword once more, a simple, straightforward thrust. The phantom responded with Heaven Rend. Bang! When the two swords met, a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted. The phantom was forced to retreat once more. While it was retreating, it failed to notice a sword flying toward it from the side, and the sword managed to pierce its glabella. Boom! The phantom shattered into pieces. Ye Guan stood quietly with his sword in hand. He had won. Just a month ago, he had been utterly powerless against the phantom. Now, he had effortlessly defeated it. What did that mean? It meant that he had always been capable of greater feats, but his reliance on his sword moves, bloodline power, and divine artifacts had been hindering him from realizing his true potential. He had just witnessed his true self. The current him was the true him. Taking a deep breath, Ye Guan felt liberated, and his sword intent surged crazily. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and his sword intent vanished. Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from the starry sky. Divine Academy's intra-academy competition is about to begin. All students are to leave the trial grounds immediately. Intra-academy competition? Ye Guan was momentarily taken aback. Then, he recalled that the Divine Academy did have intra-academy competitions, which allowed the students from the different courtyards to fight against each other. He and Yen were both Divine Courtyard students, so they were considered top-tier geniuses within the academy. However, there were many students within the academy who were considered as powerful as them. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Were there even more exceptional individuals within the Divine Academy? If Ye Guan's assumption was right, why would he be afraid of them? Bring it on. With a hearty laugh, Ye Guan left the Divine Tower. Upon returning to the Divine Academy, Ye Guan took note of the unusual buzz of activity. Every single student outside had made sure to return to the academy today. It couldn't be helped, as the intra-academy competition was important to every single student. It offered substantial rewards and opportunities for advancement. Outer courtyard students could become inner courtyard students, while inner courtyard students could become divine courtyard students. Thus, the intra-academy competition was a highly anticipated event in the Divine Academy. The inner courtyard students were particularly excited, as they had always been proud and competitive. The competition was a chance for them to challenge the divine courtyard students and was a chance for them to become divine courtyard students. Of course, they had to defeat divine courtyard students to become one themselves. Just as Ye Guan stepped out of the divine tower, an elder clad in divine robes appeared before him. He was none other than Elder Su Yuan, the only elder in the divine courtyard. Above Elder Su Yuan were two elders, the left bishop and the right bishop. Of course, the academy chief of the Divine Academy was above everyone. Ye Guan had never met any of those three figures, especially the academy chief. Apparently, the academy chief was from the same generation as the first god. Ye Guan had encountered Su Yuan once when he had just entered the academy. Su Yuan saw Ye Guan and asked, "Where's your sister?" "She's cultivating," Ye Guan replied. Su Yuan nodded slightly and said, "During today's intra-academy competition, you will represent the divine courtyard to compete against the inner courtyard students." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Why me?" Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course, I want to hear the truth," Ye Guan replied. "Because you're the weakest," Su Yuan said. Ye Guan's expression darkened. "Really?" Su Yuan nodded. Ye Guan remained calm. "I beg to disagree. Then prove yourself by defeating the students of the inner courtyard. Once you've defeated them, you can rise up the ranks among the divine courtyard students by defeating your fellow divine courtyard students," Su Yuan explained. Curious, Ye Guan asked, "How many divine courtyard students are there?" "There aren't many of you. Just 5, including your sister," Su Yuan replied. 5? Ye Guan frowned. "There are just 5 of us." Su Yuan nodded and explained, "The divine courtyard accepts only those who are qualified. If there are no qualified students, the divine courtyard will not accept any students. In fact, it's been a very long time since the divine courtyard had students." "Really?" Intrigued, Ye Guan inquired, how many students have been admitted to the Divine Courtyard so far throughout the Divine Academy's history? Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, there were only a few. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but it's been 1,000 years since I entered the academy, but I've seen only 9 qualified individuals so far. Only 9 qualified individuals in the past 1,000 years? Ye Guan thought, falling silent. Su Yuan was indeed not lying when he said that there were only a few Divine Courtyard students throughout the history of the Divine Academy. Just then, Su Yuan looked up and said, 2 of your fellow students have just returned. Curious, Ye Guan gazed at the sky. Who? Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and replied, the other 2 Divine Courtyard students. Ye Guan's interest was piqued. Can I meet them? Su Yuan shook his head. Compete with the inner courtyard students first. Although somewhat disappointed, Ye Guan agreed anyway. All right, he said. Soon, they arrived above a sea of clouds. On the horizon were 2 towering mountains separated by a vast distance. They looked like 2 swords standing proudly. Between their peaks was a huge circular stone platform thousands of meters wide. Thick iron chains were attached to 2 sides of it, while the other ends were anchored to the 2 mountain peaks. Countless students from the Divine Academy had already gathered on the 2 peaks. Su Yuan directed Ye Guan's attention toward the distant stone platform. The top inner courtyard student of this batch will soon appear. Later, they will challenge you. Ye Guan nodded in understanding. As he looked into the distance, a man broke through the sea of clouds and landed steadily on the stone platform. He wore a white robe and had a long spear in hand. Even from afar, Ye Guan could feel a sharp aura emanating from him. He was a spear cultivator. Moreover, he had reached the realm of Imperial Sovereign. During his stay in the Old Era, Ye Guan realized that its elites were not much stronger than those in the Time River. Granted, he had not met this era's top elites yet, but he still knew that the Imperial Sovereigns of the Time River would be regarded as exceptional talents here. His mother, Ye Guan, would soon lead an army into this place to concur with it. Hoping to understand the overall strength of this era before that, he found himself curious about this era's elites. A sword hum suddenly echoed from afar, followed by a burst of sword light breaking through the clouds and landing steadily not far from the white-robed man. As the sword light dissipated, a lady with a cold and austere demeanor appeared before everyone. She was wearing a tight-fitting skirt. Ye Guan was surprised. He recognized her. She was the female swordsman that he had encountered in the past clan. When he attempted to kill her, the past clan's clan leader, Si Fanjing, appeared and rescued her. He didn't expect to see her here, much less learn that she had joined the Divine Academy's inner courtyard. Su Yuan turned to Ye Guan. Do you know that swordsman? Ye Guan nodded a little. We've met before. Su Yuan then turned away, ending the conversation. He knew that these genius individuals had complicated backgrounds, which the Divine Academy had never investigated. That was especially true for the Divine Courtyard students. After all, although they did try to look into their origins, their efforts ended in vain. Of the 5 geniuses currently in the Divine Courtyard, the Divine Academy had secretly investigated all but one of them. However, they only managed to find surface-level information. For example, all they knew about Ye Guan was that he came from the Time River, which was like a completely different world from the Old Era. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distant stone platform, signaling the beginning of the battle. Ye Guan's eyes remained fixed on the intense clash between the 2 figures, who were engulfed in sword light and spear light respectively. While observing them, he noticed that the lady in the tight-fitting skirt was showing significant improvements in her swordsmanship. Turning to Su Yuan, Ye Guan asked, Elder, who do you think will win? Su Yuan glanced at the combatants and replied, what's your take? Ye Guan chuckled. We'll find out soon. I'm curious, though. These 2 possess exceptional strength and talent. Why couldn't they join the Divine Courtyard? Su Yuan explained, they didn't meet the criteria. And I did. You possess 3 distinct bloodlines and a unique physique. Although unsurprised that the Divine Academy knew about his bloodlines and physique, Ye Guan still fell silent. Su Yuan added, we're also intrigued by your combat strength. You mean you are doubting it? A little. Ye Guan chuckled heartily. Boom! A surge of sword light erupted from the distant stone platform, followed by the appearance of a 1,000-meter-long sword energy. The strike sent the white-robed man flying, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding sea of clouds to churn. Had it not been for the protective array on the stone platform, their clash could have shattered the heavens and the earth. As the white-robed man steadied himself, another wave of thunderous sword energy descended upon him. With narrowed eyes, he deftly thrust his long spear forward like an enraged dragon fiercely resisting the sword force. Bang! The collision shook the entire arena, causing the sea of clouds to surge like waves and disperse. For a moment, sunlight shone down on the world. Witnessing the battle between the 2, the spectators held their breaths in awe. The lady in the tight-fitting skirt relentlessly clashed against the white-robed man. Huge streaks of powerful sword intent rushed out from her, but she failed to gain the upper hand. Remaining composed, the white-robed man continued to execute powerful spear strikes as the spear force around him became as chaotic as stormy seas. The 2 had entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the lady roared. She retracted her sword and spun, launching another attack. Countless sword lights cascaded down. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes and thrust his long spear upward, resulting in another clash. They had no choice but to confront each other head-on now. Bang! As soon as their weapons made contact, countless spear and sword lights burst forth, forcing both combatants to retreat repeatedly. Right after, like a ghost, the white-robed man vanished. His long spear then appeared before the lady in the tight-fitting skirt. Just as she was about to strike back, a terrifying roar emanated from the spear. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a powerful blow hit the lady. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices as she was sent flying thousands of meters away. Moments later, the tip of the long spear pressed against her throat. She had been defeated. Silence engulfed the area. Nguyen. Cheers erupted from the crowd. On the stone platform, Nguyen glanced at the lady before retracting his long spear. Turning toward the direction where Ye Guan was, he declared, I, Nguyen of the inner courtyard, challenge the divine courtyard students. His words thundered and echoed through the skies. All eyes turned to Ye Guan. Upon gazing at him, the brows of the lady in the tight-fitting skirt furrowed in surprise. She clearly didn't expect him to be here, let alone become a divine courtyard student. Both outer and inner courtyard students in the arena fixed their gazes on Ye Guan. They looked curious about the enigmatic divine courtyard students, who were both mysterious and rumored to be exceptionally powerful. Curiosity and jealousy swirled among the top students of the inner courtyard. They had never considered themselves inferior, but they lacked the qualifications to enter the divine courtyard. Therefore, they had always harbored a sense of resentment against those who could. As soon as they caught sight of Ye Guan, countless inner courtyard students began unabashedly taunting him. Go, Su Yuan instructed. Ye Guan looked at Su Yuan. If I defeat him, can I challenge the other divine courtyard students? Yes. Ye Guan grinned. His figure then shook as he transformed into a streak of sword light and appeared before Nguyen. Nguyen observed Ye Guan silently. Although he had doubts about the students from the divine courtyard, he was not going to underestimate Ye Guan. After all, the Divine Academy had not sent students into the divine courtyard for many years. Moreover, the world was full of surprises and uncertainties. Facing Ye Guan's formidable strength, Nguyen decided to give it his all. Ye Guan glanced at the lady in the distance, who was also watching him intently. We're about to begin. Shouldn't you step down? Ye Guan calmly asked. The crowd fell silent. The lady shot Ye Guan a cold glance before transforming into a streak of sword light and disappearing. Once she was gone, Ye Guan turned to Nguyen. Come. Nguyen took a step forward. In an instant, a chilling light surged toward Ye Guan. He thrust his spear as fast as lightning, catching many of those in the crowd off guard. However, just inches away from Ye Guan, a sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sent sword energy toward Nguyen's forehead even faster than his spear. The sudden appearance of the flying sword caught Nguyen off guard. Deciding not to hold back anymore, he roared in anger. A demonic beast materialized before him, its claws blocking the sword aiming for him. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had already retreated 10 meters away. Nguyen's spear had missed its mark. Ye Guan glanced at the demonic beast. Resembling an ape, it had muscular arms and a fierce countenance. Heaven-shaking ape, someone in the crowd exclaimed. In the old era, demonic beasts were divided into 9 ranks. Above the 9 ranks were the pre-saint, saint, and, finally, the legendary god realms. The heaven-shaking ape was in the god realm. With man and beast now merged into one, Nguyen roared furiously and charged forward. As the spear in his hand surged toward Ye Guan, the heaven-shaking ape gripped its handle tightly. The thrust caused cracks to slither on the stone platform. It seemed not even the array maintaining it could withstand the force behind the attack. On the other side, 2 figures, a man in white and a lady in a plain skirt, observed everything from the clouds. While watching the young swordsman from a distance, the brows of the man in white furrowed. There was something oddly familiar about the swordsman. The sense of connection left him puzzled. Meanwhile, the lady in the plain skirt glanced at the swordsman, a faint smile playing on her lips. Chinger, who do you think will win? The man in white inquired. What do you think? The lady in the plain skirt replied. Smiling, the man in white continued intently watching the young swordsman. The plain skirt lady glanced up toward the sky before turning her attention back to observe the young swordsman. As the scene unfolded on the stone platform, 2 Divine Academy bishops, one clad in white robes and the other in black, monitored the fight with keen interest. Their attention was fixed squarely on Ye Guan. His possession of 3 unique bloodlines made them very curious about him. Who do you believe will win? The left bishop asked. In a soft yet firm tone, the right bishop responded. Isn't it obvious? A knowing smile graced the lips of the left bishop. On the platform below, Nguyen had fused with the demonic beast. The spear thrust he had unleashed caused the surrounding arrays to tremble. Nevertheless, despite the power the spear carried, Ye Guan remained composed. With a slow, deliberate motion, he closed his eyes, enveloping himself in a tranquil calmness. To onlookers, the spear thrust was so fast that it almost seemed invisible. Yet for Ye Guan, each moment stretched out infinitely. Having trained against himself, he was now used to such speed. Buzz! A resounding hum echoed through the air as the tip of his sword met the spear head-on. Bam! Spear light shattered and the force of the impact sent Nguyen hurtling backward. His weapon fell to the ground in pieces. Silence descended upon the arena, disbelief etched on the faces of the spectators. He overwhelmed Nguyen? Even the lady in the tight-fitting skirt couldn't tear her gaze away from Ye Guan. His swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Above the clouds, the left bishop softly murmured, precision against the flaw in his spear thrust. The right bishop shook his head. That's not the crux of the matter. His voice carried a note of certainty. The left bishop turned to the right bishop, who was eyeing Ye Guan in the distance. From the outset until now, that man has exuded an air of tranquility. His swordsmanship is akin to still waters. Moreover, his mastery of the sword is serene, the right bishop continued. The essence of it lies in simplicity, and his swordsmanship embodies just that. That young man's skill has transcended mere complexity. Achieving such mastery at his age is no small feat. We've looked into him but found nothing, the left bishop somberly remarked. The right bishop shook his head. There's no need to investigate him. A talent of this caliber is beyond our reach, let alone our control. Our best course is to build rapport with him. Beyond that, we should refrain from interfering. The left bishop remained silent, choosing not to voice his skepticism. Could a genius truly surpass the might of the Divine Academy? The Divine Academy's dean was like a god, and its resources were endless. How could a young genius even hope to contend with it? However, he did not speak his doubts. In the Academy chief's absence, the right bishop held the highest authority within the Academy. Meanwhile, on the stone platform, after being repelled by Ye Guan's sword, Yun's expression grew unusually grave. He realized that he had underestimated the divine courtyard. With just one casual stroke, Ye Guan had shattered his full-powered thrust. I should admit defeat now. No, I still have my trump card. Yun took a step forward. He then summoned the demonic beast within him. Along with a loud explosion, the heaven-shaking ape surged into the air and hovered above him. The demonic beast was now as tall as a mountain. Its muscular arms bulged with enough strength to destroy the world. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from its form, causing the skies to tremble. Yun's figure, who stood beneath the heaven-shaking ape with his spear in hand, seemed minuscule in comparison, yet his aura matched that of the ape. The spectators held their breath as they witnessed the spectacle. Ye Guan, however, remained calm. He simply observed Yun and the heaven-shaking ape. Neither his expression nor his heart showed any hint of disturbance. Suddenly, the voice of Ao Qian rang out. I wish to fight alongside you. Ye Guan laughed heartily. Very well. Although he could handle the situation alone, he welcomed the chance to fight alongside Ao Qian. In the distance, Yun bellowed in fury, let us fight. Boom! The heaven-shaking ape clenched its right hand, conjuring a phantom golden spear. With lightning speed, Yun lunged forward and thrust his spear at Ye Guan. The heaven-shaking ape mirrored the motion, unleashing a spear thrust toward Ye Guan from afar. Crack! As the spear pierced through, the previously restored arrays on the stone platform shattered, causing the surrounding skies to fracture like a spider's web. Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, the elites of the Academy swiftly began repairing the arrays. If they hadn't, the Divine Mountains could have been reduced to rubble. Despite their efforts, the pressure emanating from the clash still felt suffocating for everyone in the area. It felt as though the heavens were collapsing, leaving one with a sense of despair and helplessness. On the stone platform, Ye Guan faced the incoming spear thrust by taking a step forward. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, an aura that was not human. Boom! Amid the astonished gazes of the spectators, a massive creature surged upward from within Ye Guan. This unexpected sight left everyone momentarily speechless. He has a dragon in him? In the skies above, the left bishop's eyes narrowed. This aura, it surpasses the god realm. The right bishop simply continued observing Ye Guan, his brows furrowing in contemplation. On the stone platform, Ye Guan jumped up and launched a decisive sword strike toward the incoming spear. At the same time, he harnessed the defensive traits and strength of Ao Qian's body. His sword strike shattered the arrays on the stone platform. The two mountains also cracked and were reduced to rumble. A collective gasp swept through the audience. Kaboom! Before the spectators' eyes, the overwhelming force disintegrated the spear and sent Yun and the heaven-shaking ape flying thousands of meters back. The heaven-shaking ape's flesh was torn inch by inch as it stopped, causing blood to spray out like a fountain. Yun had turned pale as well, blood staining the corners of his mouth. A heavy silence descended upon the arena. The inner courtyard's top talent had been defeated. The expressions of the inner courtyard disciples turned complex. Resenting the superiority of the divine courtyard students, they had been hoping that Yun would emerge victorious. Now, however, they faced the undeniable truth: the Divine Academy's talents were unmatched. On the stone platform, Ye Guan sheathed his sword. You fought well. He made no effort to chase after his opponent. This was a contest, not a battle to the death. He wouldn't unnecessarily escalate matters. In the distance, Yun wiped away his blood, glanced at Ao Qian, and finally conceded. I acknowledge defeat. He then turned and departed. However, even though the battle was over, no one left the arena. After all, the most exhilarating match was yet to come. Two divine courtyard students were about to fight. What could possibly rival the spectacle of students of such caliber fighting against each other? Witnessing Ye Guan's prowess only made their anticipation soar. If Ye Guan was already this powerful, could the other divine courtyard's prodigies be any less? Ye Guan looked at Su Yuan. It wasn't just the others. He was eager to see the other divine courtyard students too. It wasn't about showing off. Ye Guan simply wanted to fight. After all, his sword Dao had just transformed. Hence, he longed for a satisfying challenge for an opponent who could match him. Yun's strength couldn't push him to his limits. Su Yuan understood the meaning behind Ye Guan's gaze. Meanwhile, all eyes had turned to him. Suddenly appearing before Ye Guan, Su Yuan insisted, heal your injuries first. Ye Guan was about to object since the previous battle did not deplete any of his energy. However, Su Yuan insisted, heal first. Hence, Ye Guan settled down to regain his strength. Meanwhile, Ao Qian retreated to the Little Pagoda. Curious, Ye Guan asked, Qian, what's your current realm? Imperial Sovereign, Ao Qian replied. Ye Guan chuckled. You are so strong. Just moments ago, when he merged with Ao Qian, he felt the raw power she possessed. It was undeniably terrifying. Fused, even Imperial Sovereigns seemed minuscule in front of them. If he were to activate his bloodlines and use sword techniques. Ye Guan smiled and shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. He wanted to confront his true self and refine his swordsmanship in its purest form. Of course, having a few tricks up his sleeve was essential. However, he would not resort to using them unless absolutely necessary. Refocusing his mind, Ye Guan continued recovering. Time slipped by swiftly, and after a while, he finally stood up. By then, everyone around was already on edge, anticipating the arrival of the next divine courtyard genius. Ye Guan glanced at Su Yuan. Elder, has the opponent arrived yet? Su Yuan chuckled softly. Are you in a rush? Yes. Su Yuan regarded Ye Guan thoughtfully. You're quite confident, aren't you? After a brief pause, Ye Guan replied with conviction, I don't mean to boast, but within my age group, I've never tasted defeat, so, whoever shows up today, I'll beat them up until their parents can no longer recognize them. Su Yuan observed Ye Guan intently. Here she comes. Boom! Space-time rippled before Ye Guan, and then a lady slowly emerged. What the? Ye Guan was utterly stunned. The lady, clad in a long, flowing red dress, had unmatched beauty. He instantly recognized her as Mo Yao Yao of the Mo clan, the lady who had used the fishing method before. Seeing Ye Guan also momentarily stunned Mo Yao Yao. It's you, she said. Are you a divine courtyard student? Ye Guan asked, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. A charming smile graced Mo Yao Yao's lips. You too. Ye Guan nodded. I never would have expected you to be in the divine courtyard. Fate has truly brought us together. Ye Guan chuckled softly, genuinely surprised by the revelation that this lady was part of the divine courtyard. Have you two met before? Su Yuan interjected. Ye Guan nodded. Once. Su Yuan's laughter was light. Great. You don't need introductions, then. He vanished into thin air. All eyes focused on Ye Guan and Mo Yao Yao. Ye Guan turned to Mo Yao Yao. May I ask your name, miss? I'm Mo Yao Yao, she answered. Before Ye Guan could introduce himself, she added, I know who you are. You're Ye Guan, a swordsman. Ye Guan chuckled in response. Yes. With a delicate gesture, Mo Yao Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile retaining its charm. I won't hold back. I won't. Before he could finish, Mo Yao Yao disappeared, and a streak of crimson light flew toward him. He swiftly raised his sword to block the attack. Bam! A resounding clash echoed as Ye Guan was hurtled backward. In a flash, Mo Yao Yao closed the distance again. A streak of crimson light drew across his face before he could react. Ye Guan swiftly countered with a thrust of his sword. The force of the impact caused his weapon to shatter into pieces and sent him hurtling away again. However, this time, Mo Yao Yao did not pursue him. Instead, she halted, her gaze fixed on Ye Guan, who had also come to a stop just a bit of distance away. With a smile, she remarked, I can tell you're not giving it your all. Remember, you must give your utmost effort if you want to stand a chance against me. Meeting her gaze, Ye Guan nodded resolutely. Understood. Ye Guan took a step forward, and his form instantly turned ethereal. Space overlap? In the blink of an eye, a myriad of swords surged toward Mo Yao Yao's direction. At the same time, the over 10,000 swords swiftly converged into one swift, precise, and ruthless sword. Mo Yao Yao's eyes were briefly enveloped with surprise. She extended her palm, and a blood-red demonic beast emerged, promptly devouring Ye Guan's sword. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Ye Guan deeply furrowed his brows. Swallowed whole, just like that? His gaze remained fixed on the blood-red demonic beast. It had a feline appearance and emitted an eerie aura. It let out a loud burp, as though it had a full meal. High above, the left and right bishops frowned. Even they did not know what kind of demonic beast it was. Meanwhile, the blood-red demonic beast before Mo Yao Yao leaped forward, hurtling straight at Ye Guan. Ye Guan repeatedly drew his sword, unleashing the heaven-rend quick draw. Buzz! A resonant vibration filled the air. Countless overlapping sword lights cascaded toward the blood-red demonic beast, yet it remained undeterred. Opening its jaws wide, it devoured all of Ye Guan's sword energy. Right after, it lunged toward him. Ye Guan countered with a horizontal sword strike. Clang! As their clash echoed, Ye Guan was sent flying thousands of meters away. The blood-red demonic beast licked its lips, a look of satisfaction on its face. Ye Guan's brows furrowed even deeper as he observed it. After devouring his sword energy, the blood-red demonic beast had grown even stronger. Turning to Mo Yao Yao, Ye Guan asked, what kind of demonic beast is that? Mo Yao Yao smiled gently. A devouring spirit ancestor beast. It's from the first god's ear. The left bishop was taken aback by the answer. The legendary devouring spirit ancestor beast. According to rumors, that beast can consume anything. After the internal war between the gods back then, it vanished without a trace. I never imagined it still existed. Gazing at Mo Yao Yao, the right bishop softly murmured, to think she can command the devouring spirit ancestor beast. The devouring spirit ancestor beast, originally from the Daoist temple, was one of the 6 divine beasts. It disregarded all other gods and only respected the first god. Now, however, here it was, obediently following Mo Yao Yao. This was highly unusual. From a distance, Ye Guan glanced at the blood-red beast. Can this creature consume anything? Mo Yao Yao nodded. For now, yes. Ye Guan smiled faintly, then vanished. A streak of sword light shot toward the devouring spirit ancestor beast. However, upon reaching the demonic beast, the sword light abruptly turned blood-red because of his mad demon bloodline. The devouring spirit ancestor beast swallowed the sword light whole. At the same time, Ye Guan retreated thousands of meters away and silently watched it. After consuming the sword energy infused with the mad demon bloodline, the devouring spirit ancestor beast's expression tightened. Suddenly, its eyes turned blood-red. It then began to tremble violently, roaring madly as boundless murderous intent surged from within its body. Ye Guan now had a strange expression on his face. The creature was clearly being influenced by the mad demon bloodline. Even he, as a swordsman, couldn't fully control it, so this was only natural. Taking advantage of the situation, Ye Guan pressed on, striking with his sword in quick succession. Each strike was infused with the power of the mad demon bloodline. However, the beast, becoming increasingly enraged, indiscriminately devoured Ye Guan's sword energy. Slowly, the devouring spirit ancestor beast's aura grew even stronger but also more abnormal. Eventually, it began to roar in fury. Becoming aggressive, it clenched down on its own fangs. Killing intent and hostility continued to pour out from it. Meanwhile, the man in white frowned. Chinger, why does this bloodline aura feel so familiar? Plain Skirt Destiny calmly asked, does it? Yes. As if to confirm his suspicions, he added, stop deceiving me and just tell me the truth. I won't, she replied. The man was at a loss for words. In the distance, Mo Yao Yao watched the devouring spirit ancestor beast become increasingly crazy with furrowed brows, realizing that she couldn't communicate with it anymore. Worse, when she attempted to, the beast even showed signs of hostility toward her. Was it rebelling? Mo Yao Yao turned to Ye Guan. What did you do? I fed its sword energy, Ye Guan replied. There's something wrong with your bloodline power. She had sensed Ye Guan's bloodline power earlier, but she hadn't given it much thought at the time. She didn't expect that it could affect the devouring spirit ancestor beast, which was becoming more and more abnormal. Its murderous intent was growing stronger as time passed. Observing the nearly out-of-control beast, Ye Guan quietly stepped back. He knew how terrifying the mad demon bloodline could be. It could erode one's sanity, and this creature wasn't benevolent to begin with. Under the influence of the mad demon bloodline, its evil side would come out. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the arena. All eyes remained fixed on the raging devouring spirit ancestor beast. In a sudden frenzy, the beast charged straight toward Mo Yao Yao, who stood closest to it. What in the world? Everyone in the arena was stunned. What was happening? Had the devouring spirit ancestor beast truly gone rogue? Mo Yao Yao's expression darkened as she watched the beast rush toward her. She hadn't expected that it would turn against her. What kind of bloodline was this? Even the devouring spirit ancestor beast couldn't subdue it. Before she could ponder further, the creature reached her, prompting her to swiftly flip her right hand. A terrifying aura surged from her palm, forcefully suppressing the beast in its tracks. The demonic beast roared angrily as it resisted. Mo Yao Yao's brows furrowed again. Suddenly, Ye Guan sent hundreds of sword energies toward the devouring spirit ancestor beast. Facing Ye Guan's onslaught of sword energy, the demonic beast indiscriminately devoured them all, further exacerbating its madness and strengthening its aura. Glaring at Mo Yao Yao as if she were its mortal enemy, the now thoroughly mad beast relentlessly rammed into her. Mo Yao Yao shot a glare at Ye Guan, who kept adding fuel to the fire. Now that the devouring spirit ancestor beast had completely lost its rationality, Mo Yao Yao remained silent for a moment. She then opened her palm and summoned a blood-red book. In the next instant, a beam of blood light shot out, directly sucking the beast into the book. Instead of continuing the fight, Mo Yao Yao just shot Ye Guan a fierce glare before turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the horizon. She had to find a way to return the devouring spirit ancestor beast to normal. It was far too precious to her for her to let anything happen to it. As Mo Yao Yao departed, everyone in the arena exchanged puzzled looks. What was going on? Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. He hadn't anticipated things would turn out like this. He turned to Su Yuan. Continue fighting, Su Yuan calmly instructed. Perplexed, Ye Guan questioned, continue fighting. Su Yuan nodded. The inner courtyard has found its champion. The divine courtyard should, too. All right, then. Please proceed, Ye Guan said with a nod. Su Yuan turned and glanced in a certain direction. After receiving some messages, he turned and disappeared. Ye Guan felt puzzled. Just then, a man in white suddenly appeared before him. Ye Guan and Little Pagoda were rendered speechless. Another one had come. The disappointed students of the Divine Academy suddenly became interested again. They had to admit that the battle between Ye Guan and Mo Yao Yao was lackluster. They were expecting a world-shaking battle, but the two instead ended the battle after wasting a lot of time dilly-dallying around a demonic beast. It was a bit like taking off one's pants and getting something lackluster in return. However, another extraordinary figure from the Divine Academy had now appeared, reigniting everyone's excitement. Ye Guan looked at the man in the white shirt, feeling incredibly puzzled. He felt a great sense of familiarity toward him. It was a weird and unique feeling. He was certain that he had never met this man before, so he couldn't help but wonder why he felt this way. The more time passed, the more confused he became. As if coming to a realization, he internally said, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda remained silent. Master Pagoda, don't you feel that too? He asked. Feel what? A sense of familiarity. No. Ye Guan was speechless. At that moment, the man in the white shirt smiled. Draw your sword. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and nodded. With a light tap of his toe, he shot up into the air. In an instant, a sword attack surged toward the man in the white shirt. It was incredibly fast. Although it contained no fancy moves, it was also direct and decisive. Smiling faintly, the man extended 2 fingers toward Ye Guan's sword intent. Bam! Ye Guan's sword attack froze. However, another sword light one even faster and stronger came surging toward the man. Calmly, the man in the white shirt flicked his fingers, shattering and sweeping the sword attack away effortlessly. Bam! At the same time, Ye Guan was sent flying thousands of meters backward. Silence fell on the arena. When Ye Guan stopped, he raised his head to look at the man in the white shirt, his face filled with disbelief. What the fuck? He had to admit that he was rather shocked. He had unleashed those 2 powerful sword attacks without holding back, yet the man had blocked them with ease. It was ridiculous. He stared at the man in the white shirt, who now looked serious. Intuition told him that this seemingly harmless man was more terrifying than Mo Xiaoao. Come on, let's continue, the man said. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and smiled crookedly. Bring it on. By the time he had finished his sentence, he had already transformed into a ray of sword light. He rushed toward his opponent and unleashed 10 consecutive stacks of heaven rends. Everyone felt the terrifying power of his sword attack, which pressed down on them, made them feel suffocated, and shattered heaven and earth. However, the man just calmly extended 2 fingers toward Ye Guan's sword attack again. Boom! The attack stopped in place again with all the power within it suppressed. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Above the void, the left bishop's and the right bishop's expressions became heavy. The power Ye Guan's offensive contained was not to be underestimated. However, the man in the white shirt had easily suppressed it. He was terrifying. In the distance, while suppressing the attack, the man flicked his hand again, sending the strike flying outward. However, his target was the void above them, not Ye Guan. Boom! As a result, the void shattered, leaving behind nothing but terrifying pitch-black darkness. Everyone's expressions turned solemn upon witnessing the destructive capability of Ye Guan's attack. If they had been its target, they would have been instantly reduced to ashes. The man in the white shirt turned to Ye Guan. Softly, he said, again. His voice had not even a hint of disdain or mockery. After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan opened his palm and summoned the Xianyuan sword, realizing that he needed something more powerful to deal with this man. At the same time, he could feel himself starting to become excited. Apart from his older sister, Yen, every opponent that he had faced so far had been easy. Now, however, he had finally met a strong opponent. Taking a step forward, he instantly sent a ray of sword light filled with countless stars toward the man in the white shirt. The attack looked like a sword imbued with universes. The sword strike immediately caught the attention of both the left and right bishops. Although his 2 previous attacks had already surprised them, this one impressed them even more. He must have a remarkable teacher? Left bishop frowned as he watched Ye Guan's sword, which had already reached the man in the white shirt. The sword strike bore some resemblance to a divine artifact that was recorded in the divine book. Meanwhile, much like before, the man in the white shirt calmly stretched 2 fingers out. Bam! The Xianyuan sword was forcefully suppressed once again. However, at that moment, another ray of sword light reached the man in the white shirt. Ye Guan had sent a heaven-rend quick draw condensed within 2 space overlaps. The man in the white shirt suddenly pointed his sword forward, unleashing a sword light. Boom! As more sword light erupted, a powerful sword energy shockwave sent Ye Guan flying backward. Meanwhile, the man in the white shirt remained as unmoving as a mountain. Everyone present fell into silence. The strength of this man was truly terrifying. He suppressed Ye Guan like it was nothing. When Ye Guan finally stopped, he raised his head and looked at his opponent. He felt overwhelmed with shock. You're also a swordsman. The man in the white shirt smiled faintly. That's right. Why don't you draw your sword? Ye Guan asked in a low voice. The man only smiled again in response. Qian, Ye Guan called. Boom! The dragon's terrifying aura suddenly surged from Ye Guan's body. They had fused once more. His opponent's attack made Ye Guan realize that he had to exert all his strength if he wanted to stand a chance against him. He slowly closed his eyes as he felt an endless surge of power coming from Qian. The man in the white shirt watched as Ye Guan's aura surged, his lips still curved into a faint smile. In fact, he could have ended the battle when Ye Guan unleashed his first sword attack. However, due to the inexplicable fondness that he felt for the young swordsman, he chose not to. Ye Guan stepped forward. As he did, a beam of sword light instantly shot toward his opponent. Compared to the previous sword attacks, this one had undergone a qualitative change. Their fusion did not simply add their powers together. After all, Qian was now an imperial sovereign, and as a member of the dragon clan, her strength far surpassed an ordinary imperial sovereign's. When fused with Qian, Ye Guan's power increased by more than tenfold. Moreover, his sword techniques, which emphasized explosive force, now rendered the surrounding spacetime illusory and gripped everyone's heart with a sense of impending doom. The spectators' expressions drastically changed. This was Ye Guan's trump card. However, the man in the white shirt remained unfazed. It was as if there was no difference between this sword attack and the previous ones. When Ye Guan's sword was mere inches away from him, he once again extended two fingers and lightly pinched them together. Boom! Ye Guan's terrifying sword strike got caught between his fingers, and the frightening power contained within it was forcefully suppressed. The scene petrified everyone. Ye Guan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword as his eyes narrowed. He could neither move his sword by an inch nor unleash any power from it. He had been completely suppressed. Staring at the man in the white shirt, he asked, "Are you pretending to be weak to catch me off guard?" He was starting to feel that he was missing something. No, something was very wrong. The man in the white shirt smiled. One sword Dao shouldn't be so complicated. He gently exerted force with his two fingers, causing Ye Guan's hand to tremble violently. When Ye Guan returned to his senses, the Xianyuan sword was already in the hands of his opponent. The man caressed the blade of the sword gently, and the powerful force within it immediately dissipated. Ye Guan's expression instantly turned solemn. He also felt a tinge of helplessness in his heart. He knew that even if he activated his bloodline powers, he would not be able to beat this man. He was far inferior to him. Now, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "There will always be someone better than you out there." He had underestimated others. "The first sword attack that you unleashed was interesting," the man in the white shirt commented. "The first sword attack?" Ye Guan asked. The man in the white shirt nodded. "That sword attack held no external force, only the pure power of your sword Dao. That's the real you. Moreover, it showcased your core. It's good to see that you're starting to explore who you truly are. Keep it up," Ye Guan remarked. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He did not feel bitter about losing to the man in front of him. On the contrary, he was rather glad that he did. Having witnessed how inferior he was to him, he willingly accepted defeat. The man in the white shirt grinned before passing the Xianyuan sword back to Ye Guan. "Your sword is very sharp and quite special, but it's best to use it sparingly. No matter how sharp a sword is, it's useless in the hands of a swordsman who can't unleash its potential." Hearing those words made the Xianyuan sword feel bad. It trembled slightly and charged toward the man in the white shirt, but it was quickly restrained. The man in the white shirt laughed heartily. "Your sword has quite the temper? However, in this world, no sword can harm me." Ye Guan blinked. "No sword that can harm you? That's right. I do not believe that. Would you like to try it for yourself?" "Yes, I would like to try it. If my sword manages to hurt you, can you grant me a favor?" "Sure." The corners of Ye Guan's lips curled up. He opened his palm and slowly closed his eyes as he internally said, "Qing Xian, let me use you one more time." "No sword can hurt him?" The man in the white robe's words made Ye Guan feel indignant. He believed that the Qingxian sword would definitely be able to harm this man. After all, the Qingxian sword was known as the sharpest sword in the world. Hence, he chose to borrow the sword. Even though he used it quite frequently, it was only natural for a son to borrow his father's sword. However, there was no response from the Qingxian sword at all. Ye Guan's face immediately darkened, and he asked inwardly once again, "Qingxian." Qingxian remained silent. It did not dare to move. It did not mind lending itself for fights with outsiders, but there was no way it was going to lend itself to Ye Guan for him to attack his own father. The Qingxian sword's silence made Ye Guan's face darken. He was going to embarrass himself here if Qingxian didn't allow him to borrow its power. Ye Guan said to Little Pagoda, "Master Pagoda, help me out here." Little Pagoda nonchalantly replied, "Thank you for thinking highly of me, but I'm not that important in the Yang clan." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. The man in the white robe asked, "Young man, where's your sword?" Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Seeing Ye Guan's awkward look, the man in the white robe chuckled and changed the topic. "Unleash another sword strike, just use the sword earlier." Ye Guan was confused, but he still nodded. "Okay," Ye Guan said and thrust his sword. He didn't use any sword moves, nor did he activate his bloodlines. It was a sword attack made out of brute force. The man in the white robe remained calm in the face of Ye Guan's attack. Just as the sword was just half an inch away from him, an invisible sword intent stopped it. Ye Guan stared at the man in the white robe. He knew that the man wanted to guide him, so he said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." The man in the white robe said, "The power of that sword attack is not as formidable as the sword techniques that you displayed to me earlier, but it is very pure. It is the kind of sword attack that a swordsman is supposed to display. However, it lacks two things. First of all, it lacks intent. You have cultivated a sword intent, but it is not firm enough. Why do you think that is?" "Sword intent." Ye Guan fell silent. What was his sword intent? It was none other than the invincible sword intent. However, the invincible sword intent had lost its uniqueness and had become mediocre to the point that he was hardly using it. Ye Guan sighed and smiled bitterly, saying, "Senior, to be honest, I had lofty ambitions when I was young and inexperienced. I believed that I could surpass my predecessors in the future, which is why I managed to cultivate the invincible sword Dao faith. However, I became more and more powerless as I grew even stronger, as the opponents, whom I considered were too powerful, were like ants in front of my predecessors." Ye Guan had been trying to avoid considering anyone to be a god in his heart. However, the farther he climbed up the summit of cultivation, the more hopeless he felt upon discovering the true strength of his elders. He knew that he had to stick to his original faith and beliefs, but it was hard to commit to it. Ye Guan slowly stopped using his invincible sword Dao until he eventually stopped using it altogether. The man in the white robe nodded slightly at Ye Guan's remark and said, I see. Let me ask you, then. Is your heart still set on surpassing your predecessors and ultimately becoming invincible? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. It's not that your belief isn't firm enough. Rather, this matter is too difficult for you. Your belief is firm, but you can only strive for it in a low-key manner. After all, constantly talking about things you haven't achieved will only invite ridicule. You are more remarkable than I thought. Ye Guan looked at the man silently, but inside, he was touched by the latter's words. The man in the white robe added, I have a suggestion. You can listen to it. If it's useful to you, you can try it. If you feel that it's not applicable, then just brush it off. What do you think? Ye Guan replied, I'd be grateful for any words of advice, senior. Nothing in this world happens overnight. Since achieving invincibility like your elders is tough, why not set a smaller goal first? For example, becoming invincible among your peers. Ye Guan remained silent. The man in the white robe asked, What's wrong? Do you think it's too easy? Ye Guan shook his head. I thought it was rather easy before meeting you. The man in the white robe laughed heartily. So even that is difficult, right? Ye Guan nodded. The man in the white robe smiled gently and said, But being invincible among peers is surely easier than surpassing your predecessors, isn't it? Of course. Young man, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Your life will become very exhausting if you keep that up. I believe your parents wouldn't want to see you living that kind of life. Ye Guan suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion rise in his heart. It was a familiar emotion, and he could feel it coming from the man in the white robe before him. Senior, is your surname Ye? Ye Guan asked. The man in the white robe was slightly taken aback by Ye Guan's question. After regaining his composure, the man in the white robe shook his head and smiled. No, it's not. It's not? Ye Guan felt a little disappointed by the man's answer. Then, he chuckled, realizing that he had indeed been overthinking. He stopped dwelling on it and bowed slightly to the man, saying, Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'll remember your advice. He genuinely respected the man before him. Losing was not scary. What was scary was being unable to accept defeat. Moreover, his intuition told him that this swordsman had not truly exerted his full power. He was completely outmatched this time. Of course, that was also a good thing because he had gained a lot today. The man in the white robe was right. Since achieving invincibility like his elders was difficult, why not take it step by step? For example, by striving to be invincible among his peers first. Ye Guan suddenly took a deep breath, feeling incredibly refreshed. He felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Perhaps sensing Ye Guan's change in mood, the invincible sword intent that had been dormant within him for a long time suddenly rushed out. It wrapped around him, and his aura started undergoing a qualitative change. It was a rebirth. One sword intent was just like a sword. It was extraordinary because of its wielder. The moment Ye Guan walked out of the quagmire and was reborn, his sword intent also experienced a rebirth. The man in the white robe smiled, and his eyes became filled with admiration. The young swordsman's temperament and comprehension and temperament were even better than he had imagined. He wondered whose child was the young man before him. Ye Guan smiled upon sensing the surging invincible sword intent around him. He could feel it coming back to life. The man in the white robe suddenly said, Try unleashing another sword attack. All right. Ye Guan thrust forward with his sword. He did not use any sword techniques or activate his bloodlines. It was another sword attack made out of brute force. When the sword was inches away from the man in the white robe, he extended 2 fingers again and pinched the oncoming sword. Then, he hesitated slightly before stumbling 2 steps backward. The man in the white robe had been forced to take 2 steps backward. It was just 2 steps, but everyone could tell that Ye Guan's sword Dao had become even stronger than before. Ye Guan looked at the man in the white robe without saying a word. The man in the white robe chuckled. You've become much stronger after your sword intent came back to life. Yes. Ye Guan nodded. He decided to accept the man's goodwill, even though he could not understand why the man in the white robe was helping him. The man in the white robe said, I'm leaving. Senior, how do I address you? Ye Guan asked. The man in the white robe smiled and was about to speak when something strange happened. The sky was torn open, and a terrifying aura swept towards them. The entire Divine Academy was stunned. They all looked up at the sky in confusion. The bishops in the void frowned as well. An unexpected guest? Who was bold enough to intrude upon the Divine Academy's territory without an invitation? Amidst everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked out from the rift in the sky. He was wearing a luxurious robe, and his expression was cold as if someone had angered him. A black-robed young man was standing behind him, and his gaze fell on Ye Guan down below. It was a gaze full of undisguised killing intent. Ye Guan immediately frowned upon seeing the black-robed young man. He was sure he had killed that young man, so how come he was still alive? Ye Guan was truly bewildered. The old man in luxurious robes also looked down at Ye Guan. The Wang clan was influential enough to find just about anyone, regardless of where they were. Upon discovering that Ye Guan was a student of the Divine Academy, the old man's first feelings were not astonishment but fury and murderous intent. Ye Guan had to die. There was no way the old man could let Ye Guan grow, as he was a student of the Divine Academy, which meant that he had a monstrous talent. If he were allowed to grow, he would definitely pose a threat to the Wang clan in the future. Some enmity could only be resolved through annihilation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were many times when failure to eradicate the roots of one's troubles had led to one's downfall. The man in the white robe was about to leave, but he frowned upon seeing the old man in the luxurious robes. The man in the white robe then looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Is he your enemy?" Ye Guan nodded. "I think so. Anyway, weren't you going to leave, senior?" The man in the white robe smiled and replied, "Well, I'm not in a hurry." Ye Guan was confused. Just then, the left bishop and the right bishop suddenly appeared in front of the old man in luxurious robes. The left bishop frowned slightly, looking displeased, as he asked, "Wang Lan, what are you doing here?" There was no way they wouldn't recognize Wang Lan. He used to be from the Divine Academy, after all, but he was only an inner courtyard student. Wang Lan looked at the bishops and spoke calmly, "Bishops, I am not here to target the academy. I'm here to make sure that an enemy of my Wang clan will not be able to escape. I hope you can forgive me for the offense." The left bishop was slightly puzzled. An enemy of the Wang clan. Wang Lan pointed at Ye Guan and said, "Yes, I'm talking about him." The left bishop and the right bishop's faces darkened. "Ye Guan?" The left bishop said in a low voice, "Wang Lan, what do you mean?" Wang Lan glared coldly at Ye Guan before explaining, "He killed my grandson, Wang Yun, for no reason and fled. His methods were cruel and horrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the Wang clan had the means to revive my grandson would have died unjustly." The left bishop and the right bishop frowned. The right bishop looked at Ye Guan and said, "Tell us your side of the story." Of course, he had to listen to Ye Guan's side of the story as well. People were selfish and would often speak in their own favor and embellish their stories for their own gain. Ye Guan stared alternatingly between Wang Lan and Wang Yun. Then, he smiled at Wang Yun and asked, "Why do you think I killed you? Don't you have any idea why?" Wang Yun's face soured. He couldn't reveal the truth. After all, he had started everything to show off, but he had ended up dying after underestimating Ye Guan's strength. "How dare you!" Wang Lan roared, and a terrifying aura surged toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's gaze turned cold. The man in the white robe frowned as well. Meanwhile, Plainskirt Destiny was already imagining a scene of blooming fireworks. "Stop!" the right bishop yelled. He waved his sleeve, and a powerful energy shattered Wang Yan's aura. Wang Lan glared at the right bishop, displeased by the latter's intervention. The right bishop glared back at Wang Lan and said, "Wang Lan, you are in the Divine Academy. This isn't the backyard of your Wang clan." The left bishop also looked at Wang Lan with a hint of disapproval. They hadn't decided to take on Ye Guan's side. They simply felt that Wang Lan was going overboard. This was the Divine Academy. If they let Wang Lan attack Ye Guan without intervening, everyone would say that the Divine Academy was afraid of the Wang clan. Reputation was oftentimes more important than lives, after all. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between the elders was getting a bit tense. Wang Lan took a deep breath. "It seems that I've lost my composure." In the end, he had chosen to compromise. After all, his target was just Ye Guan rather than the entire Divine Academy. Antagonizing the entire Divine Academy in the process of killing a mere Ye Guan was not worth it at all. The right bishop gave Wang Lan a cold look before turning to Ye Guan. "Go on." Ye Guan smiled and then explained the situation truthfully. He did not exaggerate or embellish. Since everyone here was an experienced individual, they could naturally discern what was true and what was false. Everyone's expressions turned grim at Ye Guan's remark. What an arrogant and overbearing spoiled brat. He went too far. Everyone cast disdainful gazes at Wang Yun. Wang Yun's face soured. The right bishop looked at Wang Lan and laughed mockingly. "Trying to kill someone arbitrarily? Your Wang clan is truly domineering." Wang Yan's face darkened. In truth, he wasn't aware of what had happened as well. He knew his grandson wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he hadn't expected his grandson to be foolish to such an extent. "Okay, you wanted to kill him, but why did you not come up with a decent reason to do so?" Wang Lan thought. However, he had no choice but to stand on his grandson's side. Wang Lan looked at Ye Guan and said, "Even if there was a misunderstanding between the two of you, you shouldn't have killed him right away. It seems you don't regard my Wang clan highly." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "You called that a misunderstanding? Your grandson wanted to kill me, and it's just a misunderstanding in your eyes." The left bishop and the right bishop frowned. When did this old man become so shameless? Wang Lan ignored Ye Guan and looked at the two bishops, asking, "Bishops, how do you feel about this matter?" Ye Guan's stance on this matter wasn't important. What mattered was the Divine Academy's stance. The Divine Academy just had to show the green light, and Ye Guan was nothing more than just a slightly larger ant to the Wang clan. As descendants of a god, the Wang clan had a reason behind their confidence to deal with just about anyone. The left bishop and the right bishop frowned. Clearly, Wang Lan wasn't going to back out. The right bishop spoke frankly, "Wang Lan, this is your grandson's fault. What does it have to do with Ye Guan? Are you saying that he should have allowed himself to die at your grandson's hands? Does that even make sense?" Wang Yan's expression turned cold. So the Divine Academy is going to take Ye Guan's side. The right bishop's expression became fierce. "Are you threatening me?" Seeing that both parties were becoming increasingly tense, the left bishop quickly interjected, "Wang Lan, in my opinion, let's just call it quits. After all, your grandson is still alive, so there's no real loss here. Can't we just let bygones be bygones?" Wang Yan's face darkened. "So my grandson's death should just be forgotten. The right bishop said, Wang Lan, you're a highly respected figure. Can't you distinguish right from wrong at all? Your grandson targeted Ye Guan for no reason. If you were in his shoes, wouldn't you resist as well? Wang Lan retorted coldly, my grandson wanted to kill him, but did he succeed? At most, it was just attempted murder, but Ye Guan killed my grandson. Can't my Wang clan avenge one of our own? The right bishop frowned. He wanted to reprimand Wang Lan again, but he noticed something amiss. The right bishop looked down at Ye Guan, and something clicked in his head. It seemed that when Wang Lan discovered that Ye Guan was a student of the Divine Academy, he became afraid that Ye Guan would grow up and harm the Wang clan in the future. Wang Lan was just trying to eliminate a future threat. The right bishop's expression soured at the realization. The left bishop also came to the same conclusion as the right bishop. After a moment of thought, he said, Wang Lan, I understand that you are trying to resolve the karma between your Wang clan and Ye Guan, but there are many ways to go about this. It doesn't have to end in murder. Do you understand what I mean? Karma was easy to resolve, the Wang clan just had to compromise. Then, they could offer some rewards and reconcile with Ye Guan. It would resolve the karma between them and create goodwill as well. Why resort to murder? Wang Yian's face darkened. He understood what the left bishop was trying to say, but to compromise with Ye Guan? Was Ye Guan worthy of it? The Wang clan were descendants of a god. Why would they yield to a mere mortal? He couldn't afford to lose face, and neither could the Wang clan afford to do so. Wang Lan glanced at the left bishop and the right bishop before saying, while he's within the Divine Academy, we will respect the Divine Academy's authority and not make any moves against him. However, we will not hesitate to make a move against him the moment he's no longer within the Divine Academy's territory. Then, Wang Lan turned around to leave with Wang Yun. Wait. Ye Guan called out just then. Wang Lan turned to look at him and said, it's too late to beg for mercy. Ye Guan's figure trembled, and he reappeared outside the Divine Academy in the blink of an eye. He stared calmly at Wang Lan and said, I'm outside now. Everyone was shocked to see what Ye Guan had done. Wow, are you really that bold? Your opponent here is the Wang clan? One of the 5 great gods' descendants. Are you really going to confront them head-on? After the initial shock, everyone was in awe of Ye Guan. Damn, he's got guts? They said they'd come after him once he's out of the academy. Well, here he is. Come at him? That's how a real man should be. Quite a few students' favor toward Ye Guan increased significantly. After all, he was a student of the Divine Academy, which meant that he was their comrade. Many female students stared at Ye Guan with fondness in their eyes. How domineering? Of course, many students were shaking their heads. A young man standing next to the lady in the tight-fitting skirt sneered and said, how foolishness. The Wang clan is made out of a god's descendants, and their foundations are exceedingly deep. It's foolish to confront them head-on. If I were him, I would choose to swallow my pride for the time being and avoid the Wang clan for now. Then, he glanced at the lady in the tight-fitting skirt next to him. The lady was expressionless as she stared at Ye Guan in the distance. Seeing her lack of reaction, the young man frowned and added, if I were him, I'd yield to them. Doing that would appease everyone. The lady in the tight-fitting skirt turned to him and said, get away from me. The young man's expression froze. In the distance, Ye Guan's actions left both the left bishop and the right bishop stunned. Obviously, they had not expected Ye Guan to confront the Wang clan head-on. The left bishop's face darkened. The recklessness of youth. The right bishop had a differing opinion. If young people aren't reckless, how can they call themselves young people? The left bishop sighed and said, he has essentially pushed himself and the Wang clan into a dead end. Now, neither side has a way out. The right bishop calmly retorted, do you really think that the Wang clan would spare him even if he hadn't gone this far? The left bishop was silent. Meanwhile, the man in the white robe could not help but smile after seeing Ye Guan's actions. He was starting to find the young man to be quite a charming individual. Wang Lan stared at Ye Guan. He was rather surprised by Ye Guan's decision. Then, he chuckled and said, you truly are courageous, confronting the descendant of a god so boldly like this. But the consequences that you'll face are, spare the bullshit. Ye Guan interrupted him, I invite you to kill me. The crowd was thrown into an uproar. How incredibly bold. The young man next to the lady in a tight-fitting skirt scoffed and said, what a fool. Such behavior will only further enrage the Wang clan. If I were? The lady in a tight-fitting skirt turned around and swung her sword at the young man. Bang! The young man's fleshly body was obliterated by the lady's attack. The lady in the tight-fitting skirt looked coldly at the young man's soul and said, I'm really not interested in you, so stop showing off before me. All right, do that again, and I'm going to kill you, do you understand? The young man was at a loss for words. Ignoring him, the lady in the tight-fitting skirt turned to look at Ye Guan in the distance. She gripped her sword tightly, and she looked like she was deep in thought. Wang Lan laughed in exasperation and anger. Great, what a great young man you are. Wang Lan wasted no words and threw a punch at Ye Guan. It had to be known that Wang Lan was an imperial sovereign, so his fist literally carried with it a cataclysmic might. Despite that, Ye Guan did not retreat. Instead, he thrust his sword forward. He did not activate his bloodlines or use any sword moves. It was just an ordinary sword thrust infused with nothing else but his revamped invincible sword intent. The sword thrust moved slowly, like a gentle breeze. Bang! However, Wang Lan was blasted away by Ye Guan's sword attack. He flew thousands of meters away before he could come to a screeching halt. Wang Yian's face changed drastically. He was about to speak, but Ye Guan did not give him the chance to do so as he slashed out with his sword toward Wang Lan. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed, and he dared not confront Ye Guan's attacks head-on, as cracks had formed on his right arm when he took Ye Guan's first attack. His arm would undoubtedly become crippled if he were to take Ye Guan's attack forcefully. He waved his sleeve, and a black light shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword collided with it, and the light shield trembled. Moments later, countless cracks appeared all over it. Ye Guan unleashed another sword strike. Bam! The light shield was shattered, and countless energy fragments flew in all directions. However, Wang Lan had already retreated thousands of meters away, creating distance between himself and Ye Guan. Wang Lan looked at Ye Guan standing in the distance, and his eyes were filled with horror as he stammered, "Why your strength?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Guan unleashed another sword strike. This sword strike was quicker than the previous one, and it arrived before Wang Lan in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan's heart was filled with horror. He clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body like a tide. At the same time, he retracted his right arm and swung his fist with all his might. He had nowhere to retreat and could only go all out. If he won, he would live. Otherwise, he would die. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Wang Yan's fist light shattered, and he was blasted away by the sword attack. Wang Yan's fleshly body began to disintegrate in midair, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. Everyone's expression changed drastically at the sight. Wang Lan was just an imperial sovereign realm cultivator, but he was famous for his great strength. It was exactly the reason why everyone was so astounded to witness his fleshy body disintegrating after taking just a sword move from Ye Guan. To make matters worse, it was just an ordinary sword slash. Swoosh! Ye Guan transformed into a ray of sword light, racing towards Wang Lan. "Stop!" the left bishop exclaimed and stood in front of Wang Lan. Ye Guan frowned. The left bishop said in a low voice, "Ye Guan, you must think carefully about this. If you kill him, you will have an endless wave of trouble ahead of you." Ye Guan retorted, "Would he and his Wang clan spare me if I were to spare him?" The left bishop fell silent. Ye Guan chuckled lightly and flicked his wrist. A sword swept past the left bishop and pierced Wang Yan's forehead. Boom! Wang Lan was immobilized on the spot. He wanted to say something, but the sword on his forehead trembled violently, shattering his soul into innumerable light fragments. After killing Wang Lan, Ye Guan turned to look at the terrified Wang Yun. Seeing that Ye Guan was staring at him, Wang Yun's face changed drastically, and he turned around to flee. However, a sword made a beeline for him. Wang Yun had yet to even run away when a sword pierced him. Boom! His flesh and soul were obliterated at the same time. He had died once more. Everyone was silent. Ye Guan had killed 2 members of the Wang clan in a row, and they were all convinced that the enmity between Ye Guan and the Wang clan was now irreconcilable. The right bishop looked at Ye Guan and sighed. Ye Guan's relationship with the Wang clan could no longer be salvaged. It would be a fight to the death, as there was no way the Wang clan would let this slide. If the Divine Academy ended up getting implicated. Ye Guan looked at the left bishop and the right bishop and said, "Seniors, this is my personal enmity with the Wang clan. I do not want to implicate the Divine Academy, so Ye Guan will withdraw from the academy." Withdraw from the academy? The crowd became a cacophonous din. Everyone was shocked at Ye Guan's decision, and they stared at the left bishop and the right bishop. The 2 bishops were quiet. They were in a difficult position as well. If they disallowed Ye Guan from withdrawing from the academy, it meant that the Divine Academy was going against the Wang clan, which could lead to a war between them in the future. The Divine Academy was not afraid of the Wang clan, but the Wang clan was not afraid of the Divine Academy either. A war between them? The stakes were too high. It was like gambling with the fate of a nation all for the sake of one Ye Guan. The right bishop glanced at Ye Guan and was about to say something, but the left bishop beat him to the chase. "We cannot make a decision about this matter." The right bishop immediately swallowed his words. "That's right. This is not something that is up to us to decide. We have to consult with the academy chief." Ye Guan was about to leave when the right bishop called out, "Wait." The right bishop said, "Ye Guan, this matter is of great significance. It is not something that the both of us can decide. We need to consult with the academy chief." Ye Guan hesitated before he said, "Senior, there's no need. It is necessary." The right bishop insisted, "Wait here for a moment, just a moment." Upon seeing the right bishop's determined look, Ye Guan had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay." The 2 bishops immediately turned around and bowed deeply toward the statue of the first god before chanting an ancient incantation. They had decided to contact the academy chief. Everyone looked at them earnestly. Soon, the 2 bishops seemed to have received a piece of information that caused their expressions to become sour. The students sighed at the sight. Ye Guan smiled and turned around to leave. "Wait." The left bishop appeared in front of Ye Guan and said, "Sorry." Ye Guan replied, "It's fine." He had never placed his hopes on others, so he would be spared from the disappointment. The right bishop hesitated for a moment before saying, "You should go to the first god paradise." Ye Guan was somewhat puzzled. The first god paradise. The right bishop nodded. "Yes. That's where the first god was born. There's an array all over the place, so you'll have an advantage over cultivators of higher cultivation bases than you if you go there." The right bishop opened his palm, and a scroll floated over to Ye Guan. "This is the map that will lead you to that place," said the right bishop. Ye Guan did not refuse and accepted the map. "Thank you." With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. Just then, the right bishop suddenly asked, Are you not going to ask me why the academy chief had chosen to give up on you? Ye Guan didn't even look back as he replied, there's no need for me to know why. The right bishop laughed bitterly. The academy chief was acquainted with the Wang clan. At their level, geniuses or prodigies were no longer important. They were not going to pick a fight with a god's descendants for the sake of a prodigy. It just wasn't worth it at all. The man in the white robe returned to Plainskirt Destiny's side. He looked in the direction where Ye Guan had left and said softly, Chinger, I want to follow him for a while. Plainskirt Destiny nodded and said, I'll be with you, then. Ye Guan walked away and no one attempted to stop him. It was clear to everyone present that the Divine Academy had abandoned him. A wave of somber realization swept through the crowd. Initially, they all assumed that the Divine Academy would stand by Ye Guan, given his immense talent and the fact that the conflict was the Wang clan's fault. However, the Academy had actually decided to abandon Ye Guan, and it made everyone feel a sense of disappointment and loss. If the Academy was willing to abandon Ye Guan, what about them? Nonetheless, nobody stood up for Ye Guan. His tragedy didn't concern them at all. On the sidelines, the left bishop and the right bishop wore uneasy expressions. They had expected the Academy chief to support Ye Guan. However, it turned out that the Academy chief had ties with the Wang clan's god. There was no way he'd offend the Wang clan for the sake of one student. Ye Guan was a monstrous talent, but he was no match for a god. The right bishop sighed dejectedly. What a pity. Ye Guan was outstanding, and he would definitely become a monstrous supreme elite given enough time. However, they had decided to abandon him, cutting off all opportunities to build ties with him in the future. The left bishop shook his head and said, We have tried our best. Anyway, we still have 3 outstanding students in the Divine Courtyard. Yang Xian and Qinger are much more talented than Ye Guan. It's fine. Suddenly, an elder in divine robes appeared. He delivered shocking news. Yang Xian and Ye Qinger had returned their identity plates and left. What? The 2 bishops exclaimed in shock, and they streaked across the skies. Yang Xian and Ye Qinger silently trailed behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained oblivious to their presence. Rumble? The space ahead of them quivered, and the 2 bishops emerged from the spacetime rift. Yang Xian frowned deeply. Why did you leave? Asked the left bishop. His quavering voice made it clear that he was panicking. Ye Guan had decided to leave Divine Academy, and if these 2 were to depart as well, the Divine Academy would be left with just 1 student from the Divine Courtyard? Just 1? Who would represent the Divine Academy in the upcoming Mortal Deo contest? Who would fight for them against the 5 major clans and the Sin Continent's representatives? Mo Yao Yao had already made it clear that she would represent the Mo clan in the contest. Yang Xian swept his gaze across the 2 and asked, What do you mean? The left bishop forced a smile. Everything was going fine, so why did you decide to leave the Divine Academy? Did we do something to offend you? Yes, Yang Xian answered. The left bishop and the right bishop had no idea what to say. Ye Qinger was silent. The left bishop hesitated for a moment, then asked, Is it because of Ye Guan? After some hesitation, Yang Xian said, I understand. This matter has nothing to do with you 2, and I have no ill will toward you 2 whatsoever. However, we no longer wish to stay in the Divine Academy. That's all there is to it. With that, Yang Xian pulled Ye Qinger away to leave. The left bishop hurriedly cried out, Wait a moment. Yang Xian furrowed his brow, looking slightly displeased. The left bishop said in a deep voice, Yang Xian, you can make any demands for us to fulfill. Anything? As long as you're going to stay with us. Yes, any demands. The right bishop nodded hastily. Yang Xian calmly said, Go and bring that young man back. The left bishop and the right bishop stiffened. Disappointed, Yang Xian shook his head and led Ye Qinger away. The left bishop and the right bishop revealed bitter expressions, realizing that there was no point in trying to persuade them any further. They would only be humiliating themselves if they were to do so. The right bishop's face was pale as he sighed. What a loss. Indeed, the left bishop agreed in a solemn tone. They had been eagerly waiting to participate in the Mortal Deo contest, as it was the first time the Divine Courtyard had 5 students at once. Now, they were only left with 1, and she would eventually return to her clan to represent them in the contest. In other words, the Divine Academy no longer had any Divine Courtyard students. Curse the ancestors of the Wang clan, the right bishop cursed under his breath. The left bishop's expression remained stiff as he muttered, Curse them. Ye Guan traveled on his sword across the starry sky, and he was heading toward the first god paradise. He wasn't particularly afraid of the Wang clan. He wasn't afraid of fighting them as long as he wasn't going to fight the entire clan at the same time. In addition, he still had powerful individuals inside of him, which were Yan, Ao Qian, and Mu Yuan. However, he needed some time. He had lost against the man in the white robes, but he had profited a lot from that encounter. His sword intent had improved drastically just from that one encounter. It was a pity that he had forgotten to ask for that man's name. Ye Guan sighed inwardly, feeling a bit regretful. Swoosh! Yan suddenly appeared not too far away from Ye Guan. You left the Divine Academy? Asked Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded. Are you mad that I didn't ask for your opinion? Yan stared at Ye Guan without speaking. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Big sis, you're not angry, right? We're siblings, after all. We share both blessings and misfortunes. Yan glared at Ye Guan and chided, Stop the sweet talk. Let's spar. Ye Guan was puzzled. Spar. Yan nodded. Your sword Deo has just improved, right? Well, I've gotten stronger, too. Come, let's spar. Yan wasted no time and transformed into a beam of spear light. The moment she got close enough to Ye Guan, she thrust her spear forward. It was a simple attack, but it was swift, precise, and deadly. Ye Guan dared not to be careless and immediately drew his sword to meet her spear. Boom! The tranquil starry sky was disturbed by a deafening explosion. On the sidelines, Yang Xian and Ye Qing'er watched as the two siblings sparred. A gentle smile tugged at Yang Xian's lips, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to the two before him. Yang Xian glanced at the lady wearing a plain skirt next to him and shook his head. He knew that Qing'er knew the answers to many of his questions, but she would never tell him the answers to his burning questions for now. However, he also knew that she'd definitely answer him if he were to force her. Of course, Yang Xian had chosen not to do so. After all, he knew that Qing'er would definitely share everything with him if she was willing. Otherwise, Yang Xian had to respect her decision. The intense duel between the siblings raged on. Ye Guan's swordplay remained pure and precise, devoid of any bloodline power. Astonishingly, Ye An's spear arts were pure and precise as well and were also devoid of any bloodline power. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed, and both siblings were forced to retreat thousands of meters away. After coming to a halt, Yan steadied herself before launching her spear toward Ye Guan. The air crackled as the spear sliced through space and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained calm and thrust his sword toward the oncoming spear. A barely visible sword light was at the tip of his sword. Clang! The sword pinned the spear to the ground, but Yan vanished and reappeared above Ye Guan. Before Ye Guan could react, Yan lashed out with a kick. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, but he remained calm. Twisting his left hand, he conjured a sword from sword energy and swung it toward Yan's foot, blocking the kick with ease. Their clash shattered the fabric of space-time around them. Yan swiftly grabbed her spear and swung it horizontally, forcing Ye Guan to block the blow with his sword. Bang! Ye Guan's sword light shattered, and he was forced to retreat at least 100 meters away. Before he could steady himself, Yan was already running toward him. Her spear sliced through the air, creating a myriad of spear lights that rained down on Ye Guan. Left without any choices, Ye Guan swung his sword frantically to defend himself against the rain of spear lights, but he was being completely suppressed. Yang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. That girl's strength. Before he could finish his thought, a formidable sword intent erupted from Ye Guan, sending Yan flying backward. The invincible sword intent had manifested. Rumble! Ye Guan turned the tables around and rushed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword strikes enhanced by his invincible sword intent. Yan couldn't do anything against the powerful sword lights and had no choice but to keep defending herself. The siblings battled fiercely, exchanging hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. The cacophonous din from their duel had pervaded the starry sky, shattering its silence. Yang Xian stared at them with awe in his eyes. How exceptional. I wonder who their parents are. The plain-skirt lady pursed her lips and smiled briefly. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as both siblings were forced away from each other. Ye Guan glanced at his somewhat numb arm and chuckled. How refreshing. They were evenly matched, so the fight felt amazing for him. Yan stared at Ye Guan without saying a word, but she was feeling the same emotions as the latter. The siblings then chose to stop right there, as they'd have to go all out for their duel to have any meaning by then. In fact, it would no longer be a duel but a battle to the death. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He opened his palm, and the invincible sword intent enveloped his hand. Ye Guan's heart was filled with joy at the sight. He had just discovered that his invincible sword intent had unexpectedly become much stronger after the duel. Is it a sword intent that grows the more I fight? Ye Guan laughed heartily. It'd be great if that was the case. Yan glanced at the invincible sword intent shrouding Ye Guan's hand. She was about to say something when the siblings both turned their heads in unison. The distant starry skies quivered, and a wave of powerful auras swept toward them. The two siblings frowned. Yang Xian hiding in the shadows cast a cold gaze at the commotion. Ye Guan observed the incoming auras with a calm demeanor. The members of the Wang clan had definitely arrived. From what Mu Yuan had told him earlier, the gods' children, much like their parents, also had their own feelings, ambitions, and relationships. Their children came to be known as the descendants of the gods. These divine descendants possessed innate advantages in cultivation. Their bodies and bloodlines far surpassed those of ordinary mortals. For that reason, the descendants of the 5 major gods were regarded as exceedingly special in the old era. Ye Guan's mind wandered for a moment. Afterward, he turned to Yan. Big sis, do we have a family tree? Puzzled, Yan replied, why? I want to acquaint myself with everyone in the family. A swift slap landed on Ye Guan's shoulder from Yan firmly. She said, you have to stand on your own. Got that? Ye Guan fell silent. 6 imposing figures soon appeared near the two. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a loose cloud robe. His right hand was curled around a wine gourd hanging at his waist. Their leader was a heavenly sovereign while the others were imperial sovereigns. The middle-aged man chuckled as he glanced at Yan and Ye Guan. I expected the challengers of my Wang clan to be fearsome warriors, not just 2 youngsters. I'm curious, did you dare challenge us out of youthful fearlessness or do you have some backup? Does it matter? Ye Guan calmly asked. The middle-aged man chuckled. Not really. The moment you challenged us, you became sworn enemies of the Wang clan. However, like I said, I am curious. If you simply lost control due to youthful fearlessness, then I can somewhat understand this situation. However, if it's because you have some backing, then I have to ask, who's giving you this much confidence? Ye Guan looked the middle-aged man in the eye. Why waste time with words? Let's fight already. Do you prefer single combat or an all-out brawl? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Quite audacious? Very well, let's settle this between us two. I want to see just how remarkable the younger generation truly is. He took a sudden step forward, unleashing a torrent of powerful forces toward Ye Guan. In the face of overwhelming force with the might of a heavenly sovereign, Ye Guan remained unfazed. Stepping forward as well, he lightly flicked his thumb, causing his sword to unsheath and swiftly intercept the incoming torrent. Swing! The torrent was destroyed. However, at the same time, a mighty fist crashed directly onto the sword. With a resounding impact, the sword made of sword intent quivered violently. Simultaneously, the starry sky began to boil like a seething cauldron, emanating sheer terror. The punch stopped Ye Guan's sword intent, preventing it from budging even an inch. Grinning, the middle-aged man retracted his right hand and threw another punch. Bam! Another resounding impact echoed as the sword intent was sent flying. However, in that instant, Ye Guan transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished. Suddenly, a sword fell onto the middle-aged man's fist, sending the middle-aged man hurtling hundreds of meters away. As he came to a stop, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Your sword intent. Ye Guan could not be bothered with words, however. With his sword in hand, he charged once more. His sword movements were as swift as lightning. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of gravity in his gaze. The past two strikes from Ye Guan made him realize that his prowess was on par with a heavenly sovereign. He had no room for complacency. Hence, the middle-aged man lightly rotated his right fist. The next moment, he threw another punch. This time, the roar of a demonic beast accompanied it. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying thousands of meters away. Ye Guan frowned as he regained his footing. He noticed an illusory demonic beast that resembled a bull behind the middle-aged man. The formidable beast had arms as thick as pillars, veins pulsating with blood-red hues, and horns akin to curved blades. The sight of it would have sent shivers down anyone's spine. Ye Guan's frown deepened. Many of the old era's inhabitants seemed to prefer fusing with demonic beasts. The middle-aged man charged forward, becoming as unstoppable as a raging bull. Wherever he went, space-time collapsed and disintegrated. Reacting swiftly, Ye Guan drew his sword. A brilliant burst of sword light followed. Clang! However, the sword light shattered upon hitting the man. Ye Guan was once again forced to widen the distance. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued his onslaught, launching punch after punch toward him. Boom! Around him, space-time disintegrated. Ye Guan took a step forward as he thrust his sword forward. The strike was pure, void of sword enhancement techniques. Kaboom! However, just like before, the sword light was destroyed again, and Ye Guan was sent hurtling back. The middle-aged man leaped forward and relentlessly threw punches. Empowered by the demonic beast, his attacks carried terrifying force. Despite being completely suppressed, Ye Guan remained composed. He delivered simple sword strikes that weren't imbued with his bloodline power or sword techniques. Although he could not match the middle-aged man's might, Ye Guan was calm, gradually acclimatizing himself to his opponent's strength. Meanwhile, his invincible sword intent was steadily growing stronger. Bam! After pushing Ye Guan back again, the middle-aged man stopped pursuing him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ye Guan. Are you underestimating me? He could sense that the young swordsman hadn't exerted his full strength yet and that he was being used as a practice target. It was humiliating. From a distance, Ye Guan calmly glanced at him. Yes, I am. Arrogant. The middle-aged man roared. Shooting into the air, the illusory demonic beast above him surged to towering heights. He threw a furious punch downward at Ye Guan, and the demonic beast behind him copied his movements. Boom! The entire starry sky seemed to shatter and implode as the punch descended on Ye Guan like an apocalypse. Suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, countless waves of invincible sword intent gathered inside him. Right after, his eyes snapped open. He unrolled his fist and sent a sword intent amassed from countless swords to the sky. The sword intent destroyed the attack of the middle-aged man and cleaved through the beast's fist like a knife cutting through butter. The collision resulted in a deafening explosion. Boom! The ear-splitting explosion was followed by a cry of agony. The faces of the nearby Wang clan members darkened, immediately realizing that it had come from the demonic beast. As the sword light and fist aura dissipated, the middle-aged man, along with the demonic beast, was pushed back thousands of meters. The beast now looked feeble, devoid of its former menace. Disbelief filled the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Ye Guan. How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, a streak of sword light shot toward him. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted as he hastily crossed his arms. Bang! The sword that struck down sent him flying. Right after, another sword strike came after him. Bang! The middle-aged man defended himself again, pushing him back once more. Ye Guan unleashed a dozen strikes in quick succession, each forcing his opponent to retreat hundreds of meters. With the middle-aged man unable to do anything but defend, the tides of the battle had been completely turned around. The scene made the Wang clan members exchange glances. They each activated their profound energy, ready to intervene at any moment. However, Yan just calmly glanced at them. Boom! Just then, the demonic beast above the middle-aged man shattered, and he was blasted away. In that instant, his body began to crack. Without his demonic beast, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. Just as Ye Guan was about to deliver the final blow, the Wang clan members in the distance suddenly disappeared and headed straight toward him. Single combat? When one could win, then they could demand single combat. However, if they couldn't, it was only natural to resort to an all-out brawl. The moment the Wang clan members rushed ahead, Yen, who had been silently watching, suddenly disappeared as well. Then, in an instant, a long spear swept toward them. With a single thrust, it bore an unstoppable force. Sensing the terror within Yan's attack, the 5 Wang clan members' expressions shifted. Daring not to underestimate her, they turned to block her spear. A cry of agony pierced the air. After fending off the attack, the 5 Wang clan members turned around just in time to witness a sword piercing into the middle-aged man's forehead. Their faces turned pale. They had been defeated. Before Ye Guan, the middle-aged man stood, immobilized by the sword's intent. He couldn't even move a muscle. The demonic beast had been completely suppressed as well. He attempted to speak, but before he could, Ye Guan's sword swung true. His head flew into the sky, and blood gushed out in a crimson arc. After killing the middle-aged man, Ye Guan turned to the remaining Wang clan members, who were gaping in shock. Realizing that they had clearly underestimated him, the 5 attempted to retreat. At the same time, Ye Guan and Yan vanished into thin air. Moments later, 5 more lifeless bodies littered the battlefield. Almost simultaneously, in a distant world, 6 divine tablets shattered in the Wang clan's ancestral shrine. A voice echoed within the Wang clan halls, tinged with both doubt and fury. The Wang clan, the descendants of gods, lived in the divine Wang world, a world so vast that it stretched across millions of miles. It was almost akin to a separate universe. On that particular day, within their ancestral shrine, 6 divine tablets shattered. This dire event signified the loss of 6 of their members. The clan leader, Wang Zong, called for an urgent family meeting. 37 elders, along with 4 god generals and 2 chief protectors, gathered in a hall. Except for those who were in cultivation seclusion, all of their elite members were present. After surveying the crowd, he solemnly announced, "We have lost 6 more of our kin. Combined with our previous 2 casualties, Wang Lan included, we have now lost 8 members." Everyone's brows furrowed out of concern. An elder with flowing white hair broke the silence. "Have we managed to uncover any information about our foe's origins?" "Not yet," Wang Zong calmly responded. The white-haired elder's frown deepened. Their origins remain shrouded in mystery. Then, "Does it truly matter, elder?" interjected a senior figure cloaked in crimson robes from across the room. "We will seek revenge regardless of their background anyway, won't we?" The grand elder regarded the crimson-robed elder with a hint of disapproval. "Eldarin, our enemy killed a heavenly sovereign despite his young age. How can he just be any ordinary talent?" The crimson-robed elder, Wangan, answered, "He certainly is by no means a normal individual, but so what? Are we to refrain from attacking him once we learn of his origins?" Shaking his head, he continued, "When he chose to make an enemy out of our clan, he must have already known that it would decide his fate. Why should we bother about his origins? At most, he would have some backers, but what does the Wang clan have to fear?" The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. "The Wang clan does not have to fear anyone, but we would be foolish to simply attack without learning more about our opponent," the grand elder calmly explained. "We have already lost 6 people because of our foolishness. Grand elder, if we can't figure out his identity, would we give up on killing him and allow him to reign freely around?" The grand elder's brows furrowed deeply. Wangan continued, "We're all aware that the background of that young man is far from ordinary. However, have you considered that despite knowing the status of our clan, he still showed no mercy and opted for ruthless tactics? It's a blatant disregard for our status. In all the years we have held our ground in the old era, when have we ever been treated with such disdain? Since he's shown no mercy and acted so ruthlessly, it is only fair for us to do the same. We start by taking out the young, then the old. Simple, isn't it?" Shaking his head slightly, the grand elder responded, "This individual must have heard of our clan before, yet, despite being aware of our status, he still dared act so ruthlessly. This only underscores the complexity of his background. Therefore, I think we should exercise caution. We've lost 8 of our own," Wangan stated, causing the grand elder's expression to further darken. He added, "The other 4 families are watching our every move." A grim atmosphere enveloped the hall. In societies like theirs, prestige was paramount. With 6 more members of the Wang clan killed, if they remained silent, it begged the question of how the other 4 families would regard them. Would they still afford them any respect? This was not just about pride. Their reputation was on the line. If they didn't act now, the Wang clan's standing among the descendants of the gods would suffer a heavy blow. At that moment, Wang Zong, the clan leader, intervened. "We will follow Wang An's suggestion." Wang An nodded solemnly. "I won't disappoint our clan." Wang Zong fixed his gaze on him. "Students of the Divine Courtyard are required to possess exceptional talent. Do not underestimate him. Even when pouncing on a rabbit, a lion must still exert its full strength." "Understood," replied Wang An. Wang Zong rose from his seat. "Everyone is dismissed." He then vanished into thin air. As Wang An made his way out of the hall, the Grand Elder appeared by his side. "What is it, Grand Elder?" Wang An calmly inquired. Gazing into the distance, the Grand Elder replied, "Wang An, although we often vie for power, now is the time for unity in the face of external threats." Wang An offered a silent smile in response. Turning to him, the Grand Elder added, that youth is heading for the first god paradise. Time is of the essence. Got it. Wang An then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Watching him depart, the Grand Elder couldn't shake off a sense of unease. He had contemplated suggesting that clan leader Wang Zong personally lead a group to kill Ye Guan, a strategic move that would ensure success and leave no room for error. However, he knew that such a suggestion would be met with ridicule. Having the clan leader of the Wang clan personally take out a mere youth? Even if successful, the Wang clan would become the laughingstock of the other 4 major families. Pride? Even if people died, pride had to endure. With a resigned sigh, the Grand Elder turned and left. After killing the 6 members of the Wang clan, Ye Guan collected their storage rings. He also managed to obtain the barbaric divine bull, an imperial-ranked demonic beast. The barbaric divine bull was surprisingly compliant. It even submitted almost effortlessly, likely driven by Ye Guan's gift of ancestral origin strands. No, even if he hadn't given it a strand of ancestral origin, it would have still probably submitted to survive. For Ye Guan, an additional ally was welcomed. The barbaric divine bull already boasted considerable strength, and he believed that he could make it even stronger with his guidance. Upon inspecting the storage rings of the Wang clan members, Ye Guan couldn't help but feel disappointed. They contained no ancestral origin strands. It was truly a pity. No wonder the great Daoist Brushmaster had acknowledged that ancestral origin strands were rare even in the old era. After securing their loot, the siblings resumed their journey toward the first god paradise. Meanwhile, Yan returned to the Little Pagoda to focus on her cultivation. Ye Guan spent the next hour traveling through countless starry regions. Afterward, he took out the starry region map given to him by the right bishop. After glancing at it, he gazed into the distance. They were getting close. He put the map away and transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing into the distant stars. Half an hour later, Ye Guan abruptly stopped, his attention drawn by an old, hunchbacked man in the distance. He was covered with layers of iron chains, one end of which was tied to a bronze coffin. The hunched figure slowly shuffled forward, each step seemingly sapping his strength. The strange sight made Ye Guan alert. Although he was strong, he knew that there would always be people stronger than him. Hence, he decided to be cautious. Opting not to disturb the stranger, Ye Guan prepared to veer off course. However, before he could, the old pallbearer raised his head. "Young man, why do I detect a familiar energy from you?" he asked. Ye Guan paused, puzzled. "A familiar energy?" The old pallbearer nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan's brows furrowed, perplexed. Locking eyes with him, he continued, "Do you have a divine artifact within you?" The mention of a divine artifact made Ye Guan even warier. Noticing Ye Guan's guarded demeanor, the old pallbearer grinned ominously. With a swift motion, he manipulated the space around Ye Guan and trapped him. Ye Guan's heart jumped. Instinctively, he unleashed a surge of sword intent, shattering the space-time barrier around him. He then swiftly retreated hundreds of meters away. The old pallbearer's eyes widened in surprise. "I may have underestimated you." Ye Guan eyed him warily. "I bear no ill will toward you. Why attack me?" The old pallbearer chuckled ominously. "Why not? Sometimes, it's as simple as that." Ye Guan's brows furrowed deeper. The old pallbearer suddenly extended his hand, causing countless ancient runes to materialize above Ye Guan. With a press of his hand, dark light surged forth, shooting straight toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Reacting swiftly, he lunged forward and swung his sword down in defense. Swing! The clash of their attacks echoed through the space. Eventually, both lights shattered. Ye Guan's eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly, dark light morphed into runes and flew toward him. In response, he drew his sword to deflect the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The area reverberated with thunderous explosions, each blast propelling Ye Guan backward by 100 meters. In mere moments, he found himself hundreds of meters away, blood staining his lips as he came to a halt. The old pallbearer grinned, acknowledging Ye Guan's resilience with a nod. "Impressive," he remarked, then threw a powerful punch. Boom! A deadly fist-shaped rune hurtled toward Ye Guan. Sensing the imminent danger, his eyes flashed with determination. He conjured invincible sword intent from within and turned it into a sword. Right after, he thrust it forward with all his might. Boom! The sword erupted in a blinding burst of light, sending Ye Guan flying once again. As he steadied himself, blood trickled from his lips. After glancing at his opponent, Ye Guan opted out of the confrontation. He transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the depths of the starry region. He knew he couldn't defeat the old pallbearer yet. Hence, he decided to return another time instead. While watching him retreat, the old pallbearer's brows furrowed but did not pursue Ye Guan. Regret clouded his expression. "I shouldn't have held back earlier." That mysterious aura within him. He trailed off. The young man was definitely in possession of a high-ranking divine artifact. At that moment, his attention was drawn to 2 approaching figures. One was in white robes. The other wore a plain skirt. As they drew nearer, the lady in the plain skirt fixed her gaze on him. "Enjoying yourself?" she asked. The old pallbearer frowned. The old pallbearer looked at the two, feeling somewhat puzzled. He was about to say something when plain skirt Destiny suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it down. Boom! The old pallbearer's eyes narrowed. However, before he could react, he fell to his knees with a loud plop. He was stunned. What on earth just happened? He looked at plain skirt Destiny in disbelief. "You, why are you doing this?" Plain Skirt Destiny looked down at him condescendingly, as if he was an ant. I can do whatever I want whenever I want. Why do I need a reason for it? The old pallbearer's face instantly paled. He had said something along those lines to the young swordsman earlier. Now, his family had come to make a scene. The old pallbearer looked bitter. He did not expect that someone so strong would be supporting that young swordsman. This time, he really had gotten into big trouble. At that moment, the man in the white robe, who was next to Plain Skirt Destiny, suddenly said, "Let's go." When her eyes remained locked on the old pallbearer, the man in the white robe added, "Let him kneel until he dies." The woman's lips curved into a smile as she pulled the man in the white robe and walked into the distance. As they passed by the bronze coffin, Plain Skirt Destiny glanced at it indifferently. She did not look interested in the slightest. Soon after the two disappeared into the distant stars, the old pallbearer activated the profound energy in his body and attempted to break the sword energy that Plain Skirt Destiny had left behind inside him. Boom! As soon as he resisted, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his whole figure turned illusory. Despair filled his heart. He was doomed. His face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with horror. The strand of sword energy in his body was simply beyond his ability to break. He had never felt so helpless before. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something that his master, the first god, had once told him. Do not commit evil deeds for personal gains. Once a person's strength had reached a certain level, their divinity would start becoming increasingly stronger. Such people often had no scruples and acted based on their whims. Those who were willing to set their boundaries with the weak were few and far between. It was just like how the powerful and privileged rarely reasoned with the common people. Kneeling in the void, the old pallbearer's face remained pale. He knew he was doomed. He would kneel here until he died. Although he was not afraid of death, he feared that there were things that he would be unable to accomplish. He stared blankly toward the depths of the void. With just a few words from the woman earlier, he was now going to spend the rest of his life being punished for the impulsive act that he had done earlier. The old pallbearer couldn't help but see this treatment as unjust. As if coming to a realization, a determined look formed in the old pallbearer's eyes. When first God returns, there'll be hope. On the other side, amid the depths of the starry sky, Plain Skirt Destiny and the white-robed man followed the young swordsman from afar. Chinger, there are many people in this world who do not act with reason, the man said. The most unreasonable ones came from your family, Plain Skirt Destiny replied. Slightly taken aback, he gently held her hand and said, "It's our family." The corners of her lips curled up. The man continued, "Throughout our journey, we've encountered people who act according to their own desires. I don't think it's right." Plain Skirt Destiny remained silent. Turning to look at her, he asked, "What do you think? Your opinion is all that matters." The man shook his head and smiled. "Come on, tell me your thoughts. I want to know what you think." Plain Skirt Destiny raised her head and gazed into the endless depths of the starry sky. Cultivators cultivate to follow their desires. The stronger they are, the more this applies to them. When it comes to principles, in their world, strength is the answer. Unless the one who sets the rules is invincible, one will always get to make the rules if they are stronger. Invincible. The man mumbled. Chinger, are you willing to abide by others' principles and rules? Holding his hand, Plain Skirt Destiny replied, "There will never be absolute fairness in this world. Even if rules have been established, who can guarantee that they won't be used as tools to enslave all beings?" The man in the white robe fell silent. Plain Skirt Destiny smiled gently. "Don't think too much about it. Someone's already working on these things. He's having a very hard time right now, but it's okay. When the time comes, I will intervene." The man grinned. "All right." Soon after, the two disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. On the other side, Ye Guan wiped the blood from the corner of his lip. An icy gaze enveloped his eyes. Fuck. Am I being targeted by the great deist brushmaster again? I keep getting beat up by random people for no reason? Ye Guan had decided to deal with that old stubborn man next time. He was smarter now. If he could not beat someone, he would not fight them. Instead, he would spend some time training before coming back to fight them. For that reason, he decided not to rush into things. After all, it would only put him in a disadvantageous position. Without further thought, Ye Guan took out his starry region map and examined it. He then looked in the distance. He was close to the first god paradise. After putting away the map, he transformed into a ray of sword light and disappeared. About half an hour later, he stopped amid a galaxy. A huge, beautiful, crystal-clear pearl was floating in the air not too far away from him. The first god paradise. Ye Guan was about to enter when a terrifying aura suddenly attacked him from behind. Instead of turning around, he hopped on his sword and headed straight to his destination. He didn't need to see the attackers to know that someone strong from the Wang clan had caught up to him. To make matters worse, there was probably more than one of them. If he did not escape now, they would surely gang up on him. Just as he was about to charge into the first god paradise, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. A black fist light then rushed toward him. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He had no choice but to draw his sword. Bang! A burst of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Ye Guan, forcing him to retreat thousands of meters away. When he stopped, the space-time around him cracked open, and 12 powerful figures slowly emerged. They were all heavenly sovereigns? The only exception was the elder leading all of them, who was in the ancient sovereign realm. Wangan, their leader, looked Ye Guan up and down. He then said, "You certainly are young." Ye Guan tightened his grip on his sword. Wang Yi said, "You dared kill 6 people from the Wang clan, so I assume you have a very strong backing. I can't help but wonder what exactly gives you the audacity to kill members of my family. Care to share it with me?" The moment he saw Ye Guan and how young he was, his curiosity was instantly piqued. To possess such strength at a young age meant that whoever was behind him had to be very powerful. Hence, he wanted to know who they were. "No one's helping me," Ye Guan replied. Wang An chuckled. "You don't want to tell me?" Ye Guan laughed. "I'm backed by someone invincible. Are you trying to scare me?" Ye Guan was speechless, thinking that this man was full of shit. It did not matter if he told the truth or lied. The strange man before him would not believe him anyway. Wang An waved his hand dismissively. "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. The person behind you will surely appear once we start beating you up anyway. I'm quite familiar with this routine." He then took a step forward, causing Ye Guan's expression to change drastically. He swiftly drew his sword and unleashed invincible sword intent. Boom! However, the countless sword lights were helplessly shattered. Ye Guan was sent violently flying backward. At the same time, Wang An soared into the air, flipped his right hand, and swiftly descended. Above Ye Guan, space-time was ripped open. The next moment, a colossal palm fell from the skies, seemingly hoping to crush the entire galaxy. This was the power of someone who had reached the ancestral sovereign realm. Ye Guan's expression turned heavy. Wang An's strength far surpassed that of the heavenly sovereign whom he met earlier on. If so, then Wang An was far stronger than him as well. To make things worse, he also had 12 other imperial sovereigns to deal with. Hence, he stopped holding back. "Qian," he internally called. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out from within him. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of sword light and soared into the sky. He then swung his weapon toward the colossal palm. Boom! As his attack tore apart the colossal palm, his figure shook once more. He transformed into a ray of sword light again and launched a counterattack. Wang An laughed heartily. Excellent timing. He suddenly opened his palm and then gently clenched it. As endless space-time and galaxies materialized, he threw a punch at Ye Guan. The space-time and galaxies within his fist simultaneously exploded, shattering all the star fields in the surrounding area. However, the first god paradise remained intact, completely unaffected by the force of his punch. Sensing the terrifying power that Wang An's punch contained, Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes. Right after he turned illusory, thousands of swords surged forth. Ye Guan's swordsmanship had greatly improved since he came to the old era, and he had Aokinkin's support. Hence, the power of his space overlap had increased by over tenfold. A single sword strike was all he needed. Boom! A burst of sword light erupted violently from between him and his opponent. The impact sent them thousands of meters backward. When they came to a stop, Wang An looked at Ye Guan in excitement. "Impressive. It seems like the Wang clan has underestimated you. I never expected you to be able to fare this well against someone who has reached the ancient sovereign realm." Ye Guan gazed at Wang An coldly. "Let's continue." Wang An guffawed. "I'm choosing to gang up on you instead." He and the 12 imperial sovereigns beside him all charged straight at Ye Guan. Realizing that Ye Guan was more terrifying than he expected, Wang An decided to gang up on him instead. For someone so young to be able to hold their ground against him, an elite in the ancient sovereign realm, was simply inconceivable. Hence, to prevent any unexpected accidents from happening, he concluded that it would be better to use their numbers against him. They had to prioritize killing the young swordsman. Martial ethics and similar concepts weren't important right now. With Wang An choosing to gang up on him, Ye Guan's gaze turned cold. He wasn't really surprised, though. After all, he had been expecting this outcome. In response, he decided not to hold back anymore either. Boom! Suddenly, 4 terrifying auras surged out of Ye Guan. They belonged to Mu Yuan, Yan, and the 2 other god generals. The moment they emerged, Wang An's expression drastically changed. "You," he exclaimed in shock. Mu Yuan, leading the charge, rushed toward Wang An and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The old man's aura made Wang An's heart tremble with fear. It was even stronger than his own, so he dared not be careless. With a flick of his right hand, a dark golden arm guard appeared on his right arm. He then threw a devastating punch with all his might, causing fist light to erupt. Boom! However, the fist light shattered as soon as it appeared. Immediately after, Wang An was knocked thousands of meters away, and the space-time all around him collapsed. His arm guard was also shattered into pieces. When Wang An finally stopped, he looked up at Mu Yuan, his eyes filled with horror. "You." Mu Yuan did not waste any words. His image shook as he transformed into a ray of divine light and rushed toward Wang An, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His identity was rather special, so it was best not to expose it. Otherwise, he would not be able to let any of these people live since that would bring great trouble to Ye Guan. Seeing the divine light that Mu Yuan emanated, Wang An's eyes narrowed. "Divine power. You're from the Temple of the Gods." Only those from the Temple of the Gods possessed such power. Upon closing in on Wang An, Mu Yuan threw a punch. Thousands of rays of divine light surged out from his fist. As his expression grew heavier, Wang An stepped forward and tightly clenched his left hand. A huge black vortex then appeared behind him, from which countless dense dark energies rushed out and converged into his body. Right after, he threw a straight right. Black fist radiance formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Boom! As soon as Mu Yuan and Wang An's attacks collided, a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, blasting the two away. After skidding to a stop, Mu Yuan glanced at Wang An, his eyes slightly narrowed. Dark arts. Like divine arts, dark arts were created by the first god. However, dark arts were only created after the first god gained full divinity. Moreover, only a few divine servants had practiced them. Wang An glared at Mu Yuan. He spread his hands, then slowly clenched them. In an instant, countless dark energies gathered around him. His aura also skyrocketed, spreading outward like a raging tide. It was incredibly terrifying. Their eyes locked as they vanished from where they were standing. Mu Yuan was stunned. Wang An did not rush toward him. Instead, he turned and fled. You showed such a grand move just to flee? Mu Yuan was dumbfounded. Almost at the same time, the other members of the Wang clan also turned and fled. Wang An decided to retreat for two reasons. The first reason was Mu Yuan. Since the old man cultivated divine power, he could be affiliated with the Temple of the Gods. In other words, their Ye Guan might be connected to that organization as well. The second reason was the unfavorable situation. Considering half of the people that he had brought with him were slain, he concluded that they no longer had any chance of winning. At that moment, Mu Yuan suddenly said, "We can't let them leave." He then transformed into a ray of divine light and rushed toward Wang An. Ye Guan and the others immediately gave chase as well. Mu Yuan and the others' identities had to remain a secret. Otherwise, things would become very difficult for Ye Guan. Moving quicker than Wang An, he caught up to him in no time. Boom! A ray of divine light descended in front of Wang An, blocking his path. However, he did not stop. While still trying to flee, he threw a punch toward the divine light, shattering it. Bang! However, at the same time, another terrifying force reached him from behind. His face darkened. Unable to escape anymore, he could only turn around and throw another punch. Boom! The divine and dark lights collided, the resulting impact sending Wang An flying. Before he could even decelerate, a ray of sword light silently rushed toward him. Opting to deal with their strongest opponent first, Ye Guan now targeted him. Wang An laughed loudly. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a punch toward Ye Guan's sword. Bang! The attack shattered Ye Guan's sword light and blasted him away. Wang An looked down at his right arm, finding a deep sword mark on his fist. Blood continuously flowed from it. It did not take long for his fist to be dyed red with blood. He raised his head and looked at Ye Guan, who had stopped some distance away. He could not help but praise him. Impressive sword intent. Right after, he clasped his hands together. Boom! Behind him, a pure black image thousands of meters tall appeared. It emitted a terrifying black aura as if it were a demonic god. Mu Yuan, who was beside Ye Guan, narrowed his eyes. Dark void projection? This guy has some tricks up his sleeves, I'll need to use some of my own too. Ye Guan nodded. Alright. Mu Yuan took a step forward as a divine light surged from within him. After taking another step, divine light emerged from under his feet. With a quick jab, he sent the two rays toward Wang An in the form of two giant blades. Wang An's eyes narrowed. Divine blades? Who exactly are you? As he spoke, he used the dark void projection counterpunch. Boom! Bang! Unable to withstand the divine blade's power, the dark void projection shattered. Now aware that he was no match for Mu Yuan, Wang An turned and fled once more. However, Mu Yuan had no intention of letting him escape. Taking another step forward, a divine blade suddenly flew out from between his eyebrows and toward Wang An, who had already reached the end of the starry sky. Sensing a projectile coming toward him, Wang An felt horror rising in his heart. Looking up at the void, he threw caution to the wind. "Save me," he roared as he crushed a wooden tablet with his hands. Boom! Above Wang An's head, a black, giant finger broke through the void and collided with Mu Yuan's divine blade. Rumble! With his divine blade forcibly stopped in its tracks, Mu Yuan glanced at the depths of the starry sky. "Let's go," he said. Ye Guan nodded. He then turned and left with the others. However, as soon as they departed, a group of powerful individuals, the Wang clan's elites, emerged from the rift in spacetime behind Wang An. Leading them was Wang Zong, their clan leader. Wang Zong looked into the distance, his brows furrowing. "Divine blades," he muttered. Wang An's expression soured. "He's from the Temple of the Gods." "No, he's not," a clan elder argued, causing everyone to turn to him. He continued, "He's from the Daoist Temple." The Daoist Temple? The revelation shocked everyone. The Daoist Temple was the predecessor of the Temple of the Gods. Very few people knew about it today. Ye Guan's identity. The elder said in a low voice. The faces of the Wang clan's elites darkened. If Ye Guan was truly connected to the Daoist Temple, then he had to be quite special. Hence, they could not help but admit now that they had underestimated him. They had already lost more than 20 elites to him, and the weakest of them was an imperial sovereign. Such losses were significant even for the Wang clan. Some elders could not help but glance grudgingly at Wang An, feeling some resentment toward him. If he had just listened to the Grand Elder's advice and conducted a proper investigation, perhaps they would not have lost another 12 imperial sovereigns. Considering those individuals had all been meticulously cultivated by the Wang clan, losing them like this was truly regrettable. Noticing that the elders' gazes were on him, Wang An's expression darkened. He couldn't even say anything now that everyone was upset with him. "We have to find out the true identity of the person who used the divine blades and, more importantly, his relationship with the young swordsman," the Grand Elder said. "We have to seek guidance from the divine ancestor," Wang Zong said. Since this involved the Daoist temple, they could only seek guidance from the divine ancestor. He was the only one who truly understood that era. Grand Elder nodded. I agree. That's our only option now. Wang Zong slowly closed his eyes. Right after, the wooden tablet in his hand began to tremble slightly. A mysterious aura soon emerged around them. The elites of the Wang clan immediately knelt, respect plastered all over their faces. After some time passed, Wang Zong opened his eyes, excitement clearly visible in his gaze. Clan leader, the Grand Elder hurriedly asked. Staring into the depths of the galaxy, Wang Zong said, that person's name is Mu Yuan. He disappeared at the same time as the divine painting. Since the first god's inheritance lies in the divine painting, now that he has reappeared, Ye Guan has obtained first god's inheritance, the Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise. Wang Zong slowly clenched his fists in an attempt to suppress his excitement, but it still showed in his expression. It's highly possible. That would also explain why he relentlessly tried to kill Wang An earlier. He did not want his identity to be exposed. The Wang clan's elites were also excited now. One of the reasons the gods had a civil war in the past was their desire to obtain the treasures and ancestral veins the first god had left behind. Even though so many years had passed since then, the gods still had not given up on their search for it. After all, it not only symbolized a certain status but also contained countless treasures and ancestral veins. It was irresistible. This information must not be made public, Wang Zong suddenly said. Looking toward the distant end of the starry sky, his eyes glinted. Our clan will slaughter that golden hen and take everything for ourselves. Ye Guan and Mu Yuan finally arrived at the first god paradise. Mu Yuan's expression was heavy. The Wang clan are descendants of a god. They can communicate with those self-proclaimed gods. My identity might get exposed. Ye Guan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Mu Yuan looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan said deeply, if your identity gets exposed, then so be it. Mu Yuan smiled. He truly appreciated Ye Guan's confidence. A cultivator had to remain fearless and decisive throughout their journey to the summit of cultivation. Ye Guan looked at the first god paradise and asked, have you been here before? Mu Yuan shook his head. No. Ye Guan was surprised. Mu Yuan nodded. I do know about this place, but I've never been here. The first god doesn't really like people coming here, so he sealed it with divine power. This place will suppress everyone, and the higher their cultivation base, the stronger the suppression is. Does that mean the people inside have no cultivation base? I don't know. Let's go take a look. Mu Yuan nodded and entered the world inside the tiny pagoda to cultivate. He had grown fond of Ye Guan's tiny pagoda. It was the perfect divine artifact for cultivation. Ye Guan stared at the first god paradise in the distance. His figure trembled as he transformed into a ray of sword light that flew toward the first god paradise. Swoosh! An invisible divine power immobilized Ye Guan before he could approach the first god paradise. An aged voice echoed, saying, outsiders are prohibited beyond this point. Ye Guan thought briefly before opening his palm, revealing the divine imprint. A few moments later, the invisible divine power disappeared. Ye Guan transformed into a ray of sword light once again and flew straight into the first god paradise. Just a few minutes after Ye Guan disappeared into the first god paradise, two people appeared in front of it. They were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a white robe, and the lady was in a plain skirt. The man in the white robe stared at the first god paradise before walking toward it. An invisible divine power immobilized them, and the same aged voice earlier echoed loudly in their ears, saying, outsiders are prohibited. Plain skirt Destiny waved her sleeve, and the divine power disappeared. The aged voice sounded helpless. Please come in. The man in the white robe had no idea what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Guan opened his eyes and found himself in front of a small town. Ye Guan saw several children kicking a ball around amidst laughter. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. He was about to step forward when he sensed something amiss. He frowned, realizing that his cultivation had been suppressed. He tried to resist but to no avail. Ye Guan was shocked. The first god was no longer around, but the divine power he had left behind was still strong enough to suppress any outsiders. Sensing something, Ye Guan's brows furrowed even more as he looked up at the sky. He saw two streaks of white light passing by, followed by terrifying explosions that echoed throughout the sky. Ye Guan was stunned. What on earth is happening? Does everyone else here still have their cultivation bases intact? A fight broke out. A child shouted from somewhere near the gates. Ye Guan looked at them and saw that the children were all gazing at the sky with excitement rather than fear. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a wave of terrifying energy descended from above. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically. The wave of energy was incredibly powerful, and it would easily reduce the small town before him into rubble if the wave of energy managed to hit the small town. Ye Guan's face went blank moments later. The wave of energy had vanished as soon as it got close enough to the town. There was a mysterious force protecting this town. Just then, a figure descended and landed inside the town. Meanwhile, an old man was looking down at the town below from the sky, and his expression was extremely grim. Ye Guan looked at the old man. The old man sensed Ye Guan's gaze and made eye contact with the latter. What the hell are you looking at? Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and killing intent rose in his heart. However, a sword light pierced through the old man's forehead just then. The old man disappeared, flying thousands of meters away before he was finally pinned to a mountainside. Ye Guan was stunned. The old man was dumbfounded as well. He did not even have time to react, much less find out who had made a move against him. He looked around, somewhat bewildered. There weren't any traces of movement whatsoever. The old man respectfully said, I don't know which senior is here. If I have offended you, I ask for forgiveness on account of the virtuous Law clan. The old man was confident that the attacker would show some respect upon hearing his clan's name. However, his attacker remained silent. The old man's face darkened. Do you really want to become enemies with my virtuous Law clan? He received zero response. The old man's expression soured. I concede defeat today. Give me your name. In the future, my virtuous Law clan will come and seek guidance from you. Since being civil was not working, the old man had no choice but to resort to threats. Where is the virtuous Law clan? Point the way. A voice echoed from the shadows, and the voice seemed to be laced with a certain power, which made the old man point to the right unconsciously. Thousands of kilometers away, a sword abruptly manifested above a mountain. The next moment, the sword descended upon the mountain, annihilating the entire mountain along with the virtuous Law clan. Ye Guan looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. The old man had been taken away by a ray of sword light, and he couldn't track the old man, as his cultivation base was under suppression. Ye Guan's expression became heavy, realizing that the town was more dangerous than he thought. The cultivation bases of outsiders were under suppression, but it didn't apply to the natives of this place. Of course, it did make sense in Ye Guan's opinion. Fortunately, he could still use his tiny pagoda and storage ring. Regardless, he had to be careful. Ye Guan walked toward a group of children in the distance. The battle was over, so the children resumed their game earlier. The children were all very young, looking to be about 8 or 9 years old. The oldest among them seemed to be around 10 years old. There were both boys and girls, and they had no cultivation bases whatsoever. However, Ye Guan was surprised upon instantly noticing that the children all had remarkable talent when it came to cultivation. One of the girls, who was around 10 years old, became somewhat wary of Ye Guan's approach. What are you doing here? The girl asked. Ye Guan pulled out a hawthorn candy instead of replying. The little girl accepted the candy and glanced at Ye Guan. Do you really think that you can bribe me with candy? You're underestimating me. Ye Guan took out another hawthorn candy. Lin Deimei blinked and went silent. A young boy about 6 to 7 years old tugged at Lin Deimei's sleeve and said, Sister Dai, our teacher once said, one who offers unsolicited hospitality must be harboring evil intentions. He just came up to us and immediately offered us snacks. He must have ulterior motives. Do not get fooled. Lin Deimei silently took another hawthorn candy from Ye Guan, which made the young boy frown. Sister Dai, how come you're so easy to fool? It's just 2 hawthorn candies. What if they're poisoned? Come on, let me try them for you. Lin Deimei turned around and slapped the boy on the head with her palm. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Lin Deimei asked with a glare. The little boy clenched his tiny fists, and his face reddened as he muttered, Lin Deimei, my name is Guodan, not little rascal. Call me that again, and I'll... What? Lin Deimei glared at him with her hands on her hips. What are you going to do about it? Seeing that Lin Deimei was about to resort to violence, Guodan lost a bit of his bravado and hesitantly said, Lin Deimei, you should think twice. Hit me, and I will definitely complain to teacher. You'll come back to hit me again once teacher punishes you, but I'll complain to teacher again. You'll then be punished again. In the end, you're the one who's going to get hurt. Ye Guan was at an utter loss for words. Lin Deimei glared fiercely at him before she turned to Ye Guan and said, Teacher says that one who offers unsolicited hospitality must have ulterior motives. Tell me, what do you want? Ye Guan smiled. I just want to ask about a few things. Lin Deimei's brows furrowed. That's all. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Lin Deimei cast a doubtful gaze at Ye Guan and said, There are 7 of us here. Why don't you give us a few more hawthorn candies? Sure. Ye Guan smiled. He took out more hawthorn candies and handed all of them to Lin Deimei. Lin Deimei accepted the candies and handed them out one by one to the other children. When Guodan received his portion, he hesitantly said, Lin Deimei, shouldn't we listen to what he has to ask first before accepting the candies? What if he asks something we can't answer or a question we're not supposed to answer? It wouldn't be right to take his hawthorn candies, then, right? Ye Guan cast an astonished gaze at Guodan, feeling surprised by the latter's intelligence despite his young age. Lin Deimei tore open the wrapper of the hawthorn candy, licked it once, and then calmly said, Being cautious is not wrong, but being overly cautious is not right either. This man is an outsider, so I guess he just wants to know more about our world here. If we can answer his questions, we'll answer. If we can't, I don't think he'll insist that we answer, right? Ye Guan smiled at Lin Deimei. Guodan stared warily at Ye Guan. What if he's a bad person? Lin Deimei held out her hand and said, Give the hawthorn candy back to me. Guodan hurriedly shook his head. I'll be quiet. Lin Deimei glared at Guodan before she turned to look at Ye Guan and said, Ask away. What place is? Ye Guan asked. Lin Deimei took out a scroll and said, Give me 7 hawthorn candies and this map is yours. This map contains the answer to your questions. Ye Guan nodded and handed over his payment. Lin Deimei accepted the candies and handed the map over to Ye Guan. Just as Ye Guan was about to open the map, Lin Deimei pulled out another map and said, Give me 7 hawthorn candies, and I'll give you this map. This map contains many pieces of information that are missing in the first map. Ye Guan fell silent. What a bunch of crafty kids. Ye Guan was convinced that the little girl before him would be able to go far as an employee of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Lin Deimei saw Ye Guan's silence and blinked. I'm not going to force you. You can choose not to take the offer. Ye Guan smiled at that and took out a box. He handed the box over to Lin Deimei, and she saw that the box contained hundreds of hawthorn candies. The eyes of the children behind Lin Deimei lit up. Some of them even started drooling, and they looked like they couldn't wait to feast on the candies. Guo Dan's eyes lit up as well, but he seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Lin Deimei. He wanted to say something, but he dared not speak up. Lin Deimei took out 7 hawthorn candies and handed the scroll in her hands to Ye Guan. Ye Guan pointed at the box of candies and said, "It's all yours." However, Lin Deimei shook her head. "This map is only worth 7 candies." Ye Guan was a little puzzled. Lin Deimei passed the candies around to the other children. They were immediately delighted and licked 2 candies at once rather than just 1. Ye Guan put away the box of hawthorn candies. The other children felt a little regretful at the sight. There were still dozens of candies in the box. Ye Guan opened the 2 scrolls that Lin Deimei had given to him. A few moments later, he obtained a better understanding of this place. He was in the so-called Heian world. The outsiders referred to this place as First God Paradise, but the natives here called it Heian world. The Heian world was divided into 2 continents, the southern Wen continent and the northern Wu continent. The Wen continent gave special attention to arts and culture, while the Wu continent gave special attention to martial prowess. Of course, the scholars from the Wen continent weren't only good at studying, but they were cultivating Heian Qi as well. However, Ye Guan wasn't sure how strong those scholars were, as their prowess was not mentioned in Lin Deimei's scroll. There were some unknown paradises and blessed lands throughout Heian world, and Lin Deimei's scroll did not really contain any useful information about them. Ye Guan put the scroll away and looked at Lin Deimei with a smile, saying, "I want to know more about this world. Who should I visit?" "Our teacher," Guo Dan replied. Ye Guan looked at him and asked, "Your teacher?" "Yes, our master knows everything. If you want to know more, you should go to her." "Can you bring me to her?" "No, she's out, and she hasn't come back yet." "I see. Do you need a place to stay?" Lin Deimei asked. Then, she added, "1 night is 7 hawthorn candies." Ye Guan smiled. "Sure." Lin Deimei's lips curled up. "Come on, I'll take you there." "All right," Ye Guan answered. Ye Guan followed Lin Deimei into the town, which was known as Heian Town. The town was small, and the houses here were made out of stacked stones that had been weathered by the passage of time, making them look dilapidated. Lin Deimei seemed to be famous around town. Every single child that passed by them greeted her respectfully, saying, "Big sister." Even the adults smiled and greeted Lin Deimei. Ye Guan glanced sideways at Lin Deimei. Lin Deimei seemed to be not older than 10 years old, and she was wearing a patched floral dress that appeared clean despite its faded appearance. Ye Guan's eyes became filled with astonishment, realizing that she had a special physique. She had the legendary Great Dao Spirit physique. Of course, it wasn't just her. Every single child here had a remarkable talent for cultivation. They'd have a bright future ahead of them if they were to cultivate. And Ye Guan found it puzzling that the people here were mortals rather than cultivators. Just then, Lin Deimei led Ye Guan into a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't anything special, and it housed only 3 stone houses. Lin Deimei pointed at the stone house in the middle of the 3 and said, "That's where my grandmother lives. I live on the left, and the one on the right is yours. We agreed that the cost of staying 1 night would be 7 hawthorn candies. You still have to pay me 7 candies even if you end up staying for less than a day." Ye Guan nodded. "All right." Lin Deimei asked, "Do you need food?" "I have to pay for meals with more hawthorn candies, right?" "Yes." "Why don't you ask for something else? Like gold or spiritual stones?" "What are those?" Ye Guan was bewildered. Lin Deimei seemed to have no idea what they were. Lin Deimei asked, "Are they things that can be found in the outside world?" "Yes," Ye Guan said with a nod. Lin Deimei shook her head slightly. "Things from the outside world are useless here. Of course, you can pay with other snacks, too." Ye Guan fell silent and recalled that the people in this town were mere mortals. "I'm going to cook meals at the same time every day. If you want to eat, then you can buy it for some snacks. They don't necessarily have to be hawthorn candies. I'll accept any other snacks as well," Lin Deimei said. Ye Guan smiled. "All right." Lin Deimei turned around to leave. Then, she came to a halt and looked back at Ye Guan. Her mouth fluttered open to speak, but she did not say anything. Ye Guan saw that and wanted to say something, but Lin Deimei turned around and left before he could say anything. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. He entered his room, which contained only a bed with a straw mat on top of it. Ye Guan walked up to the bed and sprawled out on it. He then closed his eyes and asked, "Senior Mu Yuan?" Mu Yuan replied, "Yes." "If you come out of the pagoda, will your cultivation be suppressed too?" he asked. Swoosh! Mu Yuan appeared before him and was instantly suppressed by an invisible force. Mu Yuan's face darkened, realizing that his cultivation base had been suppressed. Ye Guan asked, "What do you think? Is this the first god's doing?" "I don't know." Mu Yuan shook his head and explained, "It's a power that exists between the heavens and earth, but I can't sense it at all. I think it's far beyond my realm of understanding. I guess this must be the first god's doing." Ye Guan muttered. Mu Yuan nodded quietly. Ye Guan walked up to the window and looked at the kitchen outside. He could see Lin Deimei whipping up a meal, and she looked very skilled at it. Just then, Ye Guan asked, Senior, how come everyone here is so talented? I don't know, but I guess it's related to the first god. After all, he once stayed here for a very long time, Mu Yuan answered. Ye Guan nodded slightly, deep in thought. Mu Yuan suddenly asked, are you thinking of taking her away from here? I did think of that. That little brat is not just talented, but she has a great personality as well. It would be a pity if she stayed here for the rest of her life. She has a special physique. She'll achieve twice the results with half the effort upon cultivating, but... I know, Mu Yuan said, nodding. It's going to be difficult to take her away from here, and I think that the seal on this place was to make sure that outsiders would not be able to disturb the natives here. That's right. Ye Guan was about to speak when Lin Deimei walked over to his stone house. Upon seeing this, Mu Yuan quickly re-entered the little pagoda. Lin Deimei stood by the window and said with a smile, time to eat. All right, let's go, Ye Guan said, following Lin Deimei into the kitchen. The meal was simple and consisted only of rice, steamed buns, and some wild vegetables. Ye Guan picked up a steamed bun and took a bite of it. It had an acceptable taste. Lin Deimei glanced at Ye Guan as she ate. Ye Guan asked, where's your grandmother? Lin Deimei calmly replied, she's not feeling well, so I took her back to her room. Ye Guan stared quietly at the stone house in the middle of the courtyard. Lin Deimei wanted to say something, but she did not say anything in the end. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Ye Guan asked. Lin Deimei shook her head. Are you thinking of asking me something but don't have anything to offer in return? Ye Guan asked. Lin Deimei looked at him before nodding slightly. Go ahead. I don't have anything to offer you. Why do you think that you necessarily have to offer something in return in exchange for a favor? Well, I asked you to give me when you asked me questions earlier. True. How about this, then? You can ask me all the questions you want tomorrow. In return, I'll eat your meals for free. Deal. Really? Yes. Deal. All right. Lin Deimei wolfed her food down and finished her meal in no time. Ye Guan smiled wryly and shook his head. It was already nighttime by the time they finished their meal. Ye Guan was about to return to his stone house to rest when he furrowed his brows upon noticing something. He turned and saw a lady on the ground. The lady was wearing a white skirt, and blood dripped down her lips. The lady was stunning with the perfect facial features. Her skin was as white as snow as well. Ye Guan was familiar with her. She was the same lady as the one who had been fighting that old man earlier in the day. He had caught a glimpse of her as she fell from the sky at the time. Ye Guan didn't expect to see that she was severely injured by that encounter. He pondered briefly before walking over to her to take a look at her condition. The lady was unconscious due to her injuries. Ye Guan lifted her gently and carried her to his stone house. He put her on the bed and examined her. He frowned upon sensing how weak her aura had become. Her internal organs had been ruptured, and there was a sinister energy in her body that was gnawing away at her vitality. Ye Guan knew that he had no time to waste, so he opened his palm, and a strand of ancestral origin appeared over his palm. He flicked his finger, and the strand of ancestral origin melted into the lady's figure. The lady trembled rapidly, and she opened her eyes in no time. The lady's face changed immediately upon seeing Ye Guan. A dagger appeared in her right hand, and her eyes became filled with murderous intent. Ye Guan quickly stepped backward to show that he meant no harm. The lady abruptly froze upon sensing something. Then, she exclaimed, ancestral origin. The lady cast a startled gaze at Ye Guan and asked, you used a strand of ancestral origin on me. Ye Guan nodded. The lady asked, how did you get it? By chance, Ye Guan answered. The lady stared at Ye Guan for a long time before putting away her dagger. Thank you. Ye Guan merely smiled. The lady sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. After a few moments, she opened her eyes wide, astonished by the fact that her injuries had healed completely. The sinister energy inside had also vanished without a trace. And it was all because of the strand of ancestral origin that Ye Guan had given her? The lady stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, how do I address you? Ye Guan replied, my name is Ye Guan. My name is Qin Shui. Thank you for saving my life, young Lord Ye, Qin Shui said. Ye Guan nodded slightly and was about to speak when Qin Shui got down the bed. Qin Shui stared at Ye Guan and said, young Lord Ye, I have urgent matters to handle, so I will have to leave now. However, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Qin Shui then turned around and left. Ye Guan looked out of the window and watched as Qin Shui left the courtyard before quickly disappearing into the end of the street. Ye Guan withdrew his gaze and returned to the bed. He sprawled out on the bed and closed his eyes. Deep in the night, Ye Guan abruptly sat up. Before he could react, his door was kicked open, revealing 13 people standing outside. Qin Shui stood at the helm of them, and she stared at Ye Guan, saying, he has strands of ancestral origin.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.